on the stage and try and bring him down from getting on the Supreme Court judge because he a conservative. They're Republican. They don't like that. And they always just try. All of a sudden, some new hussy appears, and they got new allegations, new charges, new court dates. Man, it's out of control. People have had enough of the Democrat Party and that fake news, man.
Do you think that violent sexual offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
I don't know. That's irrelevant to what we're
Cameron, thank you for the $15 on PayPal saying that Chef Boyardee cook this guy. I appreciate you for the love. Chef Boyardee, let's go. Thank you so much, Cameron, for the $15. I really appreciate you for the love. So just like to clarify here, right, you continually so do you think that violent sex offenders should be able to buy and own guns?
Of course not. If they convicted, and that's another thing. They said Trump was convicted. He was only found guilty, man.
So Trump shouldn't be able to buy and own a gun, but he should be able to run the country and have access to the nuclear codes?
No, because that's a demo hoax. He hasn't been convicted. He only found guilty, my guy. When you get convicted, that means you're sentenced. He's not sentenced. When was he sentenced?
Oh my God. Yeah, so particularly speaking, he was held liable in a civil court of law, and he was sentenced, quote unquote, to pay her $87 million, right, because of the determination of his guilt. But second of all, you continually repeat that this is a demo hoax. How can you say that this was a hoax and that she was a liar and that the court case incorrectly determined his guilt when you don't know her name, one piece of evidence she submitted to the court, when the court was held, anything about the court, and the name of the judge or how many jurors there were, right? I feel like you don't have sufficient information to come to the conclusion, right, that was a quote-unquote demo hoax. When you don't know anything about it, point blank period, you shouldn't then turn around and outright deny it. What do you think this tells victims? What do you think this tells men? This will tell men that they could go out, grape women, be held accountable for it in a court of law, turn around, be accepted into their social circles, and then the men that accept them into their social circles will turn around and deny the experiences of the victims with no reason at all, literally, which will only further incentivize men to go grape women and will only further incentivize women that get raped to not report it to the others around them. Do you understand how harmful that can be?
Yeah, but it's because we're at the point that they've done so much to Donald Trump. Even the prosecutors in New York have been after him forever. They're Trump derangement syndrome to the max, man. That Maxine Waters.
Like what prosecutor?
Those two crazy, corrupt prosecutors.
Allah, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo to tell this guy to stop lying.
They did the tax evasion they did first, and then they did try to find him billions of dollars, take that as businesses for just a bunch of spurious allegations.
Wait,
and then
so
they tried to convict him for that. People
do you believe the
just don't
criminal court
believe
that
it
convicted
anymore,
him of 34 felonies?
No, so it's all a bunch of crap. It's a boogeyman hoax, just like climate change, just like the corona hoax, man. It's all boogeyman crap.
First of all, calling climate change boogeyman crap is insane. 97% of climate scientists agree that yes, there is climate change caused by humans. And then second of all, I had to remove you there. It looks like you got the live restriction, but we are good now. All right, we're going to move on to our next guest, guys. For the 4.3 thousand people hanging out with us here today, make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, y'all. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. We are going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump, man? Okay, he automatically left. Guys, if you're a MAGA, make sure to let me know down below in the chat. We're going to go. Oh, hello, welcome back. Are you voting for Trump? Thank you for the corgi. Hello?
Oh, hold on. Is this thing on? Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. And by the way, so here's this one thing. You know, Trump donated more money to minority colleges, $250 million to black education and black entrepreneurship, and to help minority businesses. So there's one policy that you can say, because you said he does nothing for
hey, buddy, so you're talking about Trump sending $250 million to historically black universities per year. Do you know how much Biden and Harris sent?
He canceled all that.
No, Biden and Harris sent $16 billion to historically black universities. So Trump actually sent 16 times less than the Biden-Harris administration did.
When did that happen?
When did it happen? It was like
when did that? I've never heard anything about that ever in my life.
I don't know, like when, right?
I know that on day one, he canceled all the stuff, all the money that he was sending to the universities. He got rid of that like day one. Literally.
Would you be able? Yeah, so he got rid of it, then instituted 16 times more funding. Hello?
Nobody says something like that.
Okay. He had MAGA Mobile. I'm so sorry, chat. Harley, go ahead and unmute that microphone. Welcome up into the box. Are you voting for Trump?
Sorry, I didn't mean to join.
No worries. Appreciate you for coming up. Paul, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo saying you crushed those idiots. You got mad skills. Paul, I appreciate you for your love. Let's get some W's for Paul in the chat. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. W's for Paul in the chat. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. That is incredibly kind of you, Paul. W's for Paul down below. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute, guys. Let's go to get Chelsea up in the queue. We may have to hit a restart. Hopefully we don't, but we'll see. For the 4.1 thousand people hanging out with us today, make sure that you're double tapping and sharing. Doing it all. Phenomenal. All right, let's see who we got. Everyone just give us a minute here. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump, Jonas?
I'm not. I'm European, so I can't.
All right. Make sure if you're in that Q chat that you are you are voting for Trump. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box right now, chat. So everybody, give us 1 minute for the 4.2 thousand people in here. Let me know in the chat if you're MAGA. What's up, Red Rider? Are you voting for Dipey Don?
Yes, I am.
Now, why in the hell would you be doing such a thing?
I personally don't think there's any difference between either party. I think both parties politic to get votes. That's what they do. They're politicians, and they say
give
what
you a
they
really
feel
big
they need
difference.
to get votes.
I could give you a really big difference. So Kamala Harris wants to reinstitute federal protections for women's access to abortion. Donald Trump elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court to take away federal protections for women's access to abortion.
Okay.
Kamala Harris wants to protect and preserve our civil and electoral processes to protect our democracy. Donald Trump tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government in an attempt to rig the outcome of the 2020 election to circumvent and undermine our democracy.
Okay, on that point, this is my personal belief. I think she is doing that for votes. As far as women's rights, I do agree that women's rights do need to be addressed. And I think that's something that our legislative branch is broken. That's another problem I have.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because I believe, and you have spoken to me before. I was on Parker's feed, and you dropped off right after that.
Sorry, man. I appreciate you for coming up. However, I am just looking to talk to people that I haven't spoken to already. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you for that. If you're on the queue, right, I'm just talking to people that I haven't spoken to already. I do appreciate you for coming up, though, man. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now. Hunter, thank you for the roses. I appreciate you for that love. Moving on to our next guest. Everyone, just give us a minute right now. If you are MAGA, let me know in the comment section down below. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box right now. We got Maddie loading in. It is so good to see you all. By the way, guys, right now we're at 315,000 likes. Let's try to double tap up to 1 million. What's up, Maddie? Are you voting for Trump?
Pretty sure I am, yeah.
Okay, right. So just to clarify, right, why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist towards women.
Well, I disagree with that.
I mean, he's sexualized little girls. He's been held liable for violent sexual rape.
Hasn't Biden also done that to, like, family?
No. So he has not been held civilly liable for rape.
Okay.
Neither has Kamala Harris, the person that I'm voting for. Okay? Right? He's also
Okay, but you
ghosted.
said he doesn't. You said Donald Trump doesn't care about us.
Yeah,
but
for sure. Like how could Donald Trump
he
care
was
about
the only
women?
one out of the 3, out of Kamala Harris, Biden, and him, to show up to the Arlington Cemetery when Biden had people pull out and then they died.
Show up to Arlington Cemetery, violate federal law, and abuse the employees of Arlington Cemetery. With Arlington Cemetery then coming out and speaking out against Trump, alongside other officials from the government that also work at Arlington Cemetery, because he used it as a political photo shoot. Absolutely disgraceful.
I don't think he used it as a political photo shoot. I think he was there to support.
He absolutely
family
used it as a
and
political
troops.
photo shoot. Like, you understand, like, it's federally illegal, right, to go to like a cemetery such as Arlington and use it for political purposes, take pictures for political purposes, and they even had some of the employees at Arlington go up to Trump and his people and try to tell him this, but then the employees were literally physically shoved aside and ignored, and then they continued to take pictures, right? That is so disgraceful. And that only happened a handful of weeks after, right, he came out and he said that the civilian Medal of Honor is so much more important than any Medal of Honor that any military member could ever get, okay? Also, Randy, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Randy. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Randy in the chat. So I'm going to be voting for the person that actually respects our democracy and respects our veterans over the person that tried to circumvent and destroy our democracy and disrespects our veterans. How about that?
All right, I don't really know what else to say, so.
Okay, well, I mean, I do. I just will ask you a quick question. Would you ever vote for a rapist?
Well, no. Has he been convicted of rape?
Yeah, so he's been held liable for it in a civil court, and he's ordered to pay out $87 million for the rape of E. Jean Carroll. Is this like an NPC? I feel like...
No, it's a real person. I just don't really... I don't want to say too much because I'm not that educated, but that's why I'm here. I want to know your point of view.
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe like something else that we could relate to at the beginning. You said that Trump wasn't sexist. So Trump has boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first, and he just kisses pretty women without asking first. He's walked in to the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls in Miss Teen USA to inspect them, with there being some young teenagers as young as 15 there. Or he's been held civilly liable for rape, right? He also has an incredibly racist past, denied housing opportunities to black people because they're black in the 70s, turned around and said because Obama is black, he was born in Kenya, which means he shouldn't be able to run for president, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii, right? And he's referenced the African American community as black with an S at the end, or talked about black jobs. Maddie, what is a black job?
I'm assuming it's just a business owned by a black person.
Okay, right. So this is by business owned by a white person. So is this a white job, like streaming on TikTok? Is this a white job?
White, like presidency?
No, like right here, like me streaming on TikTok. This is my business. Is this a white job? Am I working a white job right now?
Much money. No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay, so if like a business owned by a white person isn't a white job, then why is a business owned by a black person a black job?
Okay, I see where you're coming from. I agree.
So what is a black job? Do you know? No? Okay. Well, do you have any other reasons why you're like voting for Trump here that you want to go over?
Ooh, I'm live. Not that I can think of.
Okay, thanks for coming up, Maddie. Have a good rest of your day. What's up, Poppy? Are you voting for Trump? All right, we're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. We're just going to respectfully move on. Kev Dog, I got you with an invite up. Please pop in the box, Kev Dog. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, he automatically left. Guys, if you were MAGA, let me know in the chat. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Kev Dog, I invited you up. Please join. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box here. Everyone, just give us 1 second. If you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are on my birthday. Are on my bio. That's crazy. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Okay, buddy, that's a troll. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say. Everyone give us a minute. We got Jay Landy loaded up in the box. Yeah, that was a troll. Chat. That was a troll. What's up, Jay Landy? Are you voting for Trump? Jay Landy, no. Are you here? Okay, moving on to our next guest. Everyone just give us a second. We are going to try to get our next guest up in the box. We got Brandon Mars loading in. Everyone hang tight. What's up? Are you voting for Dipey Dunn?
No, I just wanted to say how this people.
Appreciate you for coming up, man. I'm sorry for kicking you. We are just looking to debate people that are voting for Trump. What's up, Ed? Okay, are you voting for Trump?
Hey, man, how's it going? Yes, I am.
It's going all right. Awesome. So why are you voting for Dipey Dunn?
So I'm voting for Trump because I much preferred his foreign policy objectives, and foreign policy for me is most important. And I really like the way that he dealt with Taiwan specifically, and a lot of instances in which he dealt with Russia. And I'd love to speak with you about that if you're open to it.
Okay, so like America first, yet America last.
I'm sorry?
Like America first, but also America last, because, you know, foreign policy is more important. So it's objectives with Russia, right? So why specifically would you be voting for Putin's puppet, right? Trump, the guy that believed Putin over U.S. intelligence at Helsinki, over like the prosecutor, Kamala Harris?
Sure. So I could talk about a little bit about what he did with Russia. So, for example, in Syria, he was the first ever president to actually have American soldiers attack Russian soldiers in Syria.
You're talking about So you're specifically talking about his proxy war with Russia and Syria that happened while he was president.
Correct. Right. And this is, just to be clear, though, this is a war that has been happening for decades at this point.
Yeah, so he put boots on the ground in Syria to fight a proxy war with Russia, putting their lives on the line, right? And over the course of his 4 years, 63 military members died. So how is putting American lives on the line when they shouldn't be on the line, right, a good thing? Yeah, so, good to see you. Thank you for the roses.
Yeah, so a couple things. So, I mean, at least in Syria, you have a leader that is chemically attacking his own people, which is not good and not something that America should allow to happen. My point in mentioning the Syria conflict is that when you say that when you say that, Trump is Putin's puppet, I would argue instead that, hey, we have American troops for the first time ever firing upon Russian troops. I don't think that's very puppet-esque to, I don't see how that would help Putin in any way. So,
right.
But that's
well, we can think about it this way. Putin wants Trump reelected. We know this for a fact. There was Russian interference in the 2016 election. There was Russian interference in the 2020 election. And we're already seeing some Russian interference in the 2024 election. It's happened every single time he's ran for president. Putin wants him reelected, okay? And if Putin wants Trump elected over Kamala Harris, that's already putting a red flag in the air, right? And I think we see good reason for this. I feel like Trump would make Russian expansion easier because he wants to withdraw support from Ukraine, right? I feel like he would make Russian expansion easier because he wants to withdraw support for NATO countries that aren't paying a particular amount of their GDP into their military budget. He wants to make Russian expansion easier because they're more ideologically similar, right? So I feel like we shouldn't be voting for Trump, and that's one of the reasons why we shouldn't be voting for Trump.
So, I disagree with Trump on his idea that we should be pulling funding from Ukraine. I think that Ukraine should be funded. The one thing I will say, though, is that during Trump's presidency, it was the first time America had provided Ukraine with Patriot missile systems, which is a highly sophisticated defense weaponry that Ukraine previously did not have, but they did get under Trump.
Okay, so he's fine with funding Ukraine when they're not being invaded by Russia, but he's not okay with funding Ukraine when they are being invaded by Russia and they need the support. What does this tell us about Trump, his character, and his goals? This tells us, right, that he is fine with supporting countries around the world. He is fine with, using our military as the world police. He's fine with a massive military budget. But as soon as these other countries actually have their democracy and their lives on the line, he wants to withdraw support. This only further justifies my claim that he will make Russian expansion easier. Why do you want to vote for the person that wants to make Russian expansion easier?
Well, I think the main issue with the main issue that he's getting at is that he wants to offer Putin an off-ramp for the war. Because at this point, the war is in year 3, and what experts believe was going to be a 2-week campaign. Frankly, it's obviously Russia has done way worse than they expected to do. And they've also threatened to use nuclear weapons against Ukraine. Whether or not that claim that Russia is making is viable, or whether or not they would do that, I think at some point you have to offer Putin an off-ramp unless you want this war to keep escalating.
Well, I think that an off-ramp is the plan, right? Because we don't want the war to continue to escalate. But what would Trump do, right? So if Russia had invaded Ukraine while he was president, what would Trump have done?
I would have hoped Trump would support Ukraine with funds, and I would have hoped that he...
But he's already publicly said that that's something that he doesn't want to do. He thinks it's bad.
Yeah, but at the same time, he also threatened to publicly remove, the United States from NATO. In my personal opinion, I think that he used that as a bargaining chip in order to get NATO countries to contribute more to their defense spending.
Do you think that threatening to leave NATO and saying that he won't support other countries in NATO if they don't increase their budget spending on their military would offer more incentivization for Russian expansion?
No, I think in turn it would actually encourage NATO countries to actually reach that 2% GDP.
But the idea is if they don't reach that 2% GDP, we won't be there to support them, especially if we leave NATO, because apparently he sees no purpose in it, right? That will support, right, to some degree, further Russian expansion, which I say is exactly why Putin wants him to be reelected. Let's just think about it this way. Does Putin want Russian expansion?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Does Putin want Trump in office?
It's... I don't necessarily know if that's true or not. I mean, I think
2016, 2020 Mueller report, DOD, CIA proving that there's Russian interference pushing pro-Trump propaganda, leaked Kremlin documents proving that they want Trump in office.
So to be fair, the Russian interference you're talking about was a targeted Facebook campaign by the Russians, and it had only about 100,000 post interactions. So, you know,
it doesn't matter like what the extent of the Russian interference is. It proves at the Kremlin that Putin wants Trump in office. So if Putin wants Russian expansion and Putin wants Trump in office, what does this tell us? Trump will be better off Russian expansion. And I've already given you reason to believe this. Trump believes Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence, as such as Helsinki, and Trump has threatened multiple times to withdraw support for other NATO countries or to leave NATO as a whole, offering further incentive for Russian expansion. You're saying that you're voting for Trump because of his foreign policy, but then you look at his foreign policy and essentially preludes to making Russian expansion easier. Why do you want the guy that would make Russian expansion easier?
So my argument is that with the Patriot missile system that was delivered to Ukraine for the first time ever under Trump, alongside the fact that NATO countries are in hope, you know, I understand, I don't agree with the idea that the United States should pull out of NATO, but I do think it's a good bargaining chip to say, like, look, if you don't actually contribute your 2% GDP to your defense budget, which a lot of these
You're not really responding to like my claims here. I'm like, I feel like I've sufficiently demonstrated to you, right, how Trump would make Russian expansion easier, right? The meat on the bone would just be the fact that Putin wants Trump over Harris. Putin wants Russian expansion. Of course, he's going to advocate for the candidate that will make it easier for him to achieve his end goals. Right. So at the end of the day, right, at least from Putin's perspective, he thinks Trump will make Russian expansion easier. So why do you think you would want Putin's puppet in office, the guy that Putin thinks would make Russian expansion easier?
So again, I disagree with your premise that that Trump is Putin's puppet simply because of the examples that I gave about the Syrian troops, the aid to Ukraine at the time. I
feel like the aid to Ukraine actually discredits the hypothesis because he supported aid to Ukraine when Russia wasn't invading Ukraine. He didn't support aid to Ukraine when Russia was invading Ukraine, right? And then specifically speaking, the one part that you haven't responded to yet is the idea that Putin wants Russian expansion and Putin wants Trump over Harris in office, meaning that Trump, at least from Putin's perspective, would make Russian expansion easier. So
the reason why I don't like the argument, okay, Putin wants Trump in office, so then therefore we should not vote for someone that a foreign government wants in our presidency. The reason I don't like that argument is because the same can be said about China. China wants the Democrats to be more in power because they are going to be less aggressive economically, and I wouldn't necessarily say national defense-wise because Biden's actually done a pretty good job with the Taiwan issue. But if I were to say, oh, President Xi wants a Democrat in office, that therefore a Democrat should not be in office, I don't really think that's a fair argument. Would you agree with that?
Well, my argument more so hints at the fact that Trump is going to make Russian expansion easier, right? Predominantly for the reason that Putin seeks Trump to be in office for the idea that, he thinks that Trump is easily manipulated, alongside the fact that we could justify that claim with what happened at Helsinki, right? And his lack of support for further funding for Ukraine. I think your argument that specifically speaking, right, it wouldn't be fair to say because, China wants Harris in office because they'd be less worse off on them economically speaking, would ultimately fail because it is better, right, to not sanction them or with tariffs, right? But meanwhile, on the inverse, I wouldn't say it's better to stop sending money to Ukraine. I wouldn't say it's better to threaten pulling out of NATO. I wouldn't say it's better to keep the guy in office that is more easily manipulated and believes Putin over U.S. intelligence. I'd say all those things are worse.
If you don't mind if I just jump topics for a second, you mentioned just tariffs and how it was bad for, whether you think that it's good for national security or economically. Personally, I'm a laissez-faire economic guy, so I don't believe tariffs are good economically. But you had mentioned that you don't agree with Trump's tariffs.
Oh, wait, 1 second. Yeah, so you said you believe in a free market. So does that mean that you don't support stricter border regulation for the reason being that is a restriction on the free flow of labor entry into the market?
No, I actually think that there should be more visas granted towards immigrants that are looking to come in, specifically those merit-based visas. I think our visa system right now, especially visas that focus on lottery, is I think it's a broken system in my opinion.
Yeah, so you'd say that you want to support Trump's idea that he wants to deport every single undocumented migrant in the country, and he wants to close the border with very tight and stringent restrictions, right? Because that would not, right? That would be antithetical to laissez-faire economics.
So actually, on the contrary, I would agree with Trump's assertion that, for instance, students that come to the United States to practice STEM or study STEM in major universities would automatically get a green card instead of having to apply for a visa via...
I'm asking you about his restrictions on the border, such as the mass deportation of every single undocumented migrant and quote-unquote closing the border, shutting it down, making sure that not as many people could get through.
I'm sorry, I missed that. Do you mind just repeating the last part?
Yeah, like the mass deportation of all undocumented migrants and any border restrictions at all at the southern border, right? A big piece that he'd be campaigning on today is like shutting the southern border down more so than it already is, right? Specifically preventing further entry.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that everybody in the United States, especially if they have roots and they're contributing to, American society and paying taxes and, have children here, I don't necessarily believe that they should be deported back to their home country. I think that would be a wrong step. But I also believe that they...
So seemingly you would agree with Democrats here, because Democrats would like to fight for, no issue with like deportation of like violent or like violent individuals or criminals, but more so like pathways to residency or citizenship for those that provide to the economy and are like acting as like functioning individuals, right, in our consumer base. And then they want to turn around and make like our legal processes of immigration safer and quicker. All right, that would be the Democrat perspective. See, this is something that Trump doesn't agree with. So seemingly you'd agree more with Harris than Trump here.
I would agree with providing a path to citizenship to those who provide a economic output and have lived and had good lives here in America. The one thing that I would differ with Democrats is an idea for amnesty for all, per se. I think that
I don't think anyone's advocating for amnesty for all.
You don't think so?
No. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, for being amazing. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love on Venmo. Massive W's in the chat for Vanessa. Thank you so much. I mean, like, we could already see this, like, in the bipartisan border bill that was, submitted to Congress by Langford in, like, 2022 or 2023. All right, specifically speaking, it fought for, like more funding to courts at the southern border to make, asylum-seeking processes faster, to create better, safer, faster legal ports of entry, right? And this bill is actually shot down by Trump, okay? All right, so, like, how could you say that you support Trump when it comes to the border, but then, also at the same time recognize that he shot down a good bipartisan border bill that would have significantly reduced the harm impacted by the crisis and would have created safer, quicker legal ports of entry for those that deserve it?
Sure. So one thing I hope that you could agree with is just because I would vote for someone for president doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with everything that they stand for.
Well, I'm just trying to find something that you agree with that he stands for. Like, would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for, like, the sexual abuse or rape of a woman?
I was hoping that we can keep the policy, if you don't mind, but we can go into that.
I think that character considerations are very important as well, right? Like, we can't just ignore the fact that Trump is a rapist. We can't just ignore the fact that he's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government in an attempt to steal the 2020 election from Biden. We can't just ignore these very important conversations.
Sure, but I think it's a little bit exhausted as far as, it's an argument that you've brought up with most of the people on the live so far. And I don't think that it's a bad argument to have, but I do think that it'd be good to talk some policy if you wouldn't mind.
I appreciate you for the boxing glove. Okay, well, I mean, seemingly, like, you a little bit terrified of a conversation about that. Maybe I could ask you this question. Would you ever vote for someone that's attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our federal government in an attempt to rig a federal election?
Again, I would really love to speak about policy. So, for instance, I would love to hear your opinion about the tariffs, for example.
I've let you run the conversation since you got up here. You wanted to talk about foreign affairs. We talked about foreign affairs. You want to talk about the border. We talked about the border. I just want to ask you, right, if you'd ever vote for someone that's attempted to stress test our civil and electoral processes, stage a coup to overthrow our government, and rig an election. Like, why is this not an impertinent conversation to have, especially for the leader, right, of the American democracy?
Yeah, no, I understand that, Dean. I totally do. The only thing is that I felt that you kind of jumped topics a little bit. I did ask you, for instance, about your opinion on the tariffs, and you brought me to the border. And I would really love to get your opinion on Trump's tariffs on China.
Yeah, Trump's tariffs on China, first of all, raise the price of consumer goods. They're aggressive insofar as the low and middle class spending a greater proportion of their income on the bare necessities to live. Second of all, they reduce agricultural exports from the U.S., meaning that bankrupt and devastated farmers locally here at home in the U.S., causing Trump to bail them out through $28 billion bill. Right? Mm-hmm. I'm happy I could answer you about the tariffs. Could you please answer my question now? Would you ever vote for someone that has attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government in an attempt to rig an election?
Sure. So just keeping on policy, because I think that's where we can find the most substance. I believe that if you don't like the tariffs that Trump has put in, most of those tariffs were probably most of those tariffs, like for instance on steel and aluminum, medical supplies and batteries, it was only about 7.5% tariff. However, under the Biden administration, those tariffs were increased to about 50%. And I'm wondering that, considering that you said
I don't like the tariffs even introduced by the Biden-Harris administration as well. I'm not sure if like your specifics are correct insofar as the increase. I do know that there were discrepancies and differences, but I wouldn't support it regardless of the of the presidency that would propose that. So that's an area where I disagree with Biden and Harris, right? But specifically speaking, right, we recognize that like the Trump administration wants to increase tariffs on China to 60 to 100% and introduce a 10% tariff on all imports into the country, which would devastate our economy, destroy American-owned businesses by reducing the exports, increase the potentiality of starting trade wars with other countries, and increase inflation here at home in the U.S. But like, I mean, like, dude, I'm asking you a question here, right, about like our democracy, about Trump trying to overthrow a Reagan election, and you keep pivoting back to these things. Like, we could talk about these things for sure, but I would like to see if you could answer one of my questions as well.
No, for sure, and I understand that. I'll answer it. The reason why I want to stick to policy is just because I think it's more substantive and it's less, dogmatic in a way.
Well, I mean, I think a conversation about him attempting to overthrow our government in a Reagan election, right, would create a lot of substance, especially for a discourse about the safety and the sanctity of our democracy, our civil electoral processes, and the value of each and every single American voice and vote. Right, those things matter. Those things are of substance, and that is probably the most impertinent discussion to have. Like, I'd say if we ignore the character and discrepancies of Trump, if we ignore Trump's policy, if we ignore Harris's character, if we ignore Harris's policy, and we just focus on the fact that he tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government and launched the biggest internal attack on our democracy since the Civil War, that alone gives you sufficient reason not to vote for Trump, 110%.
So as far as the election is concerned, I believe Trump 100% lost. Like, I never was in favor of his, and even his own lawyers didn't bring up the fact that there was vote discrepancies in the court documents that they submitted to judges. So half of the arguments that Trump made, like in public, about winning the election, even though he lost, weren't even brought up in court by his own lawyers.
Exactly, because they know there's bullshit. Mike Pence coming to him, telling him that the election wasn't stolen from him. Bill Barr and the DOJ coming to him, telling him that the election wasn't stolen from him. But he still turned around, formed an election integrity committee to investigate the election, took their results to 63 courts. All 63 of them shot him down. But specifically, what I'd like to focus on is the fact that Donald Trump sent fake slates of electorates to cast fake Trump votes from states that he lost to Congress to be certified as real by Mike Pence. He pressured Bill Barr and the DOJ in the Oval Office into signing a letter to announce widespread voter fraud when there wasn't any, causing Bill Barr to resign because half the DOJ threatened to quit if he didn't. We also saw him pressuring the senators and Mike Pence with the riots on January 6th into postponing the vote and making him the illegitimate president of the United States of America for a second term by ignoring the votes for Biden and certifying the fake ones. Doesn't that give you sufficient reason not to vote for him? We don't want someone that has already attempted to stress test the bounds of our civil electoral processes. We don't want someone that has already degraded, the checks and balances provided in our federal government. And we don't want to give him another chance to try it again with someone like his son.
What do you mean? I'm sorry. Do you mind expanding on what you mean by someone like his son?
Just to try it again, to rig another election. I mean, I think that past behaviors are predictive of future ones. I think the idea that he's already attempted to overthrow our government and steal the election from Biden, gives us sufficient reason not to vote for him again so he could try again. I think that Trump isn't that smart. I think he's a little bit DUMB. And he thought in 2016 through 2020 that, his cronies that he appointed to these positions would blindly follow his plan, let him steal the election, let him rig it, and follow him at every step. But now he recognized that didn't work, so he's specifically appointing people that he knows would help him in his plans. Like, for instance, his new VP pick, J.D. Vance, said that if he was a VP on January 6th, he would have certified the fake votes, right? So why does that give you sufficient reason not to vote for him? Do you affirm the fact that he sent the fake slates of electorates? Do you affirm the fact that he wanted to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as real? Do you affirm the fact that he wanted to steal the election from Biden? Do you affirm the fact that he attempted to undermine our democracy by convincing tens of millions of American citizens over the course of the last 4 years into believing the big lie that the election was stolen from him?
No, okay, but I just want to be clear, though, because you had mentioned his son. I'm just wondering if your assertion is that he's going to either try to continue for a third term or put his son in power. That's where I was getting caught up when you said his son. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, no, so I wouldn't hold to any particular hypothesis of this is what Trump is going to do. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know the future. But it's more so just an assertion of something he could do.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think that while he 100% lost that election, the evidence shows that he lost that election. I think that he deep down believes that he won the election. And I would say that I would say that he wasn't, like, I don't think that he, for instance, knew that he lost and then was just trying to stir up and cause a coup. I think he deep down believed that he actually won.
Okay, so then he's just delusional.
Yeah, could be about that.
So you want to vote for the delusional rapist that attempted to overthrow our government and steal an election?
So, like I said, I disagree with the idea that he lost I disagree with the idea that he won the election. However, I do prefer his policy, specifically in, for instance, foreign policy. And that's why I would love to stick with policy for you, because you seem like a really intelligent guy, and you've got a good way of speaking, and I think that you could defend a lot of the points that you agree with without having to get into the kind of repetitive, he stole the election, he's a rapist. Like, we could really have a substantive policy debate about which side has the better, vision for America, and not have to go with the repetitive, oh, he's a rapist, he's going to overthrow the election and become dictator.
Yeah, so I like the last thing that you said there, a better vision for America. I think so for for an official leader, such as like the presidency of the United States of America, in order to have a good vision for America, I think it's necessary for one to want to uphold and protect our civil and electoral processes and respect the sanctity of our democracy, right? And if a candidate were to not do that, I'd say, well, then they'd be obviously thrown out, right? As this idea of they have a good vision for America. I'd say that Trump isn't too concerned about public service. He's more concerned about self-service. He's incessantly placed himself above the American people and placed himself above the American democracy. We've already went over the fact that he attempted to steal it. You seemingly didn't have much of a response there, the vote in 2020 from Biden. We could also say he placed himself above the American people when it comes to the American border, shooting down the bipartisan bill in the Senate presented by Langford, specifically so he can continue to campaign on the crisis and convince people that it's such a big issue. All right, there's another example of him placing himself above the American people. And I'm going to say that those are going to be necessary qualities that we wouldn't want to see in an individual with a good vision for America. So even if it were the case that you could defend his policy to the end of the earth, which I think we've already demonstrated you can't, we'd still say that this isn't a candidate that you should be voting for.
So do you mind if I just kind of address the vote that you mentioned about the border bill that Trump had? Okay, so I did a little bit of research on that actual border bill. And it seemed that, if you go through the vote tallies, while there were most of the Republicans had voted against it, you also had major Democrats that voted against it too. I believe it was 10 or 12, including, the big names such as Chuck Schumer and things of that nature. So I'm wondering, what you think if the major leaders within the Democratic Party also voted down the quote unquote bipartisan border bill, why would, the leaders in the DNC, for instance, also vote no in those cases?
Yeah, I think when I call the bill bipartisan, I'm talking about majority of support from a party, right? This is what we'd be referencing within the vote of the House. If you've referenced the Secure the Border Act by Langford, you'd recognize that there was a majority held there. I think that at the end of the day, we're always going to have partisan politics. At the end of the day, if you have a bill presented by the Republicans, it's going to not be supported by some minority of Democrats, even if it is bipartisan, unless it's some obviously without contest good bill, right? But as the border is partisan in nature, of course, we're going to see some minority of the Democrat Party voting against it. But it doesn't address the fact that it did have bipartisan support. That doesn't address the fact that it would have passed the Senate if it wasn't for Trump. And that doesn't address the fact that the only reason Trump shot it down was because he wanted to be able to continue to campaign on the crisis at the southern border.
Yeah, but to be fair, though, if you're going to say that, this bill did not pass because Trump instructed his people not to vote for it, can't you also in turn say this bill did not pass because people like Chuck Schumer did not vote for it?
I think we'd be able to say that if we saw a larger majority of Democrats advocate against the bill. I think I'd be saying the same thing if, for instance, we saw a bipartisan border bill, a bipartisan bill on UBI or universal health care that was supported by a majority of Republicans and then a minority voted against it. Then Kamala Harris called the Democrats in Congress and told them to vote against it. I'd be blaming that on her. Right? I ultimately think that a minority of Democrats voting against the bill doesn't really matter that much, because if it had the predominant Republican support that it had before Trump called the Republicans, it would have passed, and that's what's of substance here. That's what really matters.
Okay, so even though there are major players within the DNC voting no, I understand
major players that couldn't convince a majority of the Democrat Party to vote against it. By the way, I just want to point that out. Major players that weren't able to swoon over their party to vote against it alongside them because it was a good bipartisan border bill that would have ended the crisis and would have been good for everybody, right?
Well, but to be fair, though, Democrats as a whole typically are one thing that the Democrats do very well is they're able to vote in pretty solid blocks. They have good coalition forces to be able to vote as a unity, which is something that Republicans unfortunately do not have. Well, fortunately or unfortunately don't have. So my argument is that here you have a bill that needs 60 to pass, if you have Democrats that are major, policy leaders and thought leaders within the DNC also voting no, do you think that they were playing their own political game in order to, use this as a political talking point? To the punt.
No, I think that I've already explained this. I think that we're always going to see partisan politics. I think that we still saw a majority of Democrats vote for the bill. I think that those major proponents of the DNC were not able to swoon the other people over to vote against it. I think the pressing issue here is the fact that Trump was to blame for the failure of the border bill because he swooned the Republicans to vote against it. I don't think he had any good reason to do so, and I think the fact that he did do so demonstrates that he doesn't care about the southern border and he just uses it as a talking point to win people's votes.
Yeah, I just think we have just a fundamental disagreement on that aspect, just because, I think that a Republican's no vote has the same weight as a Democrat's no vote. So if you're going to...
More Republicans voted no specifically because Trump told them not to when they did prior. Would you say that Trump cares about the southern border?
I would say he cares about the southern border, yeah.
Okay, so let's just do a little thought experiment here. If you have a house and it's burning down and a fire truck shows out to put out the fire, and you tell them to turn around because you want your house to burn so you could claim the insurance money, did you care about your house?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so if the border is metaphorically burning down, if there's a crisis and the fire truck, the bipartisan border bill, shows up to Congress, and you tell the fire truck or the bipartisan border bill to turn around because you want the border to burn down, you want the crisis to continue, so you could claim the insurance money or claim the votes from people that you'll be able to win over by using it as a political campaigning point in 2024, do you care about the southern border?
So the only caveat to that I would kind of add to the situation that actually happened was that it's as if a fire truck showed up to your burning house and the firefighters got out and said, "Hey, we're going to put out the fire in your house, but we also want you to give us money for the local library. We also want you to give us money for the police department or any other service or good that really has nothing to do with your house burning down, but the firefighters are demanding it in order to put out the fire in your house." Does that make sense with the same premise?
Yeah, are you talking about the other provisions in the bill?
Correct, yes. And I understand that it was separated.
Yeah, you know what happened? You know what happened with that? You know what happened with that? Yeah, I just wanted
Sure.
Yeah, just still passed. So the bill was reconciled. Okay, so the border bill, right, was reconciled. It was passed back between the House and the Senate. They took out Lankford's border provisions and then still passed the funding for Ukraine, still passed the funding for Israel, still passed the humanitarian aid for Gaza. They still passed those other provisions. Okay, they just didn't pass the border aspect. And then we saw Chuck Schumer, not Chuck Schumer, Chris Murphy show back up to Congress. Chris Murphy rewrote the bill to be standalone to just include the provisions for the border, not the funding for Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, and that failed. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Again, though, do you have I understand that your view is, well, whether or not it's true, let's just say it is true. Your view is that Trump, instructed, even though he's not in office, he's still the thought leader of the Republican Party as of now. He instructed all the Republicans to not vote for this bill. Some did, but you're right, a majority of Republicans did not. And maybe the reason for not doing so is because Trump told them to. Are you aware of the reasons why, for instance, Chuck Schumer and 12 other Democrats also did not vote for the bill? Have you read up on that? I have not. I'm just wondering if you.
No, I just don't think it's that important. Then about Trump, he admitted the fact that he shot the border bill down. He did so at a rally in Nevada. You could look up "Blame It on Me," the border bill fails Trump rally in Nevada. Then we also saw, Ted Cruz, I forget the Republican leader's name, and then of course Lankford come out on Fox News, on CNN, and speak out publicly about how Trump shot it down and about how they're so mad that the bill was torpedoed. And Lankford, by the way, was Trump endorsed, and he was one of the 11 senators in 2020 that voted for a recount of the vote. Voted for a postponement of the vote. So I mean, this guy is one of Trump's cronies, and even he was pissed at Trump for doing this. Source.
What do you mean? I just looked it up. Just go and look up on the internet. She'll bring up an interview of her saying that. Just go and look it up.
What do you specifically want me to look up?
Just look up Kamala on X. Kamala's opinion on X, on Twitter, on what she thinks on that. Look it up. She's going to say right there, it's going to say that she believes that it's not moderated, this and that, and people need to be, freedom of speech needs to go away. How do you feel about that?
The closest thing I could find is her calling for Trump to be.
All right, no. If you're not gonna listen, I agree. Okay, whatever. All right.
No, don't leave again, Dirty Dan. You're just
No, I'm
lying.
not leaving. No, I'm just saying. Okay, whatever. Like, since
No,
you can't.
I'm looking for a source. How about this? All right, you go on pause. You find your immediate source.
I got you. No, I got you. I will right now.
I want to put it out there. Right, this is a big fat lie. There's no evidence for this claim.
I just watched so much over it. Okay. All right. I got you. I'll go get it real quick.
Find your source. For everyone out there that is curious, I'm pretty sure he's talking about the fact that a judge from the Brazilian government just banned Twitter in Brazil. He's probably confusing those two things. While he's looking for that source, we're going to go to get another guest up here as well. So let's go to get Eve up in the box. Yo, Dirty Dan is lost, chat. Where is Dirty Dan? He is lost. He has no fucking clue where he is or what the hell he's doing.
Hey, how are you going to talk shit when I leave for 5 seconds to go and find that? That's all Kamala. Bro, that's all you fucking faggots, bro. That's every single one of you fucking fags.
Oh my god, and of course he slurs. I apologize for his use of slurs, chat. Dirty Dan is a wreck. He says a quiet part out loud. I apologize for use of slurs, guys. What's up, Eva? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, Eva's not here, so we're gonna move on to our next guest, Dirty Dan. That's a MAGA script. Like low key, dude, that is a MAGA script. They come up here, they make a claim, it gets disputed because it's false, and then they slur. Yeah, L is in the chat. What's up? Are you voting for Trump? All right, Gina's not here. We're going to move on to our next guest, guys. If you're MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. That really caught me out from left field. I didn't expect him to do that. I really didn't expect him to do that. That really caught me off guard. What's up, Jaden? Are you driving?
How's it going, man? I'm honestly neither side.
All right. Well, I hope that you come to the right side, or more so, the left side. Let's go and get our next guest up in here, guys. Make sure if you are in the queue that you are voting for Trump. We are going to go ahead and get our next debate underway literally right now. So everyone just, give us a minute. All right, we are having some issues getting our next debate going, so everyone just to be patient. Clin TX, I got you with an invite up. We're going to try to get our next guest up in the box literally right now, guys. But don't forget, keep double tapping, keep sharing, keep spamming. We want the live to blow up. What's up, Clin? Are you voting for Trump?
Of course.
Okay, now why in the hell would you be doing that?
Well, why in the hell?
Yeah. Like, what do you want the fascist dictator?
No, you said in the hell. Are you referring to our country as being hell?
No. That was a metaphor of speech, right? Basically me, right, exalting the fact that I'm surprised insofar as why anyone would vote for Trump. Now, that aside, why are you voting for Trump? Well, Blake, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you for the
voting for the other side is totally untenable. I mean, it really just comes down to rules and values. I mean, that's what it is for everybody, right?
So voting.
You value different things than I do. I don't give a shit about Trump or Harris. I don't care about the people. What I care is about the direction of the country.
Ollie, thank you for the subscription. So you think that voting for the intelligent woman who wants to protect and preserve a democracy and fight for the freedoms of all, fight for tax cuts for 100 million American workers in the low and middle class is untenable, but then voting for the fascist dictator on day one that has already attempted to overthrow our government and rig an election, stealing it from Biden in 2020, that it's also raped women, sexualized little girls, and been racist and misogynistic. That's tenable?
Bravo, man. Bravo. Fantastic talking points. I appreciate the... It's like you're a rapper that's like got these lyrics that just spew out. It's incredible. I mean, you've done this a lot. It's impressive.
So you know that I've gone over these points a lot, meaning you've watched my streams a lot, meaning you've watched the rebuttals to these claims a lot, yet you don't have one.
No, I mean, it's just a waste of time. It's total waste of time to go back and forth about the people. It's really not about the people.
It's a total waste of time to defend your worldview. Then why the hell are you?
No. It's like no. I'm not going to defend Trump. And I'm certainly not going to ask you to defend Harris. I mean, their records are, lots of holes in them, obviously.
So why specifically are you voting for Trump?
Because I want the country to go in a different direction than what Harris would like for it to go.
Okay, right. So what direction do you want to go in the country to go in, and how's this reflected through Trump?
I'd like to have more sanity. I mean, I'd like to have more sanity in regards to law enforcement. I'd like to have more sanity in regards to, implementing and executing the laws as they're on the books in regards to the border and everything the heck else.
Sanity in regards to law enforcement. So Trump actually said he wants to pardon, right, some of the violent criminals that have been convicted of assaulting the 140 police officers that were assaulted on January 6th.
That's just absolutely false. I would love to see, you're always asking for receipts. I'd love to see a receipt about how he wants to pardon people who committed violent assault against police officers on J6. Could you please give me the specifics of that case?
Yeah, so that's specifically going to be from the National Convention of Black Journalists, where it's specifically the interviewer had asked him, right, if he would like pardon, right, some of the violent offenders that were convicted.
No. Wait, hold on. I want to know a case. I want to know a specific instance that he said he would pardon someone who fought a police officer on that day. I'd love to see it.
Yeah, so the interviewer didn't ask the question in regards to like specific people. It was more so the people that were convicted of like specifically
bad interviewer.
The interviewer from the national the interviewer from the National Convention of Black.
Oh, you mean where Trump showed up and Harris didn't? Is that what the time you're talking about?
Trump showed up to the National Convention of Black Journalists and Harris didn't. Yeah, I'm talking about that time. So specifically,
she was busy with a sorority, I think, event, much smaller event. I think she just wanted to avoid any hard questions.
So now you're just absolutely bypassing my point here, not responding.
No. I'm asking for a case. I'd like a source. I'd like to know the name.
I gave you the source. I literally gave you the source.
I want to know the name of the person that Trump said he would pardon that fought a police officer and caused physical harm to that police officer. Not someone who was trespassing. That's a grandmother. Not somebody who stepped foot inside of the Capitol on that day. I'm talking about someone who fought a police officer.
Yeah. So, like, once again, the question that was specifically asked of him is if he would pardon individuals that were convicted of assaulting police officers.
No. There was not. Assault is not in the question for sure.
It was.
No, it was not. Listen, bro. You can do this to other non-informed people, but you can't do it to me, bro. I mean, you might as well just go ahead and kick me now, because this ain't gonna stop.
I just want to clarify that it is the question that the journalist
just
asked.
Go ahead and kick me now, because it's just ridiculous that you would make the assertion that he wants to. I mean, he's all about law enforcement. You think he wants to pardon someone who fought someone in law enforcement and caused them physical harm? That's what you want.
Yeah. No, isn't that crazy?
Okay.
This is what Trump said.
So
1 second. Let me speak here without interruption.
Let me.
Hey, buddy. Let me speak here without interruption.
No.
Okay?
For or against no cash bail.
Okay. So is this what you're gonna do? You're just gonna gish gallop, trying to overspeak me to not allow me a chance to speak? So I want to
turn California into a hellscape.
Hey, first of all, buddy, I'm trying to have a productive two-way conversation with you where I don't have to mute you to get my point across. Am I going to have to mute you to get my point across?
No,
or are you going to act like a respectful adult? Lee, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo saying keep up the good work. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's for Lee in the chat for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Okay, so once again, am I going to have to mute you to get my point across?
No, you go right ahead.
Phenomenal. So once again, at the National Convention of Black Journalists, the specific journalist who was asking him and interviewing him on stage had asked him if he would consider pardoning, right, the individuals that were convicted of violent crimes such as assault on police officers. The interviewer even specifically noted, right, the fact that that the police officers had their eyes gouged out, their backs broken, their spines broken, their legs broken, and Trump said, yes. And then 2 weeks later at Mar-a-Lago, he also specifically talked about how the rioters have been treated unfairly by the media. That's a fact. Then how can you say that Trump is pro? Yes. How can you say that Trump is pro law enforcement when he has demonized our criminal justice system, decreasing public trust and faith in it by his absolute denial of all the criminal justice systems and the courts that have been coming after him for doing bad illegal things? No response. Melissa, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate
is he for or against no cash bail in California?
I have no clue. So do you?
I mean, she was all about no cash bail in California, right?
So this is the pivot.
No, I just want to know. I mean, we're talking about. I mean, first of all, the J6 stuff is nonsense. Show me a non-trespassing case, and I'll listen. I'm not going to listen to anyone who walked on tour inside the Capitol. You know, they let go of the MAGA shaman. Why did they let him go? Why would?
I feel like you're wasting my time. And the reason I feel like you're wasting my time is because the interviewer made it explicitly clear, right? Talking about the people who were convicted of assaulting. 1 second.
I just want to know.
Made it explicitly clear that he wanted to pardon the individuals without interruption. He wanted to pardon the individuals that were convicted of assault on cops. You seemingly are disregarding that point, right? And then my second point.
Bro, you have no substance. You have talking points with no substance. Where's the depth, man? Come on, man. Grow up a little bit.
I would like to clarify that
I'm talking about people that were charged with trespassing.
Yeah.
People that were charged with trespassing. Are you in favor of people?
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and say it once again, right? There is depth, there is substance. You're just kind of saying denying it. So I'm going to clarify once again, Clint, right? I need you to stop acting in such bad faith, right? So the interviewer at the National Convention of Black Journalists had asked Trump if he would consider pardoning individuals that were convicted in a criminal court of not trespassing, but rather assaulting police officers. And he said yes, right? That's the point that you're not acknowledging. The interviewer made it explicitly clear in the question that she was asking, right, if he would pardon individuals that were convicted of assault, not of trespassing. Second of all, right, another point that you seemingly disregarded is how can you say that the Republican platform and Trump are pro-law enforcement when Trump has decreased public faith and trust in our criminal justice system? The civil court that came after him for rape, he throws it out the window, says it was Biden manipulating the DOJ. The criminal court that came after him for 34 felonies, say that it's manipulated by the Democrats. And that actually erodes public trust in our law enforcement because they enforce the law. They send people to court and they're then convicted or held liable for their crimes, right? It erodes trust in those systems. And this is why the Republican mayor of Mesa in Arizona is supporting Kamala Harris instead of Trump in this election. And one of the main reasons he gave was that he erodes trust in our law enforcement agencies and in our criminal justice system.
Bravo, man, what a beautiful soliloquy there. Bravo.
Soria, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Soria. Thank you so much.
Keep it coming, man. Keep those donations coming for all this, man. This is amazing talking.
Melissa with a $10 as well. W's for Melissa in the chat saying happy birthday, Dean. Love your live stream is weird. I appreciate
somebody
you.
Somebody bust out 100. Can I get a C note for my man here? Let's go. Listen, bro, it's just so disingenuous, my man. I mean, do you agree with people that were charged?
Now even you've lost the plot. Now even did he just get fucking raptured? Did Clint just get fucking raptured? Where'd he go, bro? He just got fucking raptured, dude. Crazy. All right, see you later, buddy. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yo, Brenda, holy shit, Brenda, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. What is going on, Brenda? Thank you for the $100 on Venmo. That is insane. Hey, thank you for the love, bro. 1 second, I'm thinking a donor. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo, Brenda. I want to see at least 1,000 W's in the chat for Brenda and Soria. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo as well. Massive W's for Brenda and Soria. Thank you guys so much for the love and for your donations. That is insane. Thank you so much. That is fucking nuts. Thank you, Brenda. W's down below. Anyways, Boggy, are you voting for Trump?
Brenda. Yeah, so first and foremost, I've seen how, this is my first time on your stream, so right on bringing the political conversation to a media platform with people, where it's people talking about it, so I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm voting for Trump, and then I just want to reiterate before we get into it, why am I voting fiscal policy? And it's not really to favor of a bunch of people, which is something I'd say a libertarian democracy would right? But it's more to the fact that this would probably change pretty much the social dynamic and then the legislative dynamic of the entire fucking country. To give you perspective, if you look at his campaign website and I day trade on the side and I pretty much know what's going on with interest rates, PCI data, CPI data, everything going on with our economy. Pretty much the spending going on with Biden and all this aid, yes, it grows our sphere of influence and it does help us out in comparison to China's Silk Road and whatnot. But if you really think about it, it's that's money that could be going to these so-called people breaking in houses who need money, right? That could be going to people in our country. I'm paying taxes. Gavin Newsom in California is going to charge 4 cents per mile, not per gas, per mile. He's charging gas mileage. He's literally charging mileage now, and that's crazy.
So you made 2 points about fiscal policy here.
No, I'm about to go. I haven't even made my point about fiscal policy. He's gonna reset the gold standard. He's gonna reset debt. He's gonna get rid of the IRS. He's going to do all these things. So, and you already know that Republicans don't really they don't really like government, and they don't like government limitations.
Do you mind if I ask you a question here?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So you said that the Biden-Harris administration has spent a lot of money when it could have been going to the American people. You also referenced aid. So the aid that we've sent to Ukraine wasn't spending more money. It was a reallocation of the DoD budget. But they specifically have signed in massive, monumental pieces of legislation that benefited the low and middle class, right?
Yes, they have. Agreed.
One minute.
Go ahead. My bad. Actually, my bad, yeah.
And also, we want to reference government spending. There's twice as much spent in debt. There's twice as much spent in debt-related spending under Trump's administration in comparison to Biden and Harris's. $8.4 trillion under Trump, $4.6 trillion under Biden and Harris. Second of all, I can name 4 policies influenced to get passed by the Biden-Harris administration that benefited the low and middle class more so than rich people. Right particularly the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the American Rescue Plan, and as well as the Inflation Reduction Act. Can you name one piece of legislation influenced to get passed by Trump's administration that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people?
Right on. That's awesome. That's great that our country is doing something for people.
Karen, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Appreciate you for the
like it always does, right? So I'll give you some perspective. My dad's on like.
1 second. Can you answer my question?
You listed facts. You didn't really give me a question.
The question was, can you name one policy influenced to get passed by Trump when he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
Let me think about that. You're gonna make me stutter because I'm not versed in politics. I'm versed in finance. I'm like, I shit you not.
Oh, so you'd say that something bad that the Biden-Harris administration has done is not it's not spending money on the people, not better making the low and the middle class better off.
Yes,
but meanwhile, I can name 4 bills that predominantly benefited the low and the middle class when you can name one under Trump's administration.
Go ahead.
Crazy.
Bro, Trump has done multiple things for the black community. He showed up to that frickin' convention, and by the way, I am part black. And my dad's on the fucking Democratic administration, and he sees Biden every fucking month. He doesn't like how I'm Republican, but he also doesn't understand the fact he's spending $150,000 in taxes this year compared to previous years is simply because of the administration he's on.
Hey, buddy, we're still under Trump's tax code. If you're paying more in taxes now, that's because of Trump's tax code.
No, that's probably because of the increased spending in our GDP.
We actually have had a decrease in debt-related spending from our administration.
That's
Trump's
debt spending. That's debt spending. That's not money we're making, bro. There's a thing called a balance sheet and an income statement. You can probably look at that shit from our government. That's debt. Debt is never going to be fucking like, it's going to continue to grow.
In debt-related spending.
Bro, oh my God. No, it's good. It's good. I love you bringing the conversation here. I love that you're doing all this stuff, right?
What the fuck is going on?
Moreover, bro, what do you mean what is going on? I'm trying to explain to you that like you're concerned about all this stuff on like how, yes, there's going to be a completely larger wealth inequity gap. And I'm saying that's favoritism towards me, bud. Like what? Like, let me explain this. Our country is safe because of debt. Why are we going to attack another country that owes us a few trillion? No. As soon as he makes sure it's like, okay, we're going to get rid of debt, this dude can attack whoever the fuck he wants.
Okay.
Moreover,
I'm really confused because you're all over the place.
Let me finish. That's going to get rid of taxes on corporations. That's going to renew companies' fucking credit state, like their credit history. They're going to be able to get more money. I'm basically saying that there's going to be a shift from this government you see, and under his fiscal policy, it's going to be more corporate. And that's favoritism towards the fact that I'm probably not going to pay taxes by the time I'm my father's age.
Okay, so yeah, Trump's tax plan is to get rid of.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
One second.
Yeah, no, I'm about to say educate me. Because, like, I don't pay attention like you.
Is to get rid of the federal tax income and to replace it with tariffs. So that will destroy, right, the low and the middle class, and that will destroy American-owned businesses by reducing exports. And it will cause insane levels of inflation.
I can argue something about, so like that tariff thing, like, dude, I'm learning a lot, right? Like, you're telling me all this policy, great. That's more information for my fucking trading, whatnot, whatever. Like these tariffs, yeah, sure, it could destroy, like, whatever. That's opinionated. We could probably look up some more educated.
No, it's not opinionated, right? Historically speaking, when we've increased taxes on, when we've increased tariffs on China, it's reduced agricultural exports here at home in the U.S. And when Trump introduced his tariffs on China, it destroyed American farmers, causing them to go bankrupt, which then made Trump sign $28 billion in for a bailout for American farmers. Right. Second of all, would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for like a violent sexual offense such as rape?
Civilly liable is not convicted. I know many. Let me give some context. My dad helps African American communities get out of cyclical urban gun violence, and they do this in a stipend form where they pay people who were active shooters to not shoot by giving them like a life plan, by helping them renew Social Security, renew like their fucking.
So
passport,
what's the difference between a civil and a criminal?
I'm basically saying there's a difference between condemning someone who hasn't been condemned or continuing to condemn someone who has been condemned.
What's the difference between a civil and a criminal
from
court?
it. A civil and criminal court. There are multiple courts. There are federal. Dude, what are you trying to argue? Civil is civil matter. Criminal is when you're doing like criminal shit. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'll give you an
Would
example.
vote for
I'll
someone
give you a
that's not
fucking
civilly
example.
liable
Domestic.
for the
Go ahead.
for the grape of an adult woman?
Civilly liable. Okay, say, God forbid, bro. I'm voting for the bruh. If you're gonna bring up his criminal history,
Would
sure.
Would you still vote for
the
Trump?
answer
if he was
is
held
fucking yes, bro. It's yes.
Would you still
What
vote
the
for Trump
hell?
if he was held civilly liable for the grape of a little girl?
Fuck no. That's a very big different statement. A little girl.
Okay, well, what's the difference between those two instances? Right? It's seemingly just the age of the victim.
Dude. Okay, then let's argue fucking like let's argue criminal history. What's the difference between statutory rape and rape? The fuck?
I mean, I could tell you, right? Like one would apply insofar as like individuals under the age of like 18 when they engage in intercourse with one another.
Right.
Like
There's no
statutory rape.
there's no consent
But
at that age.
I don't
All I'm
really
trying to say
see.
is
I don't see
there's-
what the point of that is. I'm asking you what the difference is. You said that you would vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable.
If he's
for grape of
civilly
an adult woman.
liable, bro.
But
I'll
you
give
one
you
second.
an
Let me
example.
finish. Hey, fuck,
go ahead.
let me finish. You said you would vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the grape of an adult woman, but you wouldn't vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the grape of a little girl. So why
Bro,
specifically
you like
would you in
saying
one
civilly
circumstance but
liable?
not the
Is he
other?
convicted? I'll give you a question. Was he convicted? Was he
He was
convicted?
not convicted in a criminal court. He was held liable in a civil court.
Thank you. Okay, so he wasn't convicted. Point over. Argument over. That's it. He wasn't convicted. It
So
didn't
what's
happen.
the difference between a conviction and a liability claim?
The fact that there's an innocent person who's not in jail for a few years.
So he wasn't convicted to jail time. He was held financially responsible and was ordered to pay her $87 million.
Bro, I don't even know which person.
So I'm still waiting for you to answer my question. So you
I said yes. I already said yes. Are you listening, brother?
You are not listening because the question I'm asking you here, right, is you said that you would vote for him if he was held civilly liable for the grape of an adult woman, but you wouldn't vote for him if he was held civilly liable for the grape of a little girl. Why would you vote for him?
If he's
in one
convicted, I'm
instance,
not
but the
voting for
other?
him. If he's convicted, I'm not voting for
So
that.
if Donald Trump was held civilly liable, not convicted, but held civilly liable for the grape of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
Dude, civil liability has nothing to do with anything.
Would you vote for him if he was held civilly liable for the grape of a little girl? Yes or no?
Bro. Oh my God, that's a very
yes or no.
You're framing, dude. No,
no.
That's a child.
Yeah. So why would you say? Why would you say that you?
Kid, bro.
Why would you say? Oh, so are you saying that raping an adult woman isn't bad enough, but raping a little girl is?
You're gonna play the moral game on me. Great. You're gonna shift gears towards
Answer the
morality.
question. Why do you hold a different standard, right? In these two
Dude,
civil
there's a
court
very
cases?
big difference. There's a very
What's the
big difference
What's
because
the
a child cognitively. Okay, a child cannot cognitively like come up with some story that can make up all this bullshit. A child's gonna be straight to the fucking fact. You can't really refute a child saying, "Oh, this person did this," but you can probably refute a grown-ass fucking woman who has her whole entire fucking prefrontal cortex with all this, knowing that this is the. Let's look at the wealth and equity gap between this person and him.
So you're
Let's look at
saying that the
fucking
adult woman
social
is more
inequity
likely
gap
to
between-
lie, but both of these claims
Oh
would have
my
been
God.
proven in a civil court of law, meaning they would have met the same threshold of a preponderance of evidence to suggest that the events have occurred.
They met the
So
same
you're saying
threshold of this guy's only gonna be civilly liable, bro.
So I'm still talking without interruption.
My bad. But you're insulting, man. I've never called you a fucker, said you were retarded yet, right?
Oh my
All
God.
I'm saying.
Of course he slurs. I apologize for his use of slurs, chat. What is going on with the guest today? What the hell is going on with the guest today? This is rough, bro. And of course he slurs. That's the MAGA script, guys. It plays out over and over and over again. Yal, thank you so much for the Venmo. Please read my message this time. I'll go ahead and pull it up on my computer. What's going on, Mintalk? How old are you? Hello? Do better explaining civil court. For sure, Daniel, I got you. Mintalk, hi, are you here? Okay, Mintalk is not here, so we are going to move on to our next guest, Joey. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in that chat. We're still just looking for a next guest. Everyone just give us a minute here. What's up, Joey? Are you voting for Trump? Hello? Okay, I guess not. We're going to move on to our next guest. Someone in the chat says that I had to block that last guest because he was giving me a run for my money. No, I removed him because he slurred. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go and see what Ben J has to say. Danielle, thank you for another $2 saying thank you, of course. All right, we're looking for our next guest. Everyone be patient. I don't know, dude. I don't know what's going on today. Our streams are getting limited. No one's coming up in the box and debating. This just isn't that much fun, bro. We might even have to do another restart. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
You're driving, man. I can't talk to you, unfortunately. That violates TikTok TOS. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest, Isaiah, up in the box. We may even have to do like a fourth and final restart to see if it sends us out. What's up, Isaiah?
Dean the dumbass. Dean the dumbass.
How many continents are there? Isaiah the dumbass. Isaiah the dumbass. Cute. All right, moving on to our next guest. Okay, awesome. Yeah, we need to do another restart, chat. For the 2.6 thousand people in here, this is going to be the last restart of the day. If the live doesn't send out, well, then it is what it is. But hopefully we'll be able to get the live to send out. So for everyone in here, just give us 1 minute. We're going to go ahead and do another restart here. Make sure to come right back into the stream. Hit that follow button. I'll be right back, chat.
Trump, because he's going to, number one, make America great again.
So when
Number
was America
two,
great
he's
to
gonna
begin
make
with?
America free again. Number three is going to make America prosperous again.
Hey, so when was America great to begin with?
When he was in office.
But
Come
he
on.
campaigned on like make America great again before 2016. So when was America great before 2016?
I said this time he's going to make America great again. And when America was great,
hey, buddy,
was when he was in office.
So in 2015, when he was campaigning for his 2016 presidency, he campaigned on making America great again. So when was America great before his first term?
When Obama was in office.
So America was great under a Democrat president?
Uh-huh. Because he was going off of Bush's policy.
All right. Well, that guy's lost. What's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I just feel like life was better when the administration was under Trump's.
Yeah. So how did the Biden-Harris administration cause your life to do worse or make your life worse?
How did they cause it to be worse?
Yeah.
I don't know what they directly interfered with, but I see a lot of things online. But for me, I don't know. I'm doing pretty good in life, so like politics and all that stuff, it doesn't really affect me too much.
Okay, well, I mean, if your reason for voting for Trump was because you just felt like life was better while he was in presidency, right? Unless you could show me how Trump caused your life to be better or how Biden and Harris caused it to be worse, this would just be a correlation causation fallacy, right? Like, for instance, I could say I didn't have a girlfriend while Trump was in office. I have while Biden and Harris have been in office. Does that mean I should vote for Harris to keep my girlfriend? No, because they didn't have any impact on my relationship status. In the same way, right, you'd have to prove that Trump or Biden and Harris had a negative or positive impact on your quote-unquote life being better or worse.
I will say this, while Trump was in office, he was shooting out a lot of tweets, and for my job, I day trade. And whenever he
All right, we're going to move on to our next guest, guys. We are getting a bunch of trolls today. So for the 1.6 thousand people in here, guys, do double tap on that phone screen. We need to try to get the live to send out so we can get some actual debates underway. But I do appreciate everyone for coming in here. I appreciate seeing you all. And Jen, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. That is huge. Jen, thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Jen. I really appreciate you for the $50 on Venmo. That is massive. I want to see at least 500 W's for Jen in that chat right now for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jen. What is up? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi. So actually, okay, so I was wondering, like, sorry, this is just making sense. What?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I was, and then I completely, like, I heard you out, and, like, my whole mind changed on everything, basically. So that's, like, really awesome.
That's phenomenal. That's the best thing I've heard all day. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing that. That's awesome, dude. W's for the guests. So base. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's for the guests down below. That is awesome. See, that is what we want to happen. Absolutely. We are going to go and get our next guest up in here. Keep in mind, guys, I am just looking to debate Trump supporters, but I'll let that one slide because that is so awesome. What is going on? Are you voting for Trump?
I love you.
I appreciate you for the love. Have a good rest of your day. We are going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. So everyone be patient while we get our next guest up in the box. We are just looking for our next debate. We really don't have that many Trump supporters in the queue right now. Seemingly we are winning the war.
Buddy.
What is up, Tayan? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, of course. Who isn't voting for Trump?
Me. Anyway, so yeah, why do you want the rapist felon wannabe dictator on day one election denier to be in the Oval Office?
Because that has no effect on his ability.
Tayan, you want to pause? I can't hear you. If you can't see me, I can't hear you, but go ahead.
Because that has no ability to affect, or that does not affect his ability to run the country, Dean. Him being a quote unquote rapist, hypothetically.
Oh yeah, it absolutely does impact his ability to lead the country because it shows that he serves himself instead of others. Because
really?
if he wasn't a narcissist, if he wasn't egotistical, if he actually cared about the experiences of other people around him, then he wouldn't have raped the woman to begin with, right? And then second of all, right, other things such as the idea that he attempted to stage a coup to overthrow our government directly impact his ability to lead because he's such a whiny baby. He lost an election and literally tried to steal it from the person he lost to. Insane.
So Trump is a whining baby, but you guys aren't. When you're going after RFK, trying to rig his campaign, trying to affect his campaign maliciously, you're manufacturing felonies for Trump. I mean, 34
manufacturing
counts.
Felonies. What were the 34 counts of?
Hey, guess what? Vice President Kamala Harris.
Hey, and I'm asking you a question. What were Trump's 34 felonies for?
The things about the porn star, rape with E. Jean Carroll, all of these things, fraud.
No, raping E. Jean Carroll was a civil court case. What were his 34 felonies for? Tell me.
Fraud.
No, it was falsification of business records.
That's still fraud. That's still fraud. That's forgery. That's fraud.
Legally speaking, right, it is classified as a falsification of business records, okay? So how
fraud.
do you know that these were manufactured felonies from the Democrat Party if you don't even know what the felonies were for?
It doesn't matter what the felonies. It still does not affect his ability to run the country.
But how do you know that they were manufactured by the Democrats if you don't know what they manufactured?
Because guess what? Kamala Harris is the prosecutor. Why do you think Trump has all those felonies? Because the vice president is a prosecutor. That was her only.
Why do I think Trump has felonies? Because he broke the law.
That is the only thing she accomplished during her entire reign as vice president, going after Mr. Trump.
Okay, so how did she go after Trump?
It's obvious. She's the prosecutor.
That's what you say when you don't have evidence. That's what you say when you don't have evidence for something. You just say it's obvious. Once I get taken, when you don't have evidence for something, you just say it's obvious. Right? This is what the flat earthers have done for like the last 300 years.
Right, I
for
understand.
3,000 years.
But here's the thing.
So give me actual evidence. How is she unfairly
the evidence is
persecuted?
RFK is suing the Democratic Party for the same thing that I'm saying they did with Mr. Trump. That's
I
the
could
evidence.
sue you for wearing a blue shirt. You could sue anyone for anything that's most likely going to get thrown out. But you're still not giving me evidence here. So you told me that Kamala. Hey, buddy, I'm talking. Are you ready to listen?
I'm listening.
Okay, yeah. So you said that like Kamala Harris was unfairly persecuting Donald Trump with false felony charges. So not only did you not know what the felony charges were for, but you haven't been able to provide me with any evidence that she's like persecuting him. Where's the evidence?
My friend, so here's the thing. Like I said, none of us care. If you're intellectual, you don't care about the felonies Trump has. Okay? Because the Democrats have at least 30 other bad things going on. They have horrible tax mismanagement. They have horrible policies. They have no diplomacy. I mean, it's just a bunch of things you guys are.
You said horrible policies. What's one policy that the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that you thought was horrible?
I think that the policies that you guys are mentioning in order to win the election are terrible.
Such as
I think the 25,000 housing plan policy is meaningless.
It's meaningless to give first-time home buyers a $25,000 subsidy for their down payment.
Yes.
And then also to increase the amount of developers creating new affordable houses in places where they want to live. How's that meaningless?
Yes, because you guys are the one letting the illegal immigrants in, taking all the housing infrastructure. And then you want to say, oh, we're good people.
So do you think that we have a border crisis today?
I think we do, Dean.
So then you also thought that Trump was letting undocumented migrants in because we had a border crisis at the end of his term because we have the same amount of daily crossings now as we had then?
You guys denied him building the wall.
Okay, well, I mean, first of all, that was predominantly shot down by Republicans. He had the majority on both the House and the Senate. And then second of all, it was denied because it was a shitty plan. And then third of all, if you want to talk about shooting down congressional legislation on the border, how about we talk about the fact that Trump shot down a bipartisan border bill in 2023 that would have ended the crisis, and it was drafted by a Republican because he wanted the crisis to continue so he could campaign on it today. When
I mean, he
talk about
should.
that,
Who wants a Democrat in office? You guys are terrible for us. I mean,
you haven't been able to tell me how. You just throwing words
I will tell
around.
you how right now. Let's talk about the 44% capital gains and the 25% for unrealized gains, right? You want to talk about this?
Who do those apply to?
The people with 100 million plus.
Oh yeah, so like less than 28,000 people worldwide.
So let's break it down to you though.
Right.
Those are the people who put the jobs in our economy, Dean. If they leave because they don't like that policy, we're all screwed. I hope you know that.
So taxing corporations and business owners more causes there to be less jobs for Americans.
Yes!
Then explain to me why.
I'll explain it to you right
The lowest
now.
rate of unemployment that we've had in like the 1960s and 70s was also in tangent to a 35% corporate tax rate.
It doesn't matter.
The
We're living in a
best
different
era
age.
of employment that we've had here at home in the U.S. was accompanied by one of the highest corporate tax rates that we've ever had. Not to mention, trickle-down economics is a complete, total failure that doesn't work. Name me one point in history where trickle-down economics has worked.
Here's the thing. You guys' policies are not going to work.
Name one point in history where trickle-down economics has worked.
This might be the point in history where it does not work.
Oh, so right now is when it works. Wait, I thought that you were complaining about inflation. I thought that you were complaining about a worse off lower middle class. I thought that you were complaining about importing oil. I thought that you were complaining about all these issues with our economy, but in the same time, you're saying that trickle-down economics is working right now. Trickle-down economics has never worked. Specifically speaking, after the introduction of trickle-down economics in the 80s, we saw that worker wages remained stagnant with an increase in worker productivity, when prior we saw an increase in worker wages with an increase in worker productivity. Trickle-down economics is a plan developed by the rich man for the rich man. Okay, it's to keep themselves richer.
My friend,
and it worsens off the low and the middle class, and that's a fact.
Here's the answer for you guys. Here's the answer for the people in the back if you want to know. The answer is to manage the tax money better, stop sending all that money over to Ukraine and other countries, and it is to decrease the tax for the middle class and the corporations. When you do that, you'll have a functioning economy. When you do that, you have the middle class. They'll have more money to go spend on groceries. And you'll have the corporations. They don't have to spend as much money on tax, so they'll lower their prices. When you have that,
why are we
drop
sending funds to
inflation,
Ukraine?
and we can put more jobs in the economy because the consumer wants
why are we
to pay
sending
more.
fund to Ukraine?
We have a Sovereignty Peace Act. I understand. But
We
here's
have
the
a
thing.
denuclearization agreement with them signed in the 1990s stating if they get invaded, we defend them. And second of all, that wasn't new government spending. That was a reallocation of money from our defense fund, right? Just like Trump did with the wall.
Okay, well, let me add on top of that for you. That's fine. I don't think it's wrong that we're supporting Ukraine. I think
you just said it was wrong. You just said that's something we need to stop doing. So we need to stop doing something that's good?
Dean, let me finish. Hold on. I think the time period, the point in time at which we're supporting Ukraine, at the extent at which we are, is terrible. We just got out of COVID. It's not time to be sending our taxpayer money over to a different country if it's not benefiting us financially. I hope you understand this. We just got out of COVID. That was devastating for us.
Okay, so the Biden-Harris administration has actually signed some of the most monumental legislation out of any modern U.S. Presidency to make the American people better off, right? We could talk about the PACT Act, investing $800 million into the expansion of VA healthcare benefit. We could talk about the Chips and Science Act that has invested billions of dollars into chip producers here at home in the U.S., insofar as the idea that we'll be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030. We could talk about the Inflation Reduction Act, the biggest investment in renewable energy resources ever, W Mock for the sub, thank you, right, to address supply chain issues now, to reduce inflation in the long term. We could talk about the infrastructure bill, investing $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to spur their local economies and to create new construction jobs. All four of these policies benefited the low and the middle class more than they benefited rich people. Can you name one policy influenced to get passed by Trump during his administration that benefited the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people?
Sure. We won't name a policy, but I'm pretty sure that Trump signed the bill for PPP to be provided to the middle class, and it worked.
Name the policy, buddy.
It doesn't have to be a policy. As long as
the policy. You can't name the policy. It does
not have to be a policy, Dean. As long as it helps the community. As long as it helps the community. Hey, my friend, we're in 2024.
Thank you so much, Nathan and Catherine. Massive W's in the chat for Nathan and Catherine.
Thank you guys so much. W's in the comment section for Tayton, guys. W's in the comment section for Tayton.
Hey, buddy. So how did the Vikings conquer?
Listen, they did not conquer by graping women, but the point is they graped women and they were still very successful.
Raymond, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying kick him. He's an MLM grifter. And Sin with the $5 on Venmo for dealing with insufferable Trump supporters. Are you an
But do you agree,
MLM
Dean? Do you
grifter?
agree? Do you agree? The Vikings, they graped women. They did horrible things, but they were still successful in everything they did.
Yeah, and the Third Reich and the Nazi regime almost took over the entirety of Europe. And what did they do? How did they almost take over?
They were
the
not
entirety of
successful.
Europe? How did they conquer? See, that's the question that we need to be asking here.
That was a
It is-
genocide.
One second. The question here is, how does Trump expect to conquer? How does Trump expect to hold power? How does Trump expect to influence the country?
Right.
It is not through bringing the American people together. It is not through bringing Congress together. It is not through pushing America into an era of peace and tranquility. It is through the oppression and the dissemination of already marginalized groups of America. It is through self-service. It is not through public service, and it is through the self-interested privation of a care for others. And that is what we need to make. That is what we need to consider here. Trump is willing to take advantage of nearly any single scenario to manipulate it to serve to himself, even if it would be lying and lead to a misinformed electorate base. He denied the outcomes of the 2020 election because he wanted to remain our president and then tried to rig the outcome of that vote, even though Joe Biden had won. And then you're going to come up here and tell me that you want to vote for this guy because you think he's a good leader that will lead America into the next golden era? No, this guy is a fascist. This guy is dictator, wants to be the dictator on day one. He doesn't care about you. He doesn't care about your voice. He doesn't care about your vote. He's just willing to do whatever is necessary to stay in the limelight for another 4 years.
Let me say two things. First, we proved Georgia was rigged. We proved you guys threw out 1 million voters. Hold on. Let me say another thing. What did your world leaders say to Putin? What did your world leaders say to Kim Jong-un? But we're the one who don't want to be peaceful. They said, we're going to stand up to Putin. We're going to stand up to Kim Jong-un. What? Excuse me?
So you think
who are they talking for?
So
They're not
allowing
talking for our
Russian
soldiers, though. They're not talking for our soldiers.
allowing Russian expansion is peaceful. Nice. Real quick, you said that there's been widespread voter fraud proved in Georgia. Can you give me that proof?
Well, let's search it up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's do that. In the meantime, Gabriella, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents on Venmo, saying cleaning out the pigsty. Of course, Gabriella. Thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat.
Georgia election officials withheld evidence in voting. Ooh, voting machine breach group alleges.
Joseph, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. This guy's nuts. Keep up the good work. I appreciate you for the love, Joseph. Go ahead.
No, guys, you don't even realize Dean is a Republican. We're going to convert him so easily. I mean, he's a good guy. Like, he's not a bad guy. But we're going to... You guys, everybody in here, you're a Republican. You're not a Democrat. I'm just telling you now. Anyways, let's just read. Georgia-based nonprofit that is suing the Coffee County, Georgia Board of Elections over an alleged breach of voting software weeks before President Joe Biden was sworn into office is asking a judge to sanction officials involved in the case, saying in new court filings that they repeatedly stonewalled and withheld crucial evidence during discovery. Oh my God. Here we go. Let's keep reading. The Coffee County breach, part of a multi-pronged effort by the Trump campaign and affiliated lawyers to identify evidence of hacking or election fraud in the wake of losing the 2020 presidential election, is considered one of the most serious breaches of voting equipment in recent memory. Oh, Lord have mercy. You little dictators. You little dictators calling us dictators, but who's
Love you. I
abusing
appreciate you for the
your
$1 on Venmo. So your evidence for election fraud is what Trump's electoral integrity committee said.
Let's get them, guys. Hey,
so
Republicans,
I'm gonna go clarify.
Hold on, Dean. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna let you talk. I swear to God.
I'm gonna go ahead and continue to talk. I'm gonna go ahead and continue to talk. Thank you.
Your proof for Trump being a rapist is the manufactured felonies by your party. Boom, got him.
So first of all, Tayton, right? He wasn't proved to have raped a woman in a criminal court and was served with a felony for it. Second of all, I bet earlier you couldn't even tell me what his 34 felonies were for, yet you insisted they were manufactured because you engaged in conspiratorial hearsay, and you can tort reality to fit your narrative. And then fourth of all, right? You just specifically said that Trump's election integrity committee, right, and their allegations of widespread voter fraud was your proof for voter fraud. Well, you know what they did? He took all the evidence that this multi-million-dollar funded election integrity committee that he found. He took it to 63 courts, including 34 courts with Republican-appointed judges and 17 courts with Trump-appointed judges, and he tried to argue to all of them that the election had been stolen from him. And you know what they all did? They threw it out because he didn't have enough evidence to justify his claim.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on to
Yeah, you're really
we can
cooking,
stay
little
on the
bro.
subject if
Kelly,
you
thank you
want.
for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kelly.
But
Thank you
here's
so
the
much for
thing.
the
Here's
love.
the
Thank you
thing.
so much for the love, Kelly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Your leaders, they have no diplomacy.
Joseph
and
for the
that's why-
$10 as well. I appreciate you
Thanks,
so much,
for the
Joseph. W's
$10.
for Joseph
We
and
appreciate
Kelly.
you so much, Josie. Thank you for supporting me. I mean, supporting Dean, sorry. Okay, listen. Dean, your leaders have no diplomacy. That's why our soldiers are dying. What did Kamala Harris say? She wants to do a ceasefire in
How many
Gaza.
soldiers died under Trump's administration?
Well, he tried to make it far less. He tried to pull our
65.
soldiers.
How many
he tried to pull our
soldiers
soldiers
died
out of
under
Afghanistan.
Biden's?
He tried to pull our soldiers out of Afghanistan. You
One
guys
second.
called
You
him
just said
crazy.
that their poor diplomacy has led to the deaths of more American
It
soldiers.
will. It will.
More American soldiers
It
died
will.
under Trump than Biden and Harris.
It will. It will.
Okay, so more
you guys want to go to war with
conspiratorial
Putin and North Korea. I mean, what are you doing? What are you guys saying?
Wait, you're saying that we want to go to war with Putin? Wait,
Yes.
if Russia invaded Ukraine while Trump was president, what would Trump have done?
We don't know. We're not inside Trump's head.
Well, what Trump wants to do is to revoke funding on securities for Ukraine, making Russian expansion easier. So
I
Trump
agree.
wants more Russian expansion. We want less Russian expansion.
I agree. I agree with Trump on this one.
Oh, so
why?
you want to make Russian expansion easier, and you think that won't increase the threat of World War III?
No. Now you guys increased the threat of World War III.
Wait.
But the truth
So
of the
your
matter
claim
is-
here is if Harris is elected, World War III is going to start, and if Trump is elected,
Yes.
the Death Star is going to come down.
Yes.
And if
That's
Trump is
exactly what
elected,
I'm
the Death Star is going to come down to Earth and blow it up with its massive laser, bro.
Cut it out, Dean. Cut it out.
No, I'm being dead ass, bro.
No, but you have to realize,
Yes,
I mean,
110%. If he's elected, the Death Star is going to kill us all.
you have to realize, bro, like your leaders.
Mary,
like,
thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, saying I am coolest Mimi and a big fan of you. Thank you so much for the love. I want to get some massive W's in the chat for Mary. Thank you for the
have to
$25
realize,
on
bro,
Venmo. Let's go.
Your leaders, they are not diplomatically sound, and like they're getting us into a bunch of wars.
Diplomatic.
Here's the thing.
What wars have they gotten us into?
They're literally being aggressive with North Korea and Russia for no reason.
Oh,
And
wow,
guess
we're
what? Here's the
we're
thing.
pushing
Let
back
me say
against
one thing,
Russian
Dean.
expansion. We are
Let me say
trying
one thing, Dean,
to
and I'll
preserve the
come back to
sanctity
you.
of democracies across America.
Let me say one thing, my
Wow.
friend, and I'll let you speak. Do you want me to prove to you that the Democrats have no idea what they're doing?
Yeah, why not?
Because here's how. The sanctions they imposed on Russia, they have now removed those sanctions because they realized it was a bad idea. It was hurting us, the sanctions we were putting on Russia.
Would you be able to give me a source that would indicate? that
Let's
we
search
have
it up.
removed the
Let's search
tariffs
it up.
on,
Let's search
Russian
it
oil?
up. Russia.
Thank you for the handouts. I appreciate you for the love. I'd love a source that would indicate that we've removed tariffs on Russian
Remove
oil.
sanctions from Russia.
From Russia. Oh,
From
wait.
Russia.
Wait, sanctions like tariffs on other countries is bad?
Well, they removed the sanctions because
I
they
have a
realized
question.
it was hurting us.
Is sanctions like tariffs on other countries?
U.S.
One second, Tay. I'm asking a very direct question here. So do you think like
Oh, I
placing
have it. I have it. I have it, bro. I have
Tay,
the source.
Tay, I'm asking a very direct question. So do you
Yeah.
think like sanctions such as tariffs like is bad? Like those are bad for us to put on other countries because they hurt us?
They did, according to this article.
So you think that they're bad, right? That's something that we shouldn't do?
If we're putting sanctions and they're hurting us, look.
Okay.
I can't really. I don't really.
So I'm asking you a very direct question here. Is
I'm trying
placing
to look at the
tariffs
source,
on
man.
other countries bad because it hurts us? Yes or no?
Say this one more time. Say this one more time.
Is placing tariffs on other countries bad because it hurts us? Yes or no?
No, that does not hurt us. That's like a tax. Shit. What do you
What
mean?
sanctions did they place on Russia?
Oh, we placed a lot of sanctions, especially on their bank, but now we're removing it.
Timberly, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Timberly says, Dean, thank you for always being truthful. Love Timberly, I really appreciate you.
Let me read this real
Some
quick,
massive
man.
W's in the chat. I really appreciate you, Timberly. Massive
read this
W's
real
for
quick,
Timberly
Dean.
down below right now for the $50 on PayPal. Thank
Thanks for
you
the
so much for the
$50.
love.
Thanks for the love,
massive,
guys.
massive. Let's get at least $500
Dean's a good
for
guy.
Timberly down
He's
below in the
he's
chat.
young.
Thank you
He
for the
doesn't understand
$50.
yet. See, listen, let me read this.
I'm young. I don't understand how
Yeah,
many
you don't
continents are
understand,
there?
bro. You don't understand the world.
How many-
Okay. The
How many
U.S. has
continents are there?
removed. Let me read the source. Let me read. I don't come with lies. The U.S. has removed the former European subsidiary of the Russian VTB Bank from its sanction list. The U.S. Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control said on April 2nd.
Okay, so
Germany-based Ostwest Handelsbank has been removed from the list according to the information on the Treasury's website. The positions with names under which the bank used to operate earlier, VTB Bank Deutschland and VTB Bank Europe, were also struck down. The U.S. announced extensive anti-Russian sanctions that also targeted VTB Bank at the offset of Moscow's full-scale invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. In the wake of the sanctions, German authorities wrested control of Frankfurt-based subsidiary.
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents on PayPal for not understanding the world. Thank you for the love. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's for Jennifer in the chat. Thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents on PayPal. I really
Like I was
appreciate you for the
saying,
love.
we imposed extensive sanctions against Russian entities, individuals, and other actors aiding Moscow's aggression against Ukraine, but we have since removed some of those sanctions because they were hurting us, showing
How
the
did they hurt
Democrats. Search it up, my friend. I don't know exactly how it hurt us, but the U.S. Treasury Department agrees with me. The U.S. Treasury
I
Department
don't see anywhere in
agrees with me.
there. One second.
Search it
I don't
up,
see anywhere.
Dean.
Hey,
the great.
Tan, I'm gonna have to do without the interruptions. Is that fair?
It's fair, but you keep interrupting me, my friend.
Okay, how about we just don't interrupt one another, right?
Sure.
You just said that the Treasury Department placed sanctions on a Russian bank, then removed them like 3 years later. I don't think that implies that they removed them because they are hurting us, right? That.
Stop it, Dean.
So could you justify the claim that the reason they removed the sanctions is because they were hurting us?
Let's search it up. How Russia's sanctions were hurting us.
Oh my fucking god! Get a load of this, Joker.
We have
Can I
Google.
ask
What do you
a question?
mean? The sanctions.
Jana, thank you so much for the $11 and the 11 cents on Venmo for babysitting Tay. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for
Nevertheless, the
Jana.
U.S.
I really
Treasury
appreciate
claims
you.
sanctions are damaging Russia, but they actually aren't because the U.S. Treasury agrees that.
Oh, you're adding that part on. Yeah, you're adding that part on. No, you're adding that part on. You're adding that part on, buddy. You're adding that part on. Yeah. Your source was saying that the sanctions hurt Russia. No.
I'm
You're adding
reading
that
it
part
from
on,
the
buddy.
source. BBC. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to say BBC. I don't want to get banned on TikTok. Oops.
So how
BBC?
exactly did these sanctions hurt America? You have no clue. Okay, that's fair. I'm gonna go and ask your question now.
Guys,
So what do you?
Guys. Oh, how do they hurt? We can explain it to you right now. You know why? Because Putin is much smarter than your leaders. What does Putin say, Dean? He say, hey, everybody in the United States, you can come over to our country. You can come over to our country if you want. What does he say? He says, okay, everybody, India, everybody, I want you to convert to the BRICS payment system.
I just want to clarify here.
Do you know what the BRICS payment?
So I just want to clarify here. So sanctions placed on Russian banks hurt America because Putin is smarter than our leaders.
Yes, much smarter than the Kamala Harris. Hey, hold on. Do you know what the BRICS payment system is? Do you know what it is?
Yeah, super irrelevant to our conversation.
Oh my God, this guy is why we're going to go into World War III.
Sharon, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying for keeping this financial guy who doesn't understand tariffs.
Said,
so yeah, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo from Sharon. I really appreciate you.
Somebody said,
I have a question for you. I have a question for you, Tan. Do you think when Trump tried to overthrow our government to steal the 2020 election from Biden, do you think that hurt America?
That was not stealing the election. He had already won by the time we stormed the Capitol. Shit.
Oh my God, at least you admit you stormed the Capitol. Second of all...
Hell yeah, I admit we stormed the Capitol. We don't need you Democrats in office.
1 second. Yeah, so the idea that the 2020 election was stolen from Trump, that is big lie propaganda. It is completely false. Over the course of the last 4 years, it has been incessantly investigated on the local and state level by private and public entities, right? Even Trump tried to make the argument that it was stolen from him to 63 courts. All 63 of those courts, including 17 courts with judges that he appointed, disposed of his argument because it is big lie propaganda, and it is big lie propaganda that Trump had actually planned before the election ever occurred, right? We have him on tape on October 9th and October 31st 1st, telling his chief of staff and his chief strategist his plan to call the election on the night of the election and to announce widespread voter fraud. And that was before the election ever occurred. It was big lie propaganda that's been incessantly refuted and disproven. But if you want to talk about attempted voter fraud that actually did occur, we could talk about the fact that Trump sent fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake Trump votes from states that Trump lost in 2020 to Congress to be certified as real. Trump literally tried to steal the vote from Biden. Trump literally tried to circumvent and ignore the voice and the vote of every American who voted in 2020. Trump literally tried to throw our checks and balances out the fucking window. And these are all things that Trump himself has admitted to.
Democrats and their allies sued to keep Robert F. Kennedy Jr. off the ballot in several states.
Pivot. We're not going to do the pivot. I'm going to go ahead and give you one chance to stay on topic and respond to what I just said before I kick you. Okay, so what is it going to be? Are you going to respond to what I just said, or are you going to pivot and get kicked?
Yes, let me respond to what you just said. With all that being said about Trump, I do not care why. Can I pivot now? Can I pivot without you kicking me?
So why? Okay, so are you just anti-American, anti-Constitution, anti-democracy?
Why don't I not care? Is that what you're asking me, Dean? Are you asking me about?
Are you like anti-American, anti-Constitution, anti-democracy, anti?
Why don't I care? Because Democrats and their allies sue to keep Robert F. Kennedy Jr. off the ballot in several states. CBS News. Is not a dictatorship? I don't know what is. You guys are playing unfair, and you guys want to say we're the Democrat or we're the dictators.
Wait. So about this like supposedly like anti-democratic behaviors to keep RFK off the ballot. Do you care about that?
Say that one more time. Say it again. Sorry.
Do you care about that? Do you care about them like suing to keep RFK off the ballot?
Yes, because it's like, why are you guys not playing fair? Let the guy have a fair shot at the election.
Okay, so you're going to say here that supposedly the Democrats or the states, right, that wanted to keep RFK off the ballot because he's not a viable candidate, right, that tried to sue to get him off, you didn't like that because they weren't playing fair. You care there. But then you turn around and then when you see Trump not playing fair, literally trying to steal the presidential election from Joe Biden by sending fake votes to Congress.
No, that's what I'm saying for you, Dean. Dean, listen, that's what I'm saying to you. I'm saying you care about what Trump did, but you don't care about what the Democrats did to Robert F. Kennedy. It's a contradiction.
Okay, what
that's
happens?
What I'm telling you.
What happens when you sue someone? What happens?
If you are the main person in office, you have the advantage in suing somebody.
You follow the legal processes as ordained by the local, state, and federal government. You are following legislation. I'm not personally aware, right, of the lawsuits that were particularly brought against RFK to keep him off the ballot. But the fact that happened inside of the criminal justice system shows that the proper legal channels were taken to either justify a claim. Although, right, you might be able to make the claim that the lawsuits were frivolous and they had no groundings, legally speaking, to keep them off the ballot. But if that was the case, the lawsuits would have been thrown out, right? So
it is the case because the Supreme Court.
The point that I make here, right, is you're referencing Democrats taking the proper legal channels, right, to contest, right, like an occurrence of like a potential election, and then you're trying to compare that to Trump trying to rig the outcome of the election, breaking federal law by installing fake Trump votes in Congress.
My friend, what they did is wrong, and it can be construed as wrong.
So then, why don't you think what Trump did was wrong?
I think it is equally wrong, but no party.
You think it is equally wrong to try to steal? No. Please tell me. Please tell me how it's equally as wrong to attempt to illegally steal the outcome of the presidential vote from Joe Biden, even though the American public voted in him there, in comparison to taking the proper legal channels to keep a frivolous, non-viable candidate off the ballot in like 2 or 3 states.
Even if it was legal, it's still a form of dictatorship, and it's still
Caden, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for dealing with Tay's ignorance. I really appreciate you for the love. I'm asking you how these two things are comparable. I'm asking you how these two things are comparable. These two things are not comparable.
It is comparable because both are forms of dictatorship.
Oh, so you'd admit that Trump is a dictator?
Both are forms of dictators.
So you admit that Trump wants to be a dictator? When you said that Trump wants to be a dictator.
Even if they are filing legal motion to prosecute
No, answer my question. So did you just admit that Trump is a dictator?
We're admitting
so you think that Trump is a dictator?
We're admitting
Diego,
both parties.
Thank you for the $5 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. No, so specifically speaking, Kamala Harris has never attempted to keep RFK off the ballot. Kamala Harris has never attempted to steal the outcome of a federal election from any other candidate. Kamala Harris has never attempted to circumvent the civil electoral processes, right, of any election, local, state, or federal level.
How do you know?
So I'm voting for the non-dictator over the dictator.
Where's your proof that she didn't do that? Where's your proof?
Yeah.
Where's your proof?
Because it wasn't an action in which she engaged in. Because
I have proof that Robert F. Kennedy is suing your party, and guess what? I think it was the Supreme Court that granted access.
Do you particularly have any evidence that like she, right, partook in like anti-democratic behaviors?
Even if it wasn't her, it's the Democratic Party. And
so Kamala Harris hasn't done any of these things, so I'm voting for the non-dictator over the dictator.
Even if it wasn't her. Even if it wasn't her.
Wait, does that make me a dictator because I'm a part of the Democratic Party?
You don't even let me get my points. Let me get my points.
Aaron, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. You so mind-numbingly bad faith. I know. Thank you for the love.
The point
am I a dictator because I'm part of the Democrat Party?
If your Democratic Party is running all the strings, yes. You think Kamala's running the strings?
So
It is not Kamala running the string. It's the Democratic Party behind the scenes running everything.
I'm a dictator. Dean the dictator. Dean the dictator. Ladies and gentlemen, Dean the dictator.
Listen, Kamala is just the face for the Democratic Party, my friend.
Okay, I have a second question. So now you're saying, right, that if it is true of any member of the Democrat Party, then it applies to all members of the Democrat Party? Right?
Yes,
so
because the Democrat Party is the one running everything.
1 second. Hey, Titanic, give me a second. All right, so why don't we use the same logic? If it's true of any one member of the Republican Party, it's true of all members of the Republican parties. So the Proud Boys and KKK members are parts of the Republican Party. Does that mean that all Republicans are vehemently and proudly racist?
That's it. I didn't say Republicans. I said you would have to say the Republican Party, not Republicans. You would have to say Republican Party. I didn't say all I didn't say all Democrats. I didn't say all Republicans. No, I said the Democratic Party, because in this case, guess what? You guys don't have strong enough of a leader. Hold on. You guys don't have strong enough of a leader to make decisions by themselves. So they have to rely on the Democratic Party. So in virtue, if the Democratic Party is suing and they're the one running all the strings in the country, they are dictators. They are dictators.
So who's Kamala Harris
Jesus
controlled by?
Christ.
So who's Kamala Harris controlled by?
The Democratic Party. She couldn't answer a simple question to inflation. She couldn't answer a simple question to inflation. We asked Kamala,
hey, Tayan,
what is
you gotta
inflation?
be more specific. You got to be more specific. Who specifically is she controlled by?
The entire Democratic Party, because guess
I'm
what?
a part of the Democrat Party. Does that mean I
No,
control
you are
Kamala
not part of the
Harris?
Democrat committee. We talk about Hillary Clinton.
What's the
we talk
Democrat
about Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, all of these, Joe Biden, all of these people who are
So
using
Kamala
her
Harris
as the
is controlled
face.
by the Clintons, Obamas, and Bidens. Can you give me any evidence?
I wouldn't say the Clintons. I would definitely say Barack Obama. I would definitely say.
Could you give me any evidence that Kamala Harris is being controlled by the most classy president ever?
Yes, because she was damn near hitting for a month. We couldn't ask her any questions. She had to go study. She had to go study.
Your evidence for the idea that Kamala Harris is controlled by Barack Obama is that she didn't do like any public interviews for
the first public interview we saw of Kamala. We asked her a simple question for inflation.
Okay, and I
She
just
couldn't answer that.
want to clarify here. Pipsqueak, come on, step your game up. Your evidence
my
for this
God.
idea, for the claim that she's controlled by Obama, is that she didn't do an interview for 3 weeks.
It's obviously something suspicious going on. If you have to
Okay,
hide,
and do you
from
see
the
how
media- Okay, but guess
laughably
what?
weak that argument is?
Do you see how weak your leader is?
I see how strong my leader is. Oh yeah, so Kamala Harris, the intelligent prosecutor who wants to fight for the rights, freedoms of all, fight for marginalized communities, and fight for federal protections for women's access to healthcare, makes her weak. But Donald Trump, the rapist, felon, fraudster that particularly wanted to ban all Muslims from entering into the country, has sexualized little girls, saying that he did a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, has raped an adult woman, boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent, boasted to Howard Stern about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls to inspect them while they're half naked.
Hey, it's the Constitution, freedom of
girls
speech.
being as young as 15 there. That was fucking gross. And that makes him a strong leader?
I didn't say it makes you a strong leader, but it definitely don't make you weaker.
Wait, you would say it wouldn't make an individual a weaker leader if they like rape women and sexualize little girls?
Vikings raped women. It did not make them weaker. They still conquered successfully.
Was Hitler a strong leader?
I wouldn't say he was strong. I'd say he was powerful. Yes, we cannot deny Hitler's. He was powerful. What are you going to say? He was more powerful than you, Dean, and I. What are you going to say? But at the extent to where he had to get his power was devastating for the community. So it was power, but it was terrible. Okay, we don't support genocide. And rest in peace to all the Jewish.
So was Hitler a strong leader or a weak leader?
I say he was powerful. We cannot say if he was weak or strong.
Was Hitler weak or strong? I can answer really easily. He was weak. He was a weak leader. He was a terrible guy with no virtues. And a good leader and a good strong leader, we would expect good virtues. We'd expect good leadership that would be conveyant of which would be conducive towards the well-being of the individuals in which he's leading. Right? I could say it. He was a weak leader, just like Trump. Okay.
I think he
but now you answer. Was Hitler a weak or a strong
He was
leader?
a very powerful speaker, Dean. He could motivate the
Gerard, thank you for the $25 on Venmo for dealing with a loud DUMBASS. Thank you so much. Shut up, buddy. Thank you for the $25, Gerard. Let's get some W's in the chat for Gerard. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. And Aaron, thank you for the $5 as well. Let's get some W's for Gerard, Lindsay, and Aaron. Brad, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying that Tay has a video called Don't Argue with Democrats. You're losing badly. I see why you want to argue with me. Brian, thank you for the $4 and the 20 cents on Venmo, saying thank God. I appreciate you for the love. Samantha, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for dealing with these clowns. I appreciate you for the love, Samantha. We are absolutely dunking on this idiot right now. Tay, and my birthday is tomorrow. This is the best
happy early birthday, my fellow Republican.
This is the best early birthday present I ever could have wished for.
Dean, let me ask you, if Hitler wasn't powerful, how was he able to motivate the crowd, and how was he able to get people to follow him to the extent of Martin Luther King? Only a powerful person at the mouth can do something of that like that.
Wait, you say that Hitler was just as motivational as Martin Luther King Jr.?
You have to be powerful to motivate people to kill for you.
Did you
have to be powerful to motivate people to kill for you.
Did you just compare Hitler to MLK?
You have to be powerful to motivate people to kill for you. You have to be powerful to motivate a group of people to do something for you, which Martin Luther King and Hitler both did. You have to be powerful to be able to do that.
Are you actually comparing MLK to fucking dude? This is one second. Shut up, buddy. This is the shit, right? That just absolutely degrades my trust, right, in like the progression of humanity. And I also think it's funny that in order for you to justify that Trump is a good leader, you have to say that Hitler was a good leader.
I didn't say Hitler was a good leader. I didn't say that. I said he was powerful.
What's a good leader?
I think a good leader who's somebody.
Alyssa, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, saying that this guy's a weird VI virgin. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for the love, Alyssa.
I wish.
What is a good leader to you? What does that mean?
I think a good leader is somebody who can gain power without putting his civilians in jeopardy.
Okay, so then we'd say that Trump
her.
Then you'd say here that Trump isn't a good leader because in order for him to gain power, he has to put the rights of women at jeopardy. He had to put our democracy at jeopardy. He had to put further marginalization of like already marginalized communities in the low and middle class at jeopardy. He had to put essentially everybody but rich white men and multi-billion-dollar corporations at jeopardy.
I think if we look back at tax reigns, he gave the middle class a tax cut too, did he not?
So the TCGA sent 83. Well, I want to ask you this question first. Would you support spending $1.6 trillion on universal health care for all?
For all, what does all constitute?
Everybody in America. Also, one second, Sin, thank you for the $30 on Venmo, saying happy birthday, and thank you for dunking on this loser. I appreciate you for the love, Sin. Let's get at least 60 W's for Sin in the chat. And Samantha, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo as well. What did you say?
I said you're not even tall enough to get to the rim. But anyways,
what?
I think $1.6 trillion for healthcare for every American citizen and immigrant legal is totally fine.
Would you agree with spending like $1.6 trillion on a universal income, like a UBI, universal basic income?
What would that constitute? I've never heard of UBI before.
Okay, I mean, I just want to like clarify here, right? So predominantly speaking, a lot of members of the Republican Party wouldn't support universal health care for all. So seemingly you'd align more with the Democrat Party here, right? You would seemingly support legislation that would better off the low and middle class. When specifically speaking, Trump's administration passed no legislation that better off the low and the middle class more than it benefited rich people. Can you name one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefited the low and middle class more than it benefited rich people?
I can name a bill.
Name it.
PPP.
The PPP is not the name of a bill.
Well, whatever it is, a law, shit. PPP.
Okay, so how many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
Africa.
I mean, at least you started with Africa. Most people, that's the one that they forget. So honestly, WU, but I'm going to go ahead and move on. Listen, like most like people, they forget Africa. So I'll give them credit for like starting with Africa, but it was still an utter failure. We are going to go to move on to our next guest at this point, y'all. For the 3.9 thousand people in here, if you're voting for Trump, let me see a MAGA down below in the chat. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest right now. Also, if you guys want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in my bio, but we're going to go to move on to our next guest at this point. If you're MAGA, let me know down below. We're going to go and load up our next guest right now, y'all. So everyone just do give us a minute. We got him loading in. Thank you so much for the corgi. I appreciate you guys for all of your insane love today. Alrighty, tidy, ladies and gentlemen. We got our guests loading in. We are accepting them up. Let's go ahead and see who we got here. All right, who we got? If you are MAGA, let me know in the chat. User 1606, I invited you up. You said I was too young to know anything. Good afternoon, Leslie. All right, looks like our guests are not connecting here, so everyone just be patient. All right, everyone be patient. We are going to go to get Cam loading it up in the box. Kelsey, thank you for the $2.24 on Venmo saying happy early birthday, Dean. I appreciate that, Kelsey. Thank you so much.
Hello.
What's up, Cam? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, you went on pause so I can't hear you. You have to be on the live where I can see you.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
All right.
So why are you voting for Trump?
Well, actually, can I ask you a question first?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Okay. So I just want to ask you what you think how she did in California when she was governor in California. How did she do?
So first of all, she wasn't governor in California. Second of all, like I don't know too much about the specificalities of like an AG or DA and how we would evaluate their functions. Third of all, I know that Trump thought she did great because he just said 15 years ago San Francisco was beautiful, was great, and that's when she was there, San Francisco. So
well, I mean, all of her policies now made it look like shit. I mean, have you looked at any of the things going on there?
Wait, but Trump thought it was great. He even like donated like $6,000 to her campaign.
Okay.
And what policies did she pass for the state of California? She was the AG and DA.
Yeah, AG and DA. Sorry, my bad.
So what did she do that destroyed California?
The things she supported, the way she treated everyone in her circle there, and the way that she
well, you gotta be more specific.
Okay.
I mean, you just thought that she was the governor of California. I don't know how far this conversation is going to go, but we'll try. You keep going on pause, little brother.
I needed to go on to my thing. Sorry. Also, I was going to ask you about how do you think the bail, how she's supporting the bail or supporting criminals to get out of jail, convicted rapists and kidnappers through a bail fund that she has been supporting for a while now. I can name some of the criminals that she let out.
Holy fucking shit, Leslie, I appreciate you for the anarts. So I just want to like demonstrate to the 4,000 people watching this live how just ludicrous these MAGA lies will grow. So the bail fund that he's talking about were the peaceful protesters that were arrested during the BLM protests.
Do you want me to read what they did?
One second. And then it went from bailing out the peaceful protesters to then MAGA supporters saying that she wanted to bail out the violent rioters. And I guess now it's gone from bailing out the violent rioters to bailing out rapists?
Do you want me to give you exactly who she bailed out or who her fund helped bail out?
Yeah, just you got to give me more information here.
Yeah, for sure. Here, am I able to switch to my my Google because I have all the names right there?
So switch to Google. So I won't be able to hear you if you switch for Google. Okay. But what you could do, go on Google, find me a source, read it off on live, then I'll go look at it.
Okay.
Dark Kitty, I would love to have you up in the box. I did invite you. While he's looking for a source on Google, y'all, make sure that you're double tapping on that screen, a phone screen, folks. Right now we're at 350,000 likes. Let's try to get up to 400,000. Honestly, while he's looking for his source, we'll go ahead and get someone else up in here to fill in the quiet time. So it's gonna.
I have the. I can post it, and can I put in the?
Just say it out loud.
Oh shit.
Okay, while he's doing that, what's up, Emily? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi. I know I'm not voting Trump. I'm voting Kamala.
Hey, W's for Emily. Yo, Ian, thank you so much for the raid. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ian. I really appreciate you for the raid. Massive W's down below for Ian. I hope you're doing well, Ian. It has been a while. Hope you're doing well. Massive W's for the raid from Ian down below, folks. Thank you so much. What's up, Haddon? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Now, why in the hell would you ever do such a thing? Why do you want to rapist felon and want to be dictator in our Oval Office?
Why do you want to vote for Kamala?
Yeah, sure, for two main reasons. First will be character, second will be policy. She's not a rapist, she's not a racist, she's not a misogynist, she doesn't sexualize little girls. She hasn't attempted to overthrow our government and steal a federal election, right? She also hasn't tried to institute a Muslim ban, banning anyone who's Muslim from entering into our country. She hasn't boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking them first.
Okay.
There's character. About policy, her policy is more centered around the... Oh, God.
What's she going to do about border control?
Well, she's going to increase funding to the border, agencies.
She might be increasing funding, but what is she actually doing about border control?
I was going to tell you, but you seemingly didn't want to listen. All right, so she wants to increase funding to border control agencies. Thank you for the manifesting. She wants to increase funding to courts on the border, specifically to expedite the process of asylum-seeking claims. She wants to limit it with like rolling averages per day, give the presidency more control to shut down the border if a crisis were to emerge, but more so just fall in line with Biden's executive order on the border that decreased crossings by 55%, putting us at the same level of daily crossings now that we saw at the end of Trump's term. Just create efficiency, reduce undocumented entries into our country by making our legal processes safer and faster. Okay. Silenced or silent?
No, I'm not silenced.
Okay. What is Trump going to do about the border? Shut down another bipartisan border bill? What is Trump going to do about the border? Throw out border protection if it will help him win re-election and increase his numbers? What is Trump going to do about the border?
He's never thrown out border control. That's all he's... No, when has he ever thrown out border control?
Yeah, the Secure the Border Act, drafted by Langford, a Republican in the Senate, 2023. He called the Republicans, told him to vote against it because he didn't want the Democrats to look good and he wanted to be able to continue to campaign on the crisis.
Okay.
So, yeah, great, phenomenal. If you had a 10-year-old daughter and Trump walked up to her and said that he'd be dating her in 10 years, told that to her, told that to you, would you still vote for him?
You guys are talking about Trump and his past, but have you also looked at the person that you guys have voted for before? I mean, talking about how he wants little kids in a swimming pool wiping down his hairy legs and stuff like that, sniffing little girls. It's like everyone has their own belief and their own opinion.
Yeah, we could talk about Biden next, but can you answer my question?
Okay.
I'll let you cook about Biden next, but first answer my question.
Okay. No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for Trump if he sexualized your 10-year-old daughter. Trump has sexualized someone else's 10-year-old daughter. So would this mean that you wouldn't vote for him?
It's the same. We could do the same thing about Biden. I mean,
first of all, Biden's not running. Second of all, it's just not the case. Could you give me an instance of like Biden sexualizing little kids?
An instance? Look at all of everything that
all of everything.
Okay.
So vague. That's what you do. That's what they do. They become so vague. The vaguest motherfuckers on planet Earth. Look at all of everything, chat, for the 4.3 thousand people in here. Look at all of everything. Are you looking at all of everything? Because I'm looking at fucking nothing. I'm looking at an empty fucking room right now, Haddon. Lights on, no one's home. That's what I'm looking at. Okay, all right. He's leaving. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest, Gage, has to say. Everyone just give us a minute. We got Gage loading up in. What's up, man? Are you voting for... Of course you're voting for Trump. You have a lifted F-150 in your profile picture. Why in the hell are you voting for the Cheeto?
Hold up.
Dave, what are we holding up for? You like running to your room so mommy doesn't hear you scream about how you want to vote for a rapist? Sorry.
You're literally so uneducated.
How many continents are there?
Enough.
I can't. I'm so bored. I'm so bored of people like you. I truly am. You bore me.
I'm so sick of you, little pussy. Like thinking you're getting your feelings too much.
Dude, I'm in my feeling. Oh,
yeah, that's what you are.
And then you come up on my life and slur. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. I'm sorry for her use of slurs, chat. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. All right, we're gonna go into what our next guest has to say. Everyone, just kind of give us a minute here. That was insane. I honestly, don't really prep myself for the random slurs. Like, holy shit! I know it's a part of the MAGA script, but it is rough. I apologize for that. Stephanie, what's going on? You voted for Trump?
Of course.
Of course. So why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is a sexist. He does not care about women.
You know what? Everybody wants to say that. All the Democrats want to say that.
All the
but show me the proof.
Okay, fair. So in 2022, he was held civilly liable for the rape of a woman. In 1992, he sexualized a 10-year-old girl, saying that he dated her in 10 years. In 2007, he boasted about how he likes to grab women by the P word without asking them first and just can't resist from kissing them. On Sirius XM with Howard Stern in the early 2000s, I think it was about 2003, he boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls to inspect them, with there being girls as young as 15 there. Would you like more evidence, or is that sufficient?
No, because that's just individual people and everybody has their own story. So I'm sure the next thing you're going to talk about is the SCOTUS decision.
Can you go ahead and repeat what you just said but make it make sense?
Those are individual women and everybody has their own story. So we don't know if they're telling the truth or not. So I'd rather
those
talk
are
about...
those aren't accusations. Those are like things that have either been proven in court or clips of Trump saying these words. Like when I reference him sexualizing a little girl in the 90s, that's because we have a clip of him sexualizing a girl in the 90s. When I referenced him boasting about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls, that's because he has a big mouth and literally said so on Sirius XM. Access Hollywood tapes, he was privately recorded talking about how he likes to grab women by the P word. That's not stories that someone else has repeated. Those are clips, video, and audio of these statements coming out of Trump's mouth.
People are getting mad at me in the comments because I'm a woman, but and that's the first thing you said to me, but that's why a lot of women started following me all of a sudden, because they know that I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. Donald Trump, if you just look at the policy, y'all talk about the SCOTUS decision, because he came out and he said, oh, yeah, I was responsible for the SCOTUS decision. Who cares? Who cares?
Wait, are you referencing overturning Roe v. Wade? I care, right? I think that all 170 million American women and girls should have federally protected access. What did you say?
I'm sorry. I'm listening. I don't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, what did you
I'm
do?
here for a conversation. I want to just, as a man, why you care?
Oh, so
I'll
yeah.
turn it back on y'all.
See, that's the fundamental discrepancy between you and me. You're saying, how can I, as a man, care about legislation that oppresses women? Okay, and see, the fundamental discrepancy here is you don't care about anyone that isn't you, and I do. I have the empathy and the IQ to be able to place myself in someone else's shoes, see reality from another perspective, and care about issues that can serve as a detriment to others.
Why do you assume I don't care about nobody other than myself?
It's an assumption based on fact. The fact that you said, who cares about, federal protections for access to abortion for all 170 million American women and girls being thrown out the window? Who cares about shifting the American dynamic away from financially well-off adults that desire to start a family that consent to having kids, to forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into doing exactly that, forcing an unwanted kid in an unready household? Who cares about raising rates of poverty, decreasing levels of education, income, and qualities of life? Who cares? I do. Millions of Americans do, and everyone should.
but the reality that not a lot of people on TikTok talk about is people in Americans need to have more babies, because we got so many illegal immigrants coming over and they're taking over. They're the majority of the population.
Okay, are you trolling? There's no way you're this DUMB. Are you trolling?
Did you just call me dumb?
I sure did. Are you trolling?
What's wrong with what I said?
Stephanie, is this I need you to inform me if you're a troll or not.
Because of what I believe I'm a troll?
I don't, Chad. Usually this is when a troll would start cracking. This is when they'd start laughing. Stephanie, you're being serious?
Have I said anything crazy?
Yes, quite frankly, you have. You said that undocumented migrants are coming into our country, and now they count for a majority of people in America, and that's why we need to force more women to give birth. That was pretty fucking ludicrous.
Okay,
Stephanie.
sorry, I misspoke. They are going to be the majority if it keeps going that way, though.
Okay, so what's the issue with like legal migration, like individuals from Latin America accounting for a majority of U.S. citizens? What is the issue?
That's the whole point of MAGA, Make America Great Again, because we don't have enough room in this country.
Who doesn't? Who's we? Who doesn't have enough room in this country? Who could you possibly be referencing? Who could you possibly be referencing?
There's homeless veterans on the street.
That's not what you're not referencing. Homeless veterans.
The homeless veterans on the street.
I want you to talk about what you just said. So you said that's why we want to make America great again, quote unquote. We don't have enough room in this country because we will see a trend of migrants becoming the majority of a populace. First of all, that's just not true. Second of all,
why not? Could you explain that to me since you explained everything else?
What group of
Can't
people?
explain that to me.
What group of people? What sect of American citizens will be a minority? What sect could you possibly be referencing here?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Yeah, you said that the people that propone the Make America Great Again movement, we, y'all, us, are becoming a minority of the country. Who could you possibly be referencing there?
What do you mean? Who am I referencing? I'm sorry.
You're referencing fucking white people. You're referencing white people. Okay? You literally said that the reason you don't like migration across the southern border is because apparently migrants are becoming the majority of a country and the MAGA movement is becoming a slimming minority. You're referencing white people. You don't want to make America great again. Because if you wanted to make America great again, you want to launch a legal attack on the rights of women.
Who's the R word now? Because I never even brought that up. I never said that. You're putting words in my mouth.
What do you mean by R word?
Am I allowed to say it on TikTok?
Oh my fucking god. Did you just censor yourself using a slur?
No, I'm saying you're being the R word by even bringing that up.
Listen. Racist or like another word?
Yes.
Okay.
I never said white people.
Okay. You're
so
talking about
everybody
racism.
says Republicans are racist. Trump is not racist.
Okay, so Trump definitely is racist.
But what you just said is racist.
Wait, I have a question. Would you say that denying opportunity to black?
Prove it.
Yeah. Would you say that like a general principle of racism could be like denying opportunity to a black person because they're black? Is that like always racist?
Deny opportunity to black people because it depends on the job.
What? Stephanie, what? In what scenario is it not racist to deny opportunity to a black person because they're black?
For example, a country club.
How is it not racist to deny opportunity, like a job opportunity to a black person because they're black at a country club? How is that not racist? What is racism?
Some country clubs, I'll answer that in a second. Some country clubs have a majority white members, and that's who they. I can't no more. Thank you.
Okay, that was a troll. Holy shit. Okay, I'm happy that was a troll. I don't think I've ever been trolled so hard. I don't think I've ever been trolled so hard. I actually was convinced that was like dead ass. Okay, wow. Okay, good. We got him out. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been got harder. I've literally never been got harder. Okay. Holy fuck. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm so sorry. I'm partially blind in my left eye, so when I went to send you a gift, I actually sent a request.
No worries, man. Have a good rest of
I'm so sorry.
W's for Toaster Jesus. We're gonna move on to our next guest here, y'all. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box. Holy fuck, bro. I have never been trolled so hard. Wow. Okay. Jude. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. What's up, man? Are you voting for Trump? Okay, they're just not here. Guys, if you're a MAGA, make sure to let me know down below in that chat. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. I would love to talk to a delusional Trump supporter. Let's go and get our next guest up in here. If you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on
Hi, the drink stuff. Thank you.
Hey, what's up, Callie? Are you voting for Trump?
Okay.
Callie, hi, you're on the live. Can you hear me? Stop with the chips. Can you hear me, Callie? Okay, does she not know that she's here? Callie Love in NYC, are you here? Okay, I don't think that she knows she's here. We're just going to go ahead and move on. Guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 1 million likes here. All right, share out that live as well while we're getting our next guest up in here. If you're voting for Trump, let me know down below in that queue. In that chat, we're going to go and load up our next guest, Lexi, right now. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. Everybody just give us a second here, y'all. What's going on, Lexi? Are you voting for... Greg, whoa, hi. I didn't even mean to accept you. Are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm definitely.
Thank you so much for coming up, Greg. We are just looking to debate Trump supporters based guest in the comment section. What's going on, Ra? What's up?
Hey,
are you
Dave?
voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
Okay, so why do you want a grapist in the Oval Office?
Well, I know you're a little obsessed with the graping, but the reason I'm voting for him is because he was able to get Roe v. Wade overturned.
Oh, so I'm obsessed with grape.
You seem to mention a lot.
Okay, yeah, so the reason that I mentioned grape a lot on the live is specifically because I don't think that we should be empowering a POS, sexist, misogynist rapist into the Oval Office, because it will only further perpetuate grape culture.
No, I got it.
Second
You're
of all, you
obsessed
said
with
the
it.
reason that you're voting for Trump is because he successfully restricted women's access to abortion. Why would that be a reason to vote for Trump?
Well, because I support and defend the Constitution, and there is no constitutional right to an AB.
Okay, so yeah, so do you think that abortion is murder?
No, well, I don't. At a certain point, of course, yeah. If it's viable, then sure, that would be murder. Yeah.
Oh, okay. And you think
So
that
the ninth
abortion
month,
should be-
you don't think it's murder if a fetus is aborted in the 9th month?
Yeah, so I guess I should further clarify my question. Do you think that abortion is murder from the moment of conception?
No, I feel that there should be exceptions, and I feel that it should be decided democratically by the states.
So, like, what would your particular stance be here on, like, when you think abortion becomes murder?
So I think the Supreme Court was correct in sending it back to the states and have
That
each
is
state
so nice.
decide for themselves what's best for themselves. Here in California, where I'm from, we've made it a fundamental right. We've
Yeah, so
completely taken
I'm
the
asking
state.
you about, like, the ethical...
Can I
like,
finish my point before you interrupt me? Because I
Well,
know
you-
that's like your autistic way of debating. Let me finish my point, and then
One
you
second.
can jump
What
to
the?
another.
What did you just said? My autistic way of debating. So we're just being
Yeah.
ableist. Why would you label a way in which I'm debating as like autistic? That's like incredibly.
Because you just
hey, that's
jump around from subject to subject.
One second. That's incredibly demeaning to individuals with autism. Like I don't even know if you know the harm that you're perpetuating. Coming up on a live in front of 5,000 people and saying that I have a quote unquote autistic way of debating, stigmatizing that, labeling it as being wrong. That's incredibly fucking ableist. No fucking wonder you don't have a care for anyone outside of your own shoes. That's why you're voting for the rapist. That's why you don't give a shit. That's why you don't want, women's federally protected access to abortion to be upheld by the Supreme Court to be codified into law. That's fucking gross, dude. You lack empathy. You lack an ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes and see the world from another perspective. It's gross. It's honestly fucking deplorable. And see, this is the MAGA voter base. The MAGA voter base consists of individuals such as you, Ra. At the bottom of the barrel, you will find a sect of Americans who do not care about anyone but themselves, and they are willing to go to any length to further oppress those around them. You have a contorted and delusional worldview, and it is detrimental to the state of our democracy. And that is the one fundamental fucking flaw within a majority rule system, is when the majority becomes oppressive, when the majority no longer cares about empathy, when the majority no longer cares about what is best for those around them. That is the flaw in this system, and that is the flaw in which Trump has been able to capitalize on. He's been able to successfully manipulate so many fucking people into being the worst, most morally decrepit versions of themselves that could ever possibly exist to run our fucking country into the ground. You are a POS, and I hope that you know you're a POS, and I'm not going to talk to a POS such as you on my live. So go ahead, stop being ableist, learn, become a better person. I hope you listen to my lives and take something good away from them. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. We can't stand with that bullshit. We don't stand with ableism here, chat. We're going to go to move on to our next guest here. And for those saying that I'm big mad in the chat, yeah, I am mad. Of course I'm going to be mad when people come up on my live and being like obviously ableist. Are you not mad? Maybe that speaks more loudly about yourself than me. Thank you guys for the gifts as well. I appreciate you for the hand arts. What's going on? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm leaning towards it.
Okay. So would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
Not usually. No.
Okay, so Trump's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman.
I know that. I watch you and Parker a lot, actually, and Ian sometimes. But in particular, I heard something. I don't know if it's true for sure. You would probably know more than me. I'm not very well versed in politics. But I heard it is going to be harder to buy land and keep land in the future. Under her, it's going to be going more to investment groups, is what I've heard. And I don't want that. I want to get land when I'm older. And
Yeah, so that's like detrimentally false. So under her housing, like her proposed policy about housing, so she actually wants to make it harder. She wants to restrict big corporations from being able to buy single family homes, and she wants to introduce a first time home buyer subsidy for $25,000 for first time home buyers for newly developed properties. So she's actually going to make it easier to buy land.
Really? Okay. Well, that's just about all I wanted to know. Thank you. You're doing great out here.
Hey, okay. Have a good rest of your day, man.
Yep, you too.
Low key, that was like that was a truly undecided voter who operates on the basis of facts. I can support that. Okay, all right, awesome. Moving on to our next guest here. Let's go ahead and get him up in the box, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute, guys. We got our next guest loading up in, y'all. Everyone do be patient. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box right now. For the 5.3 thousand people in here, if you haven't already, hit that follow button. I go live and I do these debates every single day. So make sure to hit that follow button. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. 1 second, though. I would like to thank someone for a donation. I just got to get it loaded up here. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump? Sorry, Kindle, not man.
Oh my God. Oh my God, I did not mean to press this. Oh, I love you.
No. Thank you for the love. No worries, Kendall. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box right now, y'all, so everyone do be patient. Let's see here. Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal for standing up for what's right. Keep up the good work. Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. That allows me to continue to do this, and I really appreciate your donation. Let's make sure to show Melissa some love in the comment section right now. D, thank you for the hand hearts. What is going on, Damien? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Also, TG, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo. As someone who's diagnosed with autism 3 years ago, thank you for flaming that guy. Yeah, fuck that guy, TG. Awesome. Damien, why are you voting for Trump?
Actually, I just have a real quick question.
Okay, go for it.
Do you know what civil liability means? Like in depth? What does it mean?
It's like an arbitrary question. Maybe I could answer it this way. So if you're held civilly liable for committing an action, it essentially means that a civil court has determined via a preponderance of evidence that this is something in which you are guilty for and which you have done, and which would then lead to some type of financial responsibility.
Okay, so a civil liability. There's two different versions of this. You can either get civilly liability, or you can get criminally liable.
It's called a conviction in a criminal court, but yeah.
No, you get two different things. You're either civil liability or criminal liability. If you're civil liability, it's where that there was not enough facts for you to fully get convicted, but there was enough for there.
Renee, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal saying happy early birthday. Thank you for all that you do. Renee, thank you so much for the early birthday present. That is insane. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W's down below in the chat for the $50 from Renee on PayPal. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you for the early birthday present. That puts a huge smile on my face. Thank you so much,
it does make me kind of proud though to hear you do stuff like that, because it's just like a normal Democrat. Every time you start to get pulled wrong on something, you just want to jump onto something completely different to make them hush for a second so we can move on to a new point when you get done with it. So what's your next question?
I want you to be able to finish out your point, man. I was just reading out a donation. But before you do, I'd also like to say here, thank you for the hand hearts. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal saying that neurodivergence is a superpower. Happy early birthday, Jennifer. I really appreciate you for the love as well. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jennifer and Renee. Thank you guys so much. Massive W's down below for Jennifer and Renee. Thank you so much, you guys. Anyways, Damien, I wanted to go and address what you had said. Y'all, I can't hear you when you're off the live. Make sure to come back. So you said individuals pursue liability claims in civil courts when they don't have enough evidence to prove it in a criminal court. That's not necessarily true. Okay, the reason that they couldn't pursue criminal conviction in this context was because the statute of limitations had passed, right, to bring rape to a criminal court in the state of New York. Right. I'd also make the claim, right, that the evidence submitted by E. Jean Carroll in this particular case, right, proved that Trump had raped her beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. If you disagree with me here, I just ask you which piece of evidence you reject and why.
Let's just put it this way. Let's just put it this way. She came out there out of absolutely fucking nowhere. What was this? A year after he got pulled in as president and started doing this, the second Joe Biden and all of his people started to get pressed about how he so-called rigged the election, which, I mean, I guess he did, because that's proven too. You like to talk about all the stuff he did, but don't like to talk about nothing.
So you think that this happened about the 2020? You think that this happened after the 2020 election? That already tells me exactly how.
No, I don't think it happened after. I think it was said to have happened before. She didn't come out till after, and he became a big face, and she thought she could get some money.
Yeah, so that just shows me how uninformed you are about this particular court case. So, like, the confidence that you were portraying earlier by calling me a typical Democrat, saying that I didn't want to talk about things where I know that I'd get hushed, is hilarious, because you just made the claim that this got brought to light after the 2020 election. She started pursuing civil litigation in 2019. Get your facts straight there, buddy. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you know one piece of evidence that she submitted to the court to prove Trump greater?
I'm honestly, listen, so let's put it this way.
Is that a no? Is that the way we're going to put it?
Everything you like to come out here and say, you've looked up one piece from a Democratic Party and immediately are just like, okay, Kamala Harris has a good word, so that must mean the rest of the Democratic Party is going to get better.
Okay,
But
so what is it? So this is like
I want you to understand that we have, I want you to understand.
Wait, Damien, I'm going to go ahead and stop you there, buddy. That is like a legitimate red herring. So you can't just obfuscate right away from the question that I ask you by instead making some broad generalized statement of where I get my information from. That is embarrassing at best. So Damien, I'm going to go ahead and repeat my question once again. So can you name one piece of evidence that the prosecutor submitted to the court to prove Trump raped her?
Either way we go, either it's with Kamala Harris or it's with Trump, we're getting fucked. So either way we go, I'm gonna go with the guy who likes to put his finger down and tell people to shut the fuck up, so that America stops putting their nose into stuff. And
I'm going to put my finger down on the phone screen and make you shut the fuck up, because I want to point out the astoundingly hilarious fact that about a minute and a half ago, you made the claim that this typical Democrat is pivoting and changing the subject when he's blown out of the water and he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Chat, did he make that claim? I just want to give Chad a second to respond. Did he make that claim, Chat? Did Damien say that? Let me just wait for a second. We need to wait for the delay. Yep. So, Chat, look at this typical Republican trying to pivot and change the topic as soon as he's blown out of the water and has no fucking clue what he's saying. Damien, Books, go ahead. I'll let you pivot. I'll let you run away.
Oh wait, here we go. Microphone's on. Let's once again talk about the fact that you just
Shelly, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Shelly for the $20 on PayPal, saying thank you for kicking that POS. Of course. I really appreciate you, Shelly, for the $20 on PayPal. W's for Shelly in the chat. Go ahead. I'll let you pivot.
All right, so listen, I love the fact that you immediately jumped in straight to Republican, but what you failed to mention is about 5 seconds ago, I also said that either way we go, we get fucked. So obviously I'm not a Republican. Obviously I'm not a Democrat. Obviously I've told you both of them are fucked. I'm just saying Trump seems to get more shit done than the rest of them, probably because he doesn't care and actually wants to get some shit done. So
wait, I can empirically dispute that. I think that's a lie. So I think that the Biden-Harris administration was much more effective than Trump's administration.
So how?
They influenced policies such as the PACT Act, investing nearly $1 billion into the expansion of the healthcare benefits. The Chips and Science Act, bringing manufacturing jobs for chips to here back home in America. 20% of the global chip supply will be produced here home in America by 2030. The infrastructure bill, investing $1 trillion into local infrastructure across America to spur their local economies and to create construction jobs. The Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. We could talk about it all. Right, but you're saying that Trump got more shit done while he was president. What is one piece of legislation that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president that you liked?
He couldn't get anything passed because nobody fucking let him do anything. So he had to shut everything down to get something passed.
That's completely false. That's also a contradiction. You just said he couldn't get anything passed, so he had to shut things down to get bills passed. So what was one bill that he passed that you liked?
This dude.
So how can you say that Trump would get more done as the president when I was able to name 5 pieces of legislation that the Biden-Harris administration got done, and you can't even name one piece of legislation that Trump got done? You are showing your bias, you are showing your ignorance, and you are showing us all 5.3 thousand of us, how and uninformed you are.
I want you to understand, I bet half of these people are just, ow, motherfucker, that hurt. I bet half these people are just sitting here laughing at you, Bubba.
Oh, like I'm sitting here laughing at you, intellectually mocking.
I want you to understand, you can sit there and laugh all you want to, but when Trump wins again, you'll be butthurt just like the rest of them and try to get him on more stuff.
Who were we laughing at? Who are we laughing at, chat? Let's see it. Who are we laughing at? Who are we laughing at? Let me know. Let me know. Also, you can't pull the card that I'm going to be butthurt if Trump is reelected as the president. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, man, that sucks. I'm going to talk about it for the next 4 years. But you know what Republicans
And then I'm going to talk about it for the next 4 years.
When he specifically lost, you know what they did? They stormed the Capitol. They incited an insurrection upon the Capitol. Trump tried to steal the election from Biden, rigging state votes, sending them to
So the American people decided. The American people
fucking
decided.
butthurt after the results of the 2020 election that he tried to rig it.
The American people deciding to storm the Capitol by themselves was Trump's doing.
What was Trump's doing was sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast fake certificates of ascertainment to college to be counted as real, to certify himself as a president even though he lost. That is what Trump did when he lost. That is the actions of Republicans today, and that is why you can no longer pull the card. Oh, liberals will be so butthurt.
You're sitting here talking about Trump. You're telling me you have nothing better with your life to do?
Oh, I have nothing better to do than my life, but then to stream to 5.3 thousand people intellectually mocking Trump supporters, earning an income because this is what I love.
Do you know how many people are in America
It's such a
compared
terrible
to
thing to be doing with my time.
You know how many people are in America compared to the 5.3 thousand people who could honestly do absolutely nothing? Do you know how electoral votes work? I bet if all 5.3 thousand people, I bet if all 5.3 thousand.
Can we get a baby bottle in the chat? Hey guys, can we get some baby bottles in the chat for Damien?
I promise you I'm not jealous of somebody who lives in their mom's basement.
Oh, there's the jealousy right there, buddy. Let's get some baby bottles in the chat for the whiner. Why are you crying, bro? I'm here for debates. Are you here to cry or debate?
Promise you I'm not jealous about somebody who lives in their mom's basement, bro.
Crying again. Do you need to be?
Let me go ahead and say this. The 5.3
One second, Damien. I gotta ask you. Do you need a binky?
The 5.3 thousand people that you're so proud of, once it comes down to an electoral vote, probably won't mean shit compared to the rest of them. So
do you need a binky, a Kleenex, or a pacifier?
Yeah, that'd be great right now.
Baby bottles? Damien, why are you crying on my life?
That'd be absolutely amazing. You got one? Shit, I'll come over there and get it right now.
So you went from debating to just like crying. Why? Did you lose that hard?
I'm just talking. I want to understand. No. This is amusing for me because I just want to understand what your point is.
Roxanne, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Roxanne. Massive thank you to Roxanne for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
I figured it out. You enjoy taking money from dumbass Democrats. I get it. That makes so much more sense now.
Okay, why is Roxanne catching a stray? Dude, oh my god. You know what? That's the intelligence of the right there, ladies and gentlemen. Roxanne, you are not a quote-unquote dumbass Democrat. Have no clue why you caught a stray. I appreciate you for the love. Someone is just a little angry. Someone's a little angry. Hello, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I am, man. What's going on?
Okay, why so?
I'm voting for Trump just because that's my standpoint. I've always been Republican, and I haven't had any type of persuasion to get me to switch to the other side of any sort. Especially after seeing the last election when it came down to Biden. When it came down to Biden, all I seen was just an old man puppet being there as a public figure while everybody else did their own type of thing they wanted to do behind the screen.
Okay, could you give me any evidence that like Biden or who's Biden a puppet of?
The whole Democratic Party. Everybody made the choices for him. He couldn't have a clear interview.
Wait, I'm a part of the Democratic Party. Does that mean that Biden's a puppet of me?
Never no questions right.
Ebony, thank you for the $20 on PayPal from a dumbass Democrat. I appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's down below for Ebony. Seriously, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. $20 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some massive W's for Ebony in the chat. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. So I just want to clarify here. So you're saying that Biden was a puppet of the Democrat Party. I'm a part of the Does that mean that Biden was a puppet of me?
No, not of the electors, but of the people who were in the office.
Okay, like who specifically?
The people who run anybody in a higher power that had their say of what they wanted
Also,
to get
guys,
done.
the lag is fixed.
Basically ran.
The lag is fixed. Here's my thoughts. Here's my thoughts on this. Also, guys, the lag is good. I know that it was lagging there for a little bit, but we got back on the Wi-Fi. It just shut down, but it's back up now. For everybody, the lag's all good. Anyways, so yeah, back to specifically what I was saying here. You are so fucking mad that Daddy Biden left you. You are so mad. This is all that you cry about every single day. You are so fucking mad that Joe Biden left you. You wanted him to continue running. You have like abandonment issues because Joe Biden left you. How does it feel? Are you really sad?
Huh?
You've been crying on my live for the last 3 minutes about how Joe Biden was controlled by the elites with no fucking evidence, just a fringe conspiratorial bullshit claim. Meanwhile, he's not even running for the presidency.
You're talking about a guy who can't even comprehend a sentence, though. You're talking about a guy who can't speak publicly without stuttering.
Do you want to talk about? Let's talk. Ableism. Yeah. So ableism, yeah, talking about a stutter, yeah, super bright. So I just want to clarify here, you're going to shit on Biden for having a stutter, but then you're going to go ahead and defend Trump even though he's raped a woman, sexualized little girls, boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent, boasted about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls to inspect them, and even tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020. Really? Is that what you're going to do?
So accusations, edited clips, and voice actors?
Accusations, edited clips, and voice actors. Look at this fucking bright guy on the live. How many? I have a question. How many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
Nah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Tanya, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for being pro-woman. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Tanya. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Massive W's. I just have a question. Well, one second. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're tapping away. I just got to type this into YouTube real quick.
I came here more for persuasion because I don't really know what's going on.
Wait, I have a question. So do you think that this right here is a voice actor?
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
No, that's an actual clip. But I'm saying not all of them are accurate, and not all of them are real.
So, like, what specific ones are inaccurate and not real?
I haven't looked into it too much, but if you look at the Joe Rogan interviews where he was talking about him, he was simply saying that majority of these clips that you see nowadays have either been edited, forged by mainstream media outlets in order to make a public figure look bad.
So here's your issue. Here's your big issue.
And he says that you don't even know what things Trump says is real anymore. You don't know what things Kamala Harris says is real anymore. You don't know.
So here's the issue. These clips are from the 90s and early 2000s. Everything I just referenced, the Access Hollywood tapes, where he was recorded talking about how he just wants to kiss women. He can't hold himself back without asking. He likes to grab them by the P word too. That was from the Access Hollywood tapes in the early 2000s. Same thing was with his interview with Howard Stern on Sirius XM, early 2000s. Howard Stern has even talked about that multiple times since then. These are real. They've happened, man. I think your issue is a denial of reality and just like engaging in cult-like behaviors.
No, it's not really that, to be quite frankly honest. I'm just not really big into the loop of social media or anything at all. I don't use Instagram. I don't use Facebook. I don't use Twitter.
Thank you so much for the gift, for the confetti, Claire, and thank you for the subscription as well. So just once again to clarify, why are you voting for the racist, misogynistic, rapist, felon, wannabe dictator, and day one fascist over Kamala Harris?
I don't know. I feel like he's already been president once. He can do it again pretty well. And he was also the only president to actually lose money in office instead of get gain from it. So.
Okay, yeah. So then he turned around and spent $140 million of taxpayers' money on golfing at his private estate, and his daughter made $640 million while he was president. Crazy, right? So specifically what I'd ask you here is, you said that he was a good president while he was already president. What is one like policy that he influenced to get passed while he was already president that you thought was pretty good? Okay, you think he's running away? Okay, well, I mean, we'll see if he comes back, but in the meantime, we're going to go and get our next guest up in here as well. For the 4.8, oh, he's back. Christian, welcome back. Hi, Ladybugs, are you voting for Trump?
Sure am.
Okay, all right, well, Christian's back, so feel free to stay on the live. I don't know what he's doing. Christian, by the way, if you don't see me, I can't hear you, so I guess I'll talk to you in like, the meantime, Ladybugs, while he's figuring his shit out. Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist and doesn't give a shit about women.
No, that's your opinion, and you can have that opinion, but I think you're wrong.
Okay, well, like, so he's raped a woman, he sexualized little girls, boasted about grabbing women by the P word without consent. I could go on and on and on.
Yeah, same talking points. You have the same, like, 5 talking points every single live.
Well, maybe
you say the same thing in every single live. You have the same talking points. And then when you get proven wrong, you start asking people redundant questions like how many continents are there? How many states are there? How old are you, Dean? Are you 19, 20, 15?
Yeah, I'm 19.
How old are you?
So I typically would ask an individual how many
So I have
continents
about
there
30
are.
years on you, and I can say that there's no logic behind any of your points that you try to make. You resort to the same talking points every single time. And every single time somebody proves you wrong, you shout into the microphone and thank someone for the gifts that they send you. For some odd reason, they're sending you gifts. It's pretty hilarious, actually. But if that's how you need to make a living, that's fine.
Okay.
It's just sad.
First of all, can you give me an example of like a guest who's proved me wrong on this live?
The guy that was up there just two guests ago, I forgot his name, but he had some really good points, and you didn't want to hear it. You wouldn't let him speak.
How did he prove me wrong?
You talked over him. You talked over him to the point where it became annoying, probably to all your listeners.
Brad, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying I'm 50 years old and Dean spits the facts. Thank you for the love, Brad. W's for Brad in the chat. So, like, what argument did he make that proved me wrong?
I don't know. You guys were arguing about something, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Can I talk about the Arlington
He proved me
Cemetery
wrong,
issue?
but you don't. So I just want to clarify.
Can I argue about the Arlington Cemetery issue?
Yeah, that's fine, but let's just give it 1 second. First of all, I just wanted to say, so you're saying that this guest proved me wrong, but you don't know what his argument was that proved me wrong, and you don't really want to talk about it too much. Also, secondarily...
No, there was a lot of talking going on. There was a lot of talking and interrupting, so it was really hard to follow. And then the lag on the connection was really bad.
Yeah, I just wanted to also clarify here real quick. So you said that you don't believe that Trump is sexist, and that's just my opinion. Then I gave you multiple instances, right, which I believe are absolutely conducive towards sexism, and then you just called them talking points and kind of brushed them off. So regardless if you think they're a talking point or not, these are things that have happened, and these are things that are definitely conducive towards sexism. Can you explain to me how they're not?
They're absolutely not. Like, it's not, you don't make a point with anything you say. That's my point. I come on here to talk about something legitimate, like something that happened 3 days ago.
Logan, thank you Alyssa, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. I don't really want to read your comment off, but she said she makes me feel embarrassed to be a woman. That's insane, Alyssa, but I do appreciate you for your support. Thank you for the $10
I'm sorry
on PayPal.
you feel that way, Alyssa. Sorry.
Thank you for the $10 though. So anyways,
Trump made a trip to the Arlington Cemetery.
We could talk about we could talk about Arlington Cemetery second, but I first want to reference the point that you kind of just discredited and brushed off. Okay, and second, Molly, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
We don't need to talk about the previous guests.
No, we're not talking about the previous guest.
We don't need to keep talking about the previous guest.
I want to talk about the first point that I brought up when you joined the live. Okay, so I made the claim
but I'm not going to do that.
Okay, are you scared?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I want to talk about valid issues that are actually.
Is sexism not a valid
conversations
issue?
that people are having the last few days? No, the graping thing, sexism thing.
Is sexism not a valid
it's the same
issue?
old stuff.
How can you as a woman
don't want to talk about something different?
How can you as a woman say that sexism as committed by men in great positions of power is not an issue? How can you say that?
I never said that. I didn't say it wasn't an issue.
It was implied because you said that you wanted to
talk.
You said that you didn't want to talk about it because you want to talk about valid issues. I'd say that sexism is a valid issue that needs discussion. In fact, the reason I'd say you don't want to talk about it is because you know that you'll lose.
You're skirting around the fact that Kamala doesn't have any
conversation.
policies that she's going to implement, and you can't list any detail about her policies and how she's going to implement them. You mentioned the housing thing. That was one thing you were talking about with that. Yeah. How is she going to do that? How is she going to give everybody the $25,000?
Yeah, sure.
Where's that money going to come from?
Great question. So you're asking me what Harris's proposed economic policy is and how she's going to pay for it. I'm going to go ahead and answer this question. I think it's important for everyone to be informed on this. So there's going to be a couple highlights.
What I want to know is how you have the answer. How come you have the answer and nobody else does? You're only 19 years old. So where do you get all the answers from, Dean?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I get my answers insofar as what her proposed policy is and how she's going to pay for it directly from her campaign, from her social media accounts, from her CNN interview, from the DNC, and what else has been released by her campaign. Right. I'm going to go ahead and answer this though. You also said you're implying that I can't really know much about this because I'm only 19. Ma'am, I'm 19 years old. Right. I'm probably a half of your age, but I'm so much smarter than you will ever be, and I want to make sure that's known.
No. I think that's your ego talking, and you need to step back and realize that all you know is from textbooks and what you see on social media. I grew up at an age where we didn't have social media, and we had to rely on each other, and it was a lot different world back then. So, of course, this is why you keep repeating all your talking points over and over and over. There's nothing new. There's no new content to any of your feeds.
Well, you did actually just
let's
ask
talk
me
about
Ladybugs, I would like to clarify here. Wait 1 second. Calm down, please. You asked me a new question that I guess hasn't asked me before, that being, what is Kamala Harris's proposed economic policy and how is she going to pay for it? So do you want me to answer that or not? Because honestly, I've been trying to answer that and you've been incessantly interrupting me. So which one is it? Do you want an answer or do you not want an answer? Phenomenal. So let's talk about her proposed economic policy. So she specifically wants to... One moment. She specifically wants to increase the child tax credit to $6,000 for any newborn to the age of 1, $3,600 for any kid from the age of 1 to 5, and $3,000 from anybody from the age of 5 to 17. She also wants to introduce a $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy for newly developed properties. This will help create new affordable houses in places where people want to live. She also wants to limit the amount that any American citizen would pay for prescription drug costs to under $2,000 per year, which is phenomenal. And she wants to allow Medicare a greater ability to negotiate the price of drug costs with insurance and pharmaceutical companies. Okay, and this proposed
Very good
tax
answer.
policy over the course of the next 10 years will cost $2.4 trillion. And she intends to pay for her proposed tax policy by increasing the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%, by introducing an unrealized capital gains tax on centimillionaires, and increase in the realized capital gains tax for centimillionaires as well. By also giving Medicare a greater negotiation ability with pharmaceutical companies will raise about $200 billion over the course of the next 10 years. This will generate exactly $2.4 trillion, making Harris's tax policy self-sustainable. Now, the question I want to ask you in return is, Trump says he wants to reinstitute his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That will cost the American taxpayer $3.4 trillion in debt-related spending over the next 10 years. And Ladybugs, how's he going to pay for that?
Yeah, actually, that's not true at all. And one key word you kept repeating over and over during your last response was she wants. Wants. That's your key word. She wants. Ideas are great, and they sound great on the surface to get a vote. But it seems to me like if you were for sure that she was actually going to implement these the way that she says, you would say she's going to by this specifically or that specifically. She wants. You can want all the stuff in the world and not make it happen. Just like she's been a part of the administration for 4 years and hasn't done any of the stuff she's promising right now just to get a vote.
Okay. Yeah, so real quick, I'm going to thank a couple donors, but the reason I'd say that she wants to do these things and not that she's going to do those things is because she's not guaranteed to win the presidential election. And she also needs congressional support.
You seem pretty guaranteed that she's going to.
Without interruption this time, Ladybugs, I would like to clarify here, right, that she wants to do these things, right, but she needs to become a president first and gain congressional support. I think that was a very weird hill for you to die on, to say, instead of responding to the in-depth nuances I gave you about her proposed tax policy, or even respond to the question that I asked you at the end, which you completely pivoted around, how specifically is Trump going to pay for his tax policy, you instead decided to go on a tangent about some utter fucking bullshit. Now I wanted to respond to the last bit of that tangent. Without interruption this time, I want to go on the last part of your tangent. You specifically made the claim, well, then why hasn't she done these things over the course of the last 4 years? She ran away. What a typical Trump supporter. She ran away. She has done a lot over the course of the last 4 years. She's cast more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any VP that we've ever had, right? And she's instituted some of the most effective and monumental legislation in modern U.S. history to do the CHIPS and Science Act, PACT Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act, and American Rescue Plan. And specifically speaking, I'd say that they have an incredibly phenomenal administration. Typical Trump supporter, typical Republican running away. But I do have some massive donations to thank here, so I just wanted to read them off real quick while our next guest is loading in. Holy cow, y'all are going insane. Christina, first of all, with the $25 on Venmo. Christina, thank you so much for the love. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Christina. Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Christina saying to shut them down. Tamisha with the $10 on Venmo saying being smarter than old Ladybug. Thank you for the $10, Tamisha. That was hilarious. Thank you for the love. And Elizabeth with the $65 on Venmo saying that I am 65 and you deserve respect only because you work with facts. Let's go, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $65 on Venmo. That is insane. Thank you so much for the insane level of love. Massive W's for Elizabeth, Tamisha, and Christina down below. And Debbie with the $10 and Jesse with the $10 as well. Thank you so much, Debbie and Jesse. You guys are great. Thank you so much for the love. And Morgan with the $10 as well for dunking on the maggots. Thank you so much, Morgan, Jesse, Debbie, Elizabeth, Tamisha, and Christina. You all are awesome. Thank you guys so much. What's going on, Gmo? Are you voting for Trump?
Can y'all?
All right, sorry, he was just taking too long. Sydney, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for cooking the MAGA cult. I appreciate you so much for the love, Sydney. You are great. Thank you so much. What's going on? Are you voting for Trump? All right, they're not here. Hey, guys, if you're a MAGA, let me know in the comment section. I'm going to go ahead and start pulling y'all up from the chat in comparison to the queue because there's a lot of people that are AFK in the queue. So let's go and get that going right now. Yeah, let's go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, chat. So everyone just do give us a minute. Let's go to get Evan White, 1029 up in the box here, y'all. Everyone just do give us a minute here, chat. Facts over feelings. Exactly, y'all. See, we need to value facts over feelings, and that's something that Trump supporters don't do. They just like to whine, complain, and lie, okay? But let's go and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, so everyone just do be patient. And do double tap on that phone screen in the meantime. We're actually very close to 1 million likes. That would be phenomenal.
What time was it when you said we love?
Oh, MAGA Mobile. Sorry, man. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Hello?
Hey, what's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
I would say I'm in the middle, but probably leaning more towards Trump.
Yeah, would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for grape?
Sorry, hold on. Can you give me 1 second? I would not say I support rape, but I would say both sides seems to have their evil doing, but his is just always on display.
Yeah, so what evil doing of Kamala Harris is comparable to grape?
Well, I'll just give an example, when he was on stage with Hillary and he's like, I've broken the law, I've used the tax benefits, but you have too. And you can stop it.
Do you mind if you answer my question though? So what evil doing, what evil things has Harris done that is comparable to grape?
I wouldn't say comparable, but a lot of people say she sent a lot of innocent black men to jail.
Okay, yeah. So you'd be referencing while she was DA, and you're referencing small petty crimes related to DRUG use. Okay, so only 45 people were sentenced to jail while she was DA for the use of this DRUG, right? And then California crime stats at the time didn't report race or gender. This has just been a talking point used by Republicans to virtue signal on behalf of the African American community. And then third of all, in 2014, she said that we need to end the war on drugs and federally decriminalize use of the M drug. And then in 2018, she signed on congressional legislation to do exactly that, but it failed.
I mean, that's fine. As an African American myself, I would prefer someone who's hard on crime. To be honest, I've seen what it does to communities. So.
Okay, so your claim before was that she was hard on crime and this is a bad thing.
No. I didn't say hard on crime. I said she sent innocent. Innocent and hard on crime is two different things.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you mean by innocent then? What are you referencing?
Sorry. Well, can you say your question?
What particular innocent people did she send to jail?
I don't know them specifically. I'm just saying you asked me to say something bad about her, and I said.
Can you give me a source for this? That she sent innocent people to jail?
Can I make my point? Because you're just kind of taking what I'm not wanting to talk about, and you're running with it 100 miles per hour.
Yeah, sorry, man. I just thought I'd ask for evidence for what you said, right? Because your original claim was that Trump is a bad person.
No,
he is a rapist. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No,
my original claim was Trump's shit that's bad is front and center, but other politicians' shit that's bad is not. And when he's called them out on it, nothing happens. We pretend like they don't do it.
Wait, Trump shit is bad. I'd say that Trump's bad shit is front and center because that's the worst shit we've ever seen in a presidential candidate in modern U.S. history. Okay, we need to consider that maybe the fact that he's a rapist should be front and center. Maybe the fact that he's attempted to over. One moment, please. Norman, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Massive W's for Norman. Thank you so much for the love on PayPal, Norman. The fact that he's attempted to overthrow our government and rig an election to steal it from Biden in 2020 should be front and center. The fact that he's in a vehemently racist and sexist past should be front and center. The fact that he passed.
I don't think he's racist.
Okay, is denying opportunity to a black person because they're black racist?
When you look at his past, Trump has always been with the rappers, always been with the actors, always been around black spaces, always put his money towards, different black ideas that has made money. And then once he became a presidential candidate, everyone, oh, he's racist. It used to be cool. I went to a school when I was 9.
The white slave owners, they were always around their black slaves, but they're always around their black slaves because they benefited from their black slaves. Do you think it's possible that Donald Trump has been around predominant members of the African American community as it may serve to benefit him in the polls?
That's what they all do. I just saw Megan Thee Stallion twerking at a DNC. You think it takes someone twerking to keep my attention?
Okay, so now you're saying that specifically speaking that Megan Thee Stallion at a rally was bad. I don't think it's bad at all.
I didn't say it was bad, but I'm not watching a political rally.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
I mean, go ahead. It's your show. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you say that denying opportunity to a black person because they're black is racist?
I would say no, but I also say giving me an opportunity because I'm black is racist. I mean, sorry, I would say yes, but I would say giving me an opportunity because I'm black is also racist.
How?
Like, let me earn it. I've outworked a bunch of people to be where I'm at. And now I'm literally seeing my company or companies that I have friends at hire people who look like me for the simple fact that you're black. Like, don't give me advantage. I'm just as smart as anyone. I don't need my skin tone to help me.
Okay, yeah. So I just let's talk about additional opportunity given to members of the African American community that may not be given to their white counterpart, and how that's not racist, real quick, right? But then I would like to get back on track with the idea that Trump has done racist things in his past. So specifically speaking, imagine that you're playing a game of Monopoly with your friends.
You don't have to do what ifs. I'm black. I've dealt with racists, and I've dealt with real racists.
I would like to be able to make this point just real quick. And Brittany, thank you so much for the $5. I've been. I appreciate you for the love.
So then let me get my point out without being cut off, but go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, you said that that's racist. So imagine that you and your friends were playing a game of Monopoly. You started with $15 and they started with $50. If you got granted $35 later on in the game, was that unfair?
I would say no, because they were at.
So if the average white American starts with generational wealth in a society in which is not socially or legally scrutinized against them, right, for the particular reason that they'd be on top of the social ladder insofar as them controlling the majority of government, positions of power, institutions, etc., would you say that it's racist to grant more opportunity to the members of the African American community because of the detriment that slavery and its aftermath has served to them in the context of reduction of generational wealth, a lower socioeconomic standard on average, and legal equality for only 65 years?
I would say this. I would say Africans can come to this country and do better than African Americans do in this country. And if this country was racist, then how does that happen?
Well, I think that we could recognize here that two things could be true at once. I think the predominant issue that we observe today, right, isn't racism in the context of our legislation. I feel for the most part, we still may have a little bit more work to do with ending the war on drugs, right, reforming the criminal justice system and law enforcement to specifically stop the over incarceration of black people, right, because of the incredibly high exoneration rates associated with black people that are arrested and taken to court. We have to fixate on that, of course, but we all have other predominant issues that would pertain socially speaking with lower off socioeconomic standards on average, right, the lack of generational wealth, social discrimination, less social opportunity, etc. But to justify my original claim that Trump is racist, right, you did say that denying a black person.
No, I said that is racist, and denying anyone.
And that's what Trump has done in 1973s and 1973.
I agree, but then Joe Biden told us that we shouldn't let the jungle in schools. Is that racist?
So actually, right, that's actually not something that Joe Biden said, but I will admit Joe Biden does have a racist past with other comments that just doesn't have to be one.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty on that.
Do you want to finish though?
Yeah, but you're not letting me finish. We keep cutting each other off, so it's kind of both of us doing this to each other. So I don't know if we need a timer where you get to talk and I get to talk.
I've just been trying to make a point about how Trump is racist, and we've just subverted off into a billion things.
But I agree. But I'm saying Trump can be racist and the other side is racist, but then
okay, so Trump is racist. So yeah, so I'm voting for the non-racist over the racists.
No, I agree, but okay, I'll give you an example. Right. If there's an old, angry, racist white guy, right, and he impacts me one day out of my 35 years of being on this planet, that's an issue, yeah. But then I would like to focus on the issue that impacts my livelihood every day. So it's I have worked with the racists in the past and it fucking sucks. But I do think that there's more important.
So you're actively admitting that you are voting for the racists over the non-racists.
No, what I'm saying is when Joe Biden and Trump, those were the two last candidates who were running, right? They both have racist past. Did you just say that?
Yes, but particularly the difference between the difference. 1 second. Don't let me just say one word. Let me finish. Thank you.
How come I don't get to talk? Why do you get to talk?
Chad, am I letting him talk?
No, let me just ask one question. If Joe Biden and Trump are both racist, as a black man, I'm looking at two racists. So I have to choose between one or the other, right or wrong?
So specifically, the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is that Joe Biden has came out, held himself accountable, and apologized for racist comments in which he's made in the past, in comparison to Trump, who's never apologized for a damn thing in his life. However, you're not going to cut me off. I'm going to continue speaking. If you cut me off, I'll mute you. I'm trying to remain cordial, though. But specifically speaking, Biden's not in the race.
Right.
Kamala Harris. One second. I just told you not to cut me off, please, sir. Kamala Harris is in the race. Kamala Harris is not racist. In November, I am voting for the non-racists over the racists. Why aren't you?
Okay, now do I get to talk?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I'm talking about the last election, my actions where I had to choose between two races. Now to answer your question.
Yes, I responded to that. I'm talking about this election. I did grant that a response though, right? I talked about how Joe Biden has held himself accountable, right? Changed and apologized for his racism. Trump never did. But we're talking about this election. I'm voting for the non-racists over the racists. Why aren't you?
I'm trying to get to it. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is I've usually, up until the Obama or Kamala election, have always had to choose between the lesser of two devils when it comes to racism. So now to get specifically on this election, what I'm saying is because I've had to continuously vote knowing both of these candidates are racist, this is probably one of two elections where, okay, there's someone who isn't racist up there. You see what I'm saying? Because Kamala is not racist. Obama was not racist, right? But most elections have two races. Now, to get to this election, yes, Kamala is not racist, but what I'm saying is that's not the only thing that I can use as a determining factor. Like, as a black man, when I go to a job, there's usually racist people sitting on that board. If I only make my decisions on who's racist and who isn't racist, I literally would not be able to work in this country, right?
Yeah, I need to thank two people for donations real quick. John, first of all, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying from an older man who admires your ability to use logic and scientific reasoning to reduce MAGA liars to runners. I appreciate you for the love, John. Let's get some W's for John in the chat. And to Misha, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, saying I'm a 57-year-old black lady, and you're right, Dean. They make no sense. I appreciate you for the love, Tamisha. Let's get some W's in the chat for Tamisha right now. I thank you so much. W's it for John and Tamisha. Yeah.
To the donators, that's amazing. Kudos.
So yeah, like specifically, like why are you voting for the racists over the non-racists? You're saying that there's other like things that you would like to consider, and that's what I'm asking you for. Like, what are the other considerations here that are making you vote for the racists over the non-racists?
Okay, cool. So now that we're off the racist, because I didn't want to talk too much on that, because like you just have to deal with that.
You just conceded that he's racist and she's not racist. That's the answer I wanted. We're good. So yeah, why vote for the racists over the non-racists? What are the other considerations that you're making here?
Things that I would consider: just tax relief for the middle class, freedom of choice when it comes to, well, let me not even talk on that, but just like tax relief, bringing things in-house, having more secure borders, I'm for immigration, as long as you come through the right way. My parents' parents were immigrants. Just the deregulation, because when government seems to have too much power, then it just never seems to go well. I'm not sure why. So I'm just saying, like, the past, 12 of, sorry, did you want to talk? I see you raising your hand. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
You said you're voting for Trump because of relief for the middle class. So Biden and Harris passed 4 big pieces of legislation that provided more relief to the low and the middle class than the top 1%. PACT Act, Infrastructure Bill, Inflation Reduction Act, and the Chips and Science Act. Can you name one piece of legislation that Donald Trump signed into law and influenced to get passed while he was president that benefited the low and the middle class more than the top 1%?
I can't specifically name the name of the legislation. I do know that he signed a bill where I was seeing more money on my paycheck. I'm not sure if it was the tax cuts or the job acts, but I saw my paycheck, like I saw that dollar amount increase. I don't know exactly what it was called, but I know for a fact, I'm like, whoa, it's surprising to see something happen in government and actually see it on my paycheck.
Dory, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo for the TikTok influencer, Dory. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. I want to make sure that we get some massive W's for Dory in that chat. That is DAUREE in the chat right now. Thank you for the $30. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's for Dory. I hear what you're saying. You're talking about his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and how that benefited the middle class through tax cuts. So First of all, right, 83% of the tax cuts in that bill went to the top 1%. Second of all, it footed a bill of $1.9 trillion in debt-related spending on the American taxpayers. And third of all, it only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. Next, let's talk about Harris and Trump. So Harris wants to reduce taxes for over 100 million American workers in the low and middle class by increasing the child tax credit, making a first-time homebuyer subsidy for new property, and then like no tax on tips, and like renegotiation of prescription drug prices.
No tax on tips. I actually thought his side said it first and she followed, but either way, they both have admitted to wanting to do that.
Yeah, so that's one policy where they agree on, like caps on prescription drug prices for like the American consumer, only like allowing individuals to pay about $2,000 a year for any prescription drug. To renegotiate drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. So those are the tax cuts, right, that Harris wants to institute. Now, what does Trump want to do? Right, he wants to destroy the low and the middle class by replacing the federal tax income with tariffs, which are regressive and will make the low and middle class be disproportionately affected because they disproportionately pay more of their income towards the bare necessities to live. His proposed tax policy will disintegrate and destroy the low and the middle class. Meanwhile, Harris's proposed tax policy will benefit them. So if you care about benefiting the low and middle class, why are you voting for the person who will destroy it over the person that will help alleviate some of those tax burdens?
I would say this, when I was completely, I wouldn't say lower class, but lower/middle class, I think Obama was coming in office. Well, let me answer your question. It seems like one side always helps the lowest class, and one side seems to help the highest. And for whatever reason, the way America is set up, when you hurt the people up top, it seems to hurt the people in the middle and at the bottom more. And if you go easy on the people up top, then it seems like the people in the middle seem to suffer less. I don't know why, but it just seems to.
So that's called trickle-down economics. Trickle-down economics was an economic theory developed by a rich man for rich men, and that's a fact. Trickle-down economics has never historically worked. Trickle-down economics actually destroys the low and middle class because under trickle-down economics, we see a stagnation of worker wages with worker productivity when that's something that we saw prior. So trickle-down economics is a failure. If you want to vote for the party that will uplift and benefit the low and the middle class, you should vote for Kamala Harris. Her proposed tax policy only benefits the low and the middle class. Her proposed tax policy will alleviate the stress associated with taxation on the low and middle class. Meanwhile, Trump's proposed policy will destroy it. Tariffs will make your groceries cost more. You pay more than the top 1% for your groceries, proportionally speaking, in comparison for your income, meaning that it will regressively, disproportionately harm you, okay? And it will harm American-owned businesses because when you tariff other countries' importation of goods, well, they tariff you back. That's why we see a reduction in exports, right, with tariffs imposed on other countries from American-owned businesses. Under Trump's tariffs on China, we saw farmers go bankrupt. We saw their companies destroyed. That's why Trump had to turn around and bail them out with $28 billion. He wants to destroy the low and the middle class and destroy American-owned businesses. And you say you care about the low and middle class.
Yeah, I mean, I care about low, middle, and high class. I don't really differentiate if you have a lot of money or no money. I would hope, the people at the bottom get the help they need. I don't think anyone needs billions and billions of dollars. I'm just saying, like, when Trump was office, I'm going to oust myself here. I was working at General Motors, and, like, we went on a hiring spree. I'm not sure if it's because he put the tariff on China and GM wanted to hire Americans, but it was an amazing run for General Motors. And like, as of last week, they just did layoffs. There's nothing in the tech market. I'm not blaming Kamala's side for this. I'm just saying, like, the plan and what they say sounds great, but like in real life, I don't know why it doesn't seem to work. I'm going off of my view in my life. Like, I'm trying to vote for people who are lower.
Yeah. I get you. You're just saying that these things happen in the country while he's president and you associate with being caused by him. So using your logic, did Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression at 14.8% in April of 2020?
I would say yes, but due to COVID, and he didn't want to close the world down to COVID. I felt like the Democrats wanted to do that. And then out of nowhere, the world opened back up under Democrats, but COVID never really went away. Like, people still get COVID. I know people are getting the vaccines and I forget what you call it when you have the enhancements.
I just want to talk about the economy real quick. We could talk about COVID in a bit.
Yeah, I think before the COVID shutdown, the economy was great, but then after COVID, that year was bad, and I don't feel like that was anyone's fault because COVID was such a curveball.
Wait, but that happened under Trump's presidency. Why don't you blame it on him?
Because it's a virus. Like if a virus came out, like how does any politician's control like
Right.
sickness?
You're walking into the point here. So just because something happens in the country doesn't mean that the president is to blame, because
Right,
external
right.
factors can also cause things to occur in our country.
Right.
So specifically speaking, earlier when you made the point that seemingly the economy was better under Trump in his first 3 years than it's been under Obama and Biden. Well,
Sorry, I think I lost you. Sorry, can you repeat that? I lost you for a second.
yeah. So your argument was because it happened under Trump's administration that it was caused by him, right? And we're refuting that logic right now, right? Just because something happens in the country under a president doesn't mean it was caused by the president. So you'd have
Yeah, I
to
would say-
specifically demonstrate through policy how Trump caused you to be better off or how Biden and Harris caused you to be worse off.
But that's what I'm saying. So like something like putting a tariff on a company or a country is a direct result of a political action. So like if I say, hey, TikTok is no longer legal in America because of a bill I'm signing, I directly impact Dean and your platform. But if a meteorite strikes the earth, like that's not political. Like that, I didn't sign a bill to make that happen. If a virus comes out of nowhere, I didn't sign that. That's what I'm saying. So like if you politically
You literally walked into the point. Listen to me
Right.
this time. Listen to me this time.
I did. I
Just
said-
because something happens in the country doesn't mean that it's
Okay, so who's responsible for the tariffs on China when Trump was in
Holy
office? Who's responsible for that?
there were Trump's tariffs. I'm gonna go ahead and move on. I'm sorry. We're just gonna go to move on to our next guest here. Everyone, just give us a minute. I was started to lose my patience with him, so we're just gonna move on. Jesus Christ, fucking hell. There were Trump's tariffs, though. Just to answer your question. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest. Let's go into what our next guest has to say, y'all. Everyone, just give us a minute. Yes, if you are so dense and cannot understand logic and then get kicked by me because you're annoying, everyone in the chat will say I lost. That's a good strat. I lost! Yes, I lost. Just kidding. No, I didn't. Fucking hell, what are y'all talking about? Get mogged. We're going to move on to our next guest. Let's go to see what our next guest has to say, y'all. We're going to get the next guest up in here. Yeah, of course I won, chat. Of course. No, that's just those are the grape supporters. Of course they're gonna say that. Don't mind them. Two rocks clacking in the brains of every single Trump supporter in the chat. Don't mind them. I don't even care. Don't mind them. Don't mind them. It's honestly like embarrassing to say that I lost in the chat. Don't mind them, chat. That is a sign of their intelligence. Don't mind them. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute. We got Brooks loading up in the box. If you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio. I do appreciate everyone that has pulled through and shown insane levels of support today. Thank you for the hand hearts. What's up, Brooks? Are you voting for Trump?
Oh, I didn't mean to request. My bad.
No worries, no worries. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in the chat. I'm honestly just going to start inviting the people up that say I lost because I know that they'll be great people to debate. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone just give me a minute to get our next guest up. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in the chat. Hey, is there someone in this live right now? Hi, you. Hi, yes. Hi. But the chat can't. You should hop back in the queue and I'll bring you back up. Just like exit out of the TikTok app, like literally swipe out of it, like kill the app, then hop back in the queue. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. We had someone glitched into the live. Let's go to move on to our next guest here, y'all. We're going to get our next guest, send me up in the box. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know right now in the chat. We are going to go ahead and get you up in the box. So everyone just give us 1 minute to do so. We got Damien loading in here, chat. Everyone just give us a minute to do so. All right, Tack Wade, I did invite you up, spam and MAGA down below. Jay did invite you up, spam and MAGA. All right, we are still looking for our next guest of the night, everyone, so do be patient while we get them up here. All right, phenomenal. We got our next guest loading in, y'all. We got our next guest loading in. Still inviting people up. There's a lot of people spamming. Okay, guys, please only spam MAGA in the chat if you're ready and willing to come up and debate. Like, I'm inviting so many people that are spamming MAGA and then, like, not coming up. So please, if you're spamming MAGA in the chat, make sure that you are ready and willing to debate, guys. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here. What's going on, Cole? Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Okay, why so? Yo, real quick. Yo, Victoria, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Victoria. I really appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo. That is so kind. Thank you so much. Massive W's for Victoria down below. Anyways, Cole, why are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm a multi-trillionaire, and I just
Thank you for the money again. I appreciate you for the love.
Trump's gonna.
All right, guys, if you are voting for Trump, make sure to let me know down below. That was a troll. We got our next guest loading up in the box. as we speak, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. We have about another 35 minutes on the live here today before I end to go get dinner with my dad. He's coming down for a birthday dinner. For those that don't know, it is my birthday tomorrow, which is super exciting. I will no longer be a teenager. They can no longer pull the You're 19 card. What's up, Kaylee? Are you voting for Trump?
Hi, yes, I am.
Okay. Why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is literally a sexist.
I don't believe that he is.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say that you have no reason to not believe that he's a sexist. Meanwhile, we have a lot of reason to believe that he is.
One more time, go ahead.
He's raped a woman, he sexualized a little girl, boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first, and elected justices to overturn federal protections for access to abortion. He gives not a single shit
Well,
about
I could
women.
go. Okay, so I can talk about the civilly liable grape that you keep talking about. Civilly liable does not mean that it actually occurred. And
what
then
does it mean?
It just, I mean, there's multiple reasons why people settle, right? Like they can settle because of time, because of
He didn't
money.
settle.
But he did. I mean, at the end, he said he still finds himself not guilty.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He didn't settle. He was found guilty. Then he just said, no, I'm not. He did the same thing with the 34 felonies.
I mean,
he was
it was
convicted of
all
34
hearsay.
felonies. No, he's not.
It was hearsay, though. I don't.
Can you define hearsay?
Yeah, she said that it happened for one thing. She had witnesses, and it was just people who she had told after it happened. And then thirdly, she wrote it in a journal. All three of those things are hearsay.
I'm asking you to define hearsay.
Hearsay is someone says that it happens.
Okay. So I'd like to clarify here. Medical records from the 90s indicating that she had been raped by Trump is not hearsay. Consistency between her testimony and the testimony of 7 witnesses over the course of the next 20 years is not hearsay. Her submitting a address to the court of law claiming that it has Trump's DNA on it, then Trump refusing to provide his DNA to the court, claiming that it's not his, but he doesn't want to prove it, is not hearsay. See, this is the thing.
That is hearsay. If I go to someone and say that I did something and I say it to 7 people, that doesn't mean that it actually happened. It just means I told 7 people. That's one of the things that you said.
Okay, so if Trump was held civilly liable for the sexual abuse of a little girl, would you still vote for him?
No.
Okay, so your issue here isn't the standard of evidence that civil courts use.
Yes, it is.
One moment, Kaylee. Let me speak. Let me speak. Thank you.
No, because I don't like the words you're about to put in my mouth.
I try to be nice, chat. I try to be so nice. I try to be so fucking nice. Anyways, I'm going to go back to what I was saying. So yeah, you said that you would vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the rape of an adult, but you wouldn't vote for him if he was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl. The issue here is this shows us that your problem is not the idea that civil courts do not prove things to have occurred to sufficient threshold, or else you wouldn't accept the civil court that would determine that he had raped a little girl. But your main issue here is you just don't think that him raping an adult woman is bad enough. I understand this is me putting words in your mouth, so maybe you could explain it to me. Why would you accept a civil court that would hold him liable for the rape of a little girl, but not a civil court that would hold him liable for the rape of an adult?
Sure, because kids are innocent beings. They don't have ulterior motives. If something came up where they made an accusation like that, then I would be completely alarmed.
Kids are innocent. Do you know how often I lied to my dad when I was a kid? I would lie to my dad about being on my phone late at night. He'd turn off the internet, and then I'd go into the internet room and I'd turn it back on. I'd lie to him about having my phone. I would lie to him about not being out with friends. I'd have a girl over when he was gone.
They have innocent mind. Yes, kids are innocent in my eyes. Yes, I don't believe
so you're saying that Eugene Carroll was a liar.
I'm saying.
Yeah, thank you so much for the subscription. And Betsy, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo for the happy early birthday. Thank you so much for the love. But, just real quick, if kids are innocent.
I'm saying the case is based on hearsay.
And Jake, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying no need to shout me out, but happy 20th birthday, man. You're amazing and deserve all the love and success that you're getting. Thank you so much for the love, Jake. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Jake and Betsy. So you think that kids never lie?
No, I'm not. I'm saying kids are innocent. When it comes to something like sexual abuse, then yes, I don't think a kid would just make that up.
Katie Johnson was a kid. Katie Johnson accused Donald Trump of raping her. Did Katie Johnson make that up?
I'm not saying that this case where he's civilly liable, I'm saying it's hearsay. That's all I'm saying is that it's hearsay.
Katie Johnson was a 13-year-old girl. Katie Johnson said that Trump raped her. Did Katie Johnson make that up?
I don't know anything about Katie Johnson.
She was a 13-year-old girl that said Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein imprisoned her, tortured her, and raped her. You are making the claim that children would never lie about sexual abuse.
I said it's more serious. I don't think they have
This
ulterior
child, Katie Johnson, wouldn't lie about sexual abuse. So do you accept Katie Johnson's accusations?
Did it go through the courts or anything?
She accused him, she brought it to court, and then she said that she got pressured in, so the charges were dropped.
So, who pressured her?
Who knows? Why is it relevant? You said that kids don't lie about this kind of stuff, so was Katie Johnson lying?
Well, she's pressured by people to do it, like people that she's comfortable with, and she's saying it didn't happen.
Fuck you. She never said it didn't happen. You know what? Honestly, Kaylee, fuck you. And I mean that. No way you're going to come on my live, say that kids would never lie about sexual abuse, and then turn around and
just said she felt pressured, so she dropped
she
it.
felt
I don't know
pressured
who she
into
felt
dropping the
pressure from.
charge.
I'm saying I don't know enough about.
Hey, Kaylee, don't interrupt
what you're
me.
talking about.
You will have the chance to speak after I finish speaking. Do not interrupt me, okay? I will do that. I will allow you that same grace. I will not interrupt you.
Sounds good.
I will hold myself to the same standard. This goes both ways. We will not interrupt each other because I wanted to finish what I was saying. You said that, specifically speaking, a little kid would never lie about sexual abuse. Katie Johnson, a little kid, a 13-year-old girl, specifically said that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein had raped her, imprisoned her, and tortured her. Do you accept Katie Johnson's accusations?
First of all, I did not say kids would never lie. I'll say that. I'm saying I don't know enough about the case, and you just said she felt pressured, so it got dropped. I don't know anything, so I can't speak on this specific thing. I'm speaking on the one that you keep bringing up, which was hearsay. And we can move on to the next topic if you'd like.
Gross.
How is that gross? You just said it got dropped
so
because she
fucking
felt
gross.
pressure. How is that gross? There's not
Because
enough.
you just came up on my live. You did make the claim that a kid would never lie about
I
being
said they
sexually
have no
abused.
ulterior motives. Kids have no ulterior motives.
Okay. So you do accept.
They
So
can
all
be
that you
pressured.
need to know is that a 13-year-old girl.
Kids
One
can
second.
be pressured by adults or people that they trust. That is true. I
So
don't know
all that
who
you
she
need to
was
know-
pressured. I don't know who she was pressured by.
She was pressured
I
to
don't
drop
know-
the case because she was
But I don't
scared
know by
about the
who.
repercussions.
I don't know the case. Again, I don't know the case. All I'm saying is you're saying she felt pressured.
Dude,
I don't know. I
the
don't
feeling
know who she
pressured.
felt
Hey,
pressured by.
Kaylee, listen to me. Maybe I could tell you. Okay, sweet.
I
So
already
she felt
asked.
pressured to drop the case because she was receiving threats. She felt scared, so she dropped the case. Okay, I want to clarify. You have caught yourself in a contradiction.
No, I haven't.
Now we're gonna go ahead and repeat what has unfolded over the course of the last 10, 20 minutes here. So I asked you if you would vote for Trump if he was held civilly liable for the rape of a little girl. You said no. And your reason was, well, a little kid would never lie about being raped.
No. My response was,
What was the
kids
reason?
do not have ulterior motives.
Which equates to the kid.
No, it does not equate to what you're trying to say.
Okay,
It
what's the
equates to
difference?
kids do not have ulterior motives.
Okay, what's the difference between saying that you'd accept the civil court about Trump raping a little girl because a little girl wouldn't have an ulterior motive to accuse him of rape, and saying that because the kid wasn't lying?
Say that question one more time.
What's the difference between saying that a kid?
I'm not moving goalposts. I'm reading the comment. I'm not moving goalposts. My stance has been the same.
So you essentially said that you'd believe a kid if they accused an adult of raping them, right?
Yes.
So would you believe a kid, Katie Johnson, when she accused an adult Donald Trump of raping her?
Yes, but she dropped it. So it's hard to know what happened in that situation.
Okay.
It's hard.
So
I mean, if
guys,
she dropped it,
this
it's
is a
hard to
hypocrisy.
know.
This is, she stated her reason. She stated her reason in the court documents.
kids
She
don't
said that she
have-
was in fear of her life.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the case. Yeah,
I'm
but I'm going
literally
to side
telling you
with the
enough
child. I'm going to side with the child at all times. But I don't know the case, so I can't agree
So
with what
then you'd side with Katie Johnson, right?
She dropped it, so I'm siding with what she did. Like
She
everything
dropped
did,
the case and she gave a reason that she was scared for her life.
I have to look it up. I have to
Okay,
look
if it is
up.
the case that the reason she dropped the case was because she was getting threats and she was scared, would you believe Katie Johnson?
Yeah. I would.
Okay.
But there was no case. And I don't think her name should be out there. She's only 13. I don't think her name should be out there. I don't think
See, guys, this is the
should be out
hypocrisy
there.
of the right. This is why like the MAGA voter base is so like.
I mean, because we want proof. Like, I don't know anything about this case, but this is going to keep going. My thing is,
So I just want to clarify. First, you said, one second. Hey, Kaylee, shut the fuck up. First, you said that you'd believe any kid that accuses an adult of raping them, and now you're saying that this kid needs to provide proof.
I'm still saying that.
It's just so saddening. Like, especially when it has to do with little kids. I'm just so sorry, bro. Like, this shit actually angers me. Yeah, first it was believe all kids that accuse adults of raping them. Now it's Katie Johnson didn't have enough proof, all because she accused the chosen one. King, I appreciate you for the $25 on Venmo saying drop that piece of garbage. And Catherine, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying birthday twin. Let's get some W's in the chat for King and Catherine. I really appreciate the both of you guys. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate you, King and Catherine.
You're putting words in my mouth every time you move.
Are you driving right now?
I just turned my car on because it's hot.
Oh, no worries. Okay. So yeah, why are you voting for Trump?
His policies for one, and one other thing I wanted to bring up that's controversial is Roe versus Wade, and I've just been hearing you discuss it. I just think the policy, it needed tweaking. Like, it wasn't right. There was nothing protecting the children.
What?
There's nothing protecting, like, Roe versus Wade had no protection for an unborn child, fetus, whatever you want to call it. There was no protection at all. So I think something else needs to be in place, and that Roe versus Wade the terms weren't clear enough. Like, you could have an abortion. It was up to the state to allow abortion all the way up until past the third trimester. So my thought is something else has to be in place for
I just want to like let you know. So states. So Roe v. Wade allowed states to like legislate on the legality of abortion in the third trimester.
Yes. Correct.
And then after Roe v. Wade was overturned, what happened?
Everything got left to the states. So I'm saying something else has to be put in place because Roe versus Wade
states could still. So right now, after Roe v. Wade was overturned, states can still legislate on the legality of abortion in the third trimester.
Correct. You're not listening to the rest of my statement. The rest of my statement is Roe versus Wade was overturned, but something else needs to be in place that protects unborn children and fetuses. That's it.
So do you think that Roe v. Wade should have been overturned?
I think that there should have been immediately something that should have been put in place that protects unborn children.
I'm just asking you if Roe v. Wade should have been overturned.
And I'm saying if I believe it if something else was put in place.
Then you're just not answering my question.
Yes, I am. If something else was put in place, I believe it was the right thing to do.
Okay, so was something else put in place?
I saw you have what you were saying to other people is they have no
was something
empathy.
else put in place?
No.
Okay, so then Roe v. Wade should have been
the thing that was put in place is giving it to the states. Now I believe something should be put in place to protect everybody, right? To protect people.
So are you pro-choice or pro-life?
Yes, I'm pro-choice.
You're pro-choice, but you're going to vote for Trump, the guy that elected 3 justices to the Supreme Court to strip away federal protections to access to abortion. Maybe your angle should be, one moment, more interruptions. Take it away. Feel free, interrupt me. I don't care.
Okay, because I think, like you said in your other lives, that you believe in the rights of women. And I believe in the rights of women too, but I also believe in the rights of unborn children. I don't think it's right for people to get abortions in at certain levels.
Like what week would you say that we should cut off access to elective lethal abortions?
I would probably say between 6 and 8 weeks.
Okay, why?
Because I think that's during the first trimester. I just think it's the best time. I think that the child hasn't developed enough. The child or the fetus isn't developed enough to live on its own.
A fetus isn't developed enough to survive outside of the woman's uterus until the point of viability at about 20 weeks.
Correct.
So if you would care about the point of viability, which occurs at 20 weeks.
I'm not saying point of viability because there's already a heart rate. You're saying I'm giving you the reasons, then you say point of viability. I don't think that's the only reason not to have an abortion.
Okay, do you mind if I speak real quick?
Sure.
You said that we should cut off access to elective abortion at 6 through 8 weeks. I asked you why, and then you said because it has the ability to survive outside of the womb.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so why do you think that we should cut off access to elective lethal abortions at 6 to 8 weeks?
because I believe it gives women 8 weeks is like enough time for women to know that they could possibly be pregnant. And if you're having sex, then you should be cautious of the result that could come from having sex. So if you're late on your period, which is usually every 28 to 30 days if you're a regular, then you would know if you missed your period. That gives you enough time to know if you missed your period. I think that it's important for women and men to be responsible if they have children and if they're having unprotected sex or if they're missing their period. We have to protect children just as much as we protect women.
So my frequent viewers will know this. I do something fun. I like to ask why people are pro-life, pro-abortion bans, and then I let them yap and ramble as much as they want. Because a good 75% of the time, it reduces down to one thing. And that one thing that it has reduced down to, Kaylee, is control over women who are engaging in particular actions in
Not
which
just
Kaylee
women,
would deem
men
as
too.
irresponsible. Pro-life legislation controls women, not men. Secondly, right, I think it is absolutely morally abominable for you to say that you care about the unborn, you are pro-life, you care about children, but in all reality, you are just using this as a virtue signal to hide your internalized misogyny. I just let you ramble insofar as why you believe that women should not have access to abortion after 6 to 8 weeks. Brit, thank you for the money gun. And all you talked about was the idea that, well, you should be cautious when you're engaging in sex. That gives the woman enough time. She needs to be more responsible. They should have used a condom. They should have been more preventative. They should have thought ahead. You know what? I am pro-choice because I care about life. You are pro-life because you care about controlling women. You want to force unwanted children into unready households of parents who you deem is irresponsible because you don't want them to be able to access healthcare to alleviate an unwanted pregnancy because you view that as a punishment and you think that punishment is just. And that is despicable. Cami, thank you for the gym gun. In areas with pro-life legislation, thank you for the money gun as well, Britt, we see higher rates of poverty, lower rates of employment, lower rates of education, lower qualities of life. And all of this tells me that you are so dead set on the punishment of women for engaging in actions in which you personally deem as irresponsible, when in all reality, they just uphold different values and different values in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex than you do. Thank you for the money gun, Lisa. And Lisa, I appreciate you for the subscription. So then you want to turn around, punish them by forcing them to maintain pregnancy, forcing them to give birth to a child, and forcing that unwanted child in their household, which in turn punishes the child as well. You don't care about life. We got it, Kaylee. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, that's not, you just put a lot of words in my mouth. And then
Kurt, I appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. So much for the love. Norman, thank you for the $10 on PayPal as well. I really appreciate you, Kurt and Norman. Y'all are awesome. Thank you guys so much. And Jazz, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. And Rosabelle, thank you so much for the $3 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. And then I also just wanted to point out that, yeah, no, most women don't know they're pregnant by 6 to 8 weeks.
But I'm saying if you're engaging in unprotected sex, or even if there's a possibility, you should be extra aware, honestly. But you did just put a lot of words in my mouth when you muted me, and you twist my
Caitlin,
words.
thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well. Hey, so if someone smokes cigarettes knowing that it runs the risk of lung cancer and they get lung cancer, should they be able to go to a medical health professional to terminate the life of that lung cancer?
They should take extra precautions to check their lungs regularly to know.
Yeah, no shit. Like, I think people shouldn't smoke. Just like I don't think that people should engage in intercourse without protection. Okay, we need to be engaging in sex safely. But
right. So what I'm saying
wasn't my question. My question was, do you think individuals who do smoke should still be able to seek medical treatment to terminate the life of their lung cancer, or should they have to deal with the consequences of their actions? Thank you for the money gun. And Maureen, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some some W's in the chat for Maureen. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. So answer my question, please.
I think there's stuff, isn't there, when you sign up for your insurance, they ask if you smoke or don't smoke?
Do you think that they should be legally allowed to seek medical treatment to terminate the life of their lung cancer? Please answer my question.
Do I think people with lung cancer should be able to seek treatment for lung cancer? Yes.
Oh, okay. So even though they knew the risk that they might get lung cancer when they smoke, they should still be able to seek medical treatment if they do get lung cancer. So even though a woman may know the risk of pregnancy when they're engaging in sex,
you're supposed to be taking the precautions. If you're a smoker, you should still be taking the precautions of getting checked.
Maybe if you let me finish, I will get there, Kaylee. Right? The point that
you
this
don't let me
analogy.
finish, and then you twist my words, so it's.
The point that this analogy intends to prove is that the argument that women know the risk of sex to bear pregnancy, therefore they should be obligated to their pregnancy if it occurs, it falls apart because we shouldn't be obligating women to sustain a pregnancy just because they knew the risks. That's what we call a punishment, an unjust one, okay? And the analogy here would be, well, smokers know the risk of lung cancer if they smoke, but that doesn't obligate them to sustain the lung cancer. We as a society would still recognize the fact that if they get that lung cancer, they should still be able to go seek medical treatment, right? And your response here is, well, they should know the risks of smoking. They should be engaged in more preventative, cautious means to prevent the lung cancer. I agree with that 110%, just like I'd agree that we should be teaching individuals on how to engage in sex safer. We should have free forms of contraceptives. We should promote birth control. We should promote more education, and we should promote individuals engaging in sex safer 110%, right? But the issue is the way to solve this is through education and better resources, not by banning the saving grace of an unwanted pregnancy, which is abortion, okay? Like, promoting safe sex is not antithetical to a worldview in which allows women to access abortion, okay? And I think that is a recognition that is required for every single person watching this live to make. And this becomes so evidently clear in this analogy that I make to smoking, right? Because we'd say here, smoking is terrible, it's so bad for you, you shouldn't do it. But if you smoke and you get lung cancer, you should be able to go to the hospital. But then we should turn around and promote ads on the TV about getting people to not smoke. Very similarly, right, I think that engaging in unsafe sex is bad. That's something that we shouldn't do. We should be promoting more education to get people to engage in sex safer. But if anybody yields a pregnancy off of sex, regardless if it was safe or unsafe, they should still be able to seek medical treatment to terminate that unwanted pregnancy. Right, and that's not even recognizing the point that 54% of women who get elective abortions are doing so because of the failure of engaging in sex safely. But like that point's not even relevant here. Shayla, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo from the Pro-Choice Squad. I appreciate you for the love. And Maureen, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo as well. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for Maureen. Thank you for the $20. I may have already given you a shout out, but I'm just going to give you two in case I
Up until
didn't.
what point do you believe in abortions?
Yeah, I think that elective lethal abortion should be legal until about 20 through 24 weeks with the development of the fetus's ability to deploy first-person subjective experiences. Prior to that point, I think that the fetus is an invaluable multicellular life form in which I don't really care about, nor should anyone else.
Well, it kind of sounds like we're
Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth.
We're actually not that far apart on this thing because I'm not saying I'm pro-life or I'm saying I'm pro-choice.
No, you're not.
I'm just think people have to speak for unborn children.
Yeah, Kaylee, you're like so
protecting
insufferable.
women.
I'm not gonna lie. Like you haven't responded to any of my points. You haven't justified your position
Yes,
insofar
every
as
time
why
I
you
try
think
to
that women should be able to
respond,
get
you
abortions after
mute
6
me.
to 8 weeks.
Yes, I have.
Wait,
Maybe
okay. When did you?
I didn't notice. But let me say this one more time. I am pro-choice. I believe that Roe versus Wade did not protect children because after the second and third trimester, they brought it to the states. I think something else has to be in place for Roe versus Wade because it did not protect children past the first trimester. I'll even put it at 12 past the first trimester. I think it should not be an option to abort.
So then you turn around and you want to give the states the abilities to restrict all
I
women,
think
including
something
victims of
else
rape from
needs-
accessing
yeah, I
intercourse.
think
Then that's what should have happened. I agree with you. I don't think
Okay,
that
so we're
elective
on the
lethal.
same page
We're not
here.
on the same page here,
First of all, you
Kaylee.
just
The
agreed
reason that we're
something
not
else.
the reason that we're not on the same page here is although while I may agree that elective lethal abortions like after 20 through 24 weeks are murder and shouldn't be legal, that doesn't account for literally any abortion, right, that has ever been gotten. If you could point me towards one scenario of a woman getting an elective abortion in the third trimester, that would be phenomenal. I've never found one. And then second of all, the way that we resolve that is it by overturning the federal Shut the fuck up and let me finish.
allowed.
The way that we, dude, are you going to let me finish? Or are you going to continue to be insufferable,
cut
continue to
me
interrupt me,
off.
and continue not to let me make a
You
single
cut
point
me
on this
off.
live? So you're going to justify your wrongdoing from a wrongdoing of me? How about we have a productive two-way conversation where we don't interrupt each other? How about that? Does that work? Great. Thanks. Kaylee, can you give me an example of one single woman under Roe v. Wade getting an elective lethal abortion in the third trimester?
It's
One
allowed. HIPAA won't allow me to discuss that because it's not allowed to.
That's
be
right,
discussed.
you can't. So I'm going to go and continue what I was saying. Do not interrupt me or you will be kicked from this live. I hope I make that clear, okay? So yes, okay. Under Roe v. Wade, it allows the states the ability to legislate freely on access to abortion in the third trimester after 20 through 24 weeks. That's a fact, right? And I think that like abortions in that third trimester after about 20 through 24 weeks, especially elective lethal ones, are going to be murder. They are morally wrong. I absolutely hold to that position. But I think the way to resolve this isn't to overturn the federal protections that we're allowing victims of rape and all 170 million American women in the first trimester and the second trimester to seek abortions. The way to resolve this is by going to Congress and pushing for congressional legislation to first federally protect access to abortion in the first and the second trimester before 20 through 23 weeks, and then turn around and institute a federal ban on elective lethal abortions after that point, right? That's the correct response, okay? The correct response isn't to overturn the only form of federal protection, right? Ensuring a woman's access to healthcare during that first and second trimester, where I don't think that anything is wrong with it, especially including the victims of rape. And that is your issue, okay? And I don't think I could get this past your dense fucking mind because for some fucking reason you can't understand this. Like, I just want it to be evidently clear. Like, apparently Kaylee, right, sees an issue with Roe v. Wade allowing for elective lethal abortions in the third trimester. Okay, she sees that as shit. So her way to resolve this shit is to push it back to the states, which, by the way, still allows for that shit because pushing it back to the states allows states to legislate on the access to the abortion in the third trimester, but then to add a whole lot of other shit in there, like denying victims of rape access to abortion, denying any woman access to lethal elective abortions before 20 through 24 weeks. This is not the way you resolve this. You are causing more harm, okay?
Thanks. I did answer it before you muted me, and then you muted me saying I couldn't answer it. That's for one. But it sounds like we kind of agree on the point that there should be something else in place because Roe versus Wade did not protect.
But this doesn't give you reason to vote for Trump because he doesn't want anything else in place. If anything, the one thing he would want in place is a federal ban on abortion.
So Trump actually came out and he did say he believes that there should be special cases allowed. So he did come out and say that.
Yeah, the 1% for grape, incest, and SA, and like medical exceptions. That doesn't account for like the elective lethal abortions that should be allowed.
Anyways, it seems like you just keep twisting my words about what we're saying, so we can move on to the next thing. If you
No, I don't want to move on to the point because you're not responding to a damn thing that I'm saying.
I mean, I am. You honestly are agreeing with what I'm saying, is that there's not enough.
No, you're so delusional if I think that you're fucking agreeing. You're so delusional if you think I'm agreeing with you.
So you mute me, and then I try to talk.
Oh my God, let's get some
off.
baby bottles in the chat for the whiner.
What do you... You keep cutting me off, and then when I try to respond to you, you cut me off or mute me. So what we are agreeing on is that Roe versus Wade did not protect children, and something else should have been in place. Meaning Roe versus Wade.
Hey, Kaylee, what reason does this give you to vote for Trump?
Because I don't think the case about Roe versus Wade is enough not to vote for Trump. Because I think he was trying to protect
denying
children.
65,000 victims of rape in the state of Texas over the last 2.5 years access to abortion isn't reason enough. Denying all 170 million American women and girls, right, specific access to elective lethal abortions when it is not immoral to do so isn't bad enough. Having 23 states where women have restricted access to abortion and 12 states where they have none, including if they are a victim of rape, isn't good enough reason. You know, ensuring that women in the state of California have different access to healthcare than women in Alabama isn't good enough reason. You're fucking delusional when you call yourself pro-choice. Because if you cared about access to abortion, if you cared about access to healthcare, if you cared about women's rights, then you would not be saying that stripping away federal protections for these things and rescinding it back to the state, leading to the abortion bans in which we've seen, isn't reason enough. What does that outweigh? What overrules him overturning Roe v. Wade? You recognize this as being a bad thing. Okay, what is a good thing about Trump that overrules and outweighs this bad thing?
It's protecting more unborn children in the second and third trimesters.
Okay, all right. You've already demonstrated how you have absolutely no good reason to say that women shouldn't be able to access elective abortions after 6
I literally just said it. It protects more unborn
Why shouldn't a
children
woman be
who
able to get an
don't
elective
have
abortion at
voices.
15 weeks? Why shouldn't a woman be able to get an elective abortion at 15 weeks?
Because it gives a woman enough time to understand if she's pregnant or not pregnant. If you're having
Gives a woman
unprotected
enough?
sex, yes, you get your period every
confused on
4
what you're
weeks.
saying.
What?
So why shouldn't a woman be able to get an elective abortion at 15 weeks?
Because there's a heartbeat.
Oh, so you care about a heartbeat. Okay. When
That's
was the last
part
time
of the reason you're getting.
I have a question. I have a question. So when was the last time you ate a hamburger?
I don't eat meat.
Oh, why not?
Because it upsets my stomach.
Okay, but do you think that there's anything wrong with eating meat?
If someone wants to eat meat, they can eat meat.
Do cows have heartbeats?
Yes.
Okay, so why does a human's heartbeat matters but a cow doesn't?
A cow eating is a form of livelihood.
Okay, so
They're
if
trying
mother
to
were to get an
protect.
abortion then eat the fetus, that'd be permissible?
Sorry, what? They can eat the placenta if they want.
So you said that the human, like the fetus, was valuable after it has a heartbeat. Why is a heartbeat valuable?
It's the start. I mean, at 15 weeks, there's more development than just a heartbeat, right?
I'm asking you to tell me why a heartbeat is valuable. Why is it wrong?
I think I'm saying first trimester now.
Okay, what happens in the development of a fetus that makes it immoral to get an abortion?
You have a personal responsibility to understand what's going on. That's enough time for you to know if you are pregnant or not.
Why is it immoral for a woman to abort a fetus at 15 weeks? You have yet to answer the single
Yes, I
fucking
did,
question.
because I've answered it. This is my third time now. Because 15 weeks is enough time to understand if you are pregnant or not.
Oh, so it has nothing to do with the value of the fetus. So you're pro-controlling women. Got it, right? Because see, this is the issue with this view. You don't care about like the life or the sanctity of the life of the fetus. You're all about limiting and controlling women, placing your arbitrary standard on what is or isn't enough time for them to access healthcare. You don't care about the life of the unborn. You care about controlling the lives of the women.
No, I don't.
Then explain to me why your reason why it's immoral for a woman to get an abortion at 15 weeks
Because
has
I'm
nothing to
trying
do with
to
the value of the fetus and all to do with the actions of the mother.
It's giving women time.
Yes, no, Kaylee, answer my question. Answer my question. If you're not pro controlling women, then why is your reason why it is immoral to get an abortion at 15 weeks have nothing to do with the value of the fetus and all to do with the value with the actions of the mother? Answer that question. If it's not about like controlling women, answer that question.
Every time I try to answer the question, you just mute me. So it's getting very frustrating and we're talking in circles. It's not going anywhere.
Answer my fucking question, Kaylee.
I have.
If it's about controlling women, if it is about controlling...
You want me to answer
Kaylee, listen to my words.
Listen to my words. Women enough time to understand if they are pregnant.
You are so
That is
fucking
enough
dense. This is
time.
insane. You're not listening to my damn question. Listen to my question.
And I just answered it for the fourth time.
Hey,
it gives
Kaylee.
women enough time to understand if they are pregnant.
Kaylee, I'm gonna go to ask my
No,
question.
it's frustrating. You keep
Kaylee,
muting me, talking over me. You're telling me to calm.
Baby
You are
bottles in
so
the chat.
frustrated.
Baby bottles in the
Now,
chat.
I gotta get off.
Oh yeah, so now you run away because you can't defend your position. There we got it, folks. There we got it, folks. There we got it, folks. She's gonna run away because she can't defend her position. That's what happens every single time. Okay, I've asked you the same question repeatedly now, and you have not been able to answer. You said the reason it is wrong for a woman to get an abortion at 15 gestational weeks is because she quote unquote had enough time to get the abortion by then. So my question to you is, well, if your reasoning insofar as why you think they shouldn't be able to access healthcare isn't because you want to control the woman, well then tell me why the reason you think it's wrong isn't about the value that the fetus has, but it's rather about the actions that the mother has taken. Like, I feel like that's a big difference. If you truly weren't like pro-controlling women, well then the reason...
It's a
Listen
little...
to my words. Listen to my words, Kaylee.
It's a little hypocritical talk about controlling women as you put me on mute, right?
The reason that I'm putting you on mute has nothing to do...
4 times.
Kaylee, the reason I'm putting you on...
We're talking about controlling women and you mute me.
Can I speak real quick? The reason that I'm putting you on mute has nothing to do with your gender identity or what's in between your legs, and it has all to do with your incredible level of denseness, your inability to let me speak or to answer a question. Before, you know that I treat a man the same way, okay? It has nothing to do with your gender identity or what's in between your legs. Now, to go into the question that you've not answered this entire time,
I've answered it 4 times now.
Kaylee, with all due respect, you have not answered my question. May I please ask you my question so you can answer it? If you continue to do this, you haven't... Kaylee, stop talking and let me... What is this fucking shit? Look at this shit. This is why I mute you, Kaylee.
I don't need to hear it again.
Kaylee, what is my... Okay, Kaylee, what is my question?
I'm saying 15 weeks.
Kaylee, what is my question?
Your question is...
Look at this shit, chat.
You think that it's not about the development of the feet? The question is about the development of the fetus. And
You obviously don't know the question. I'm
yes,
going
I
to
do.
go.
I don't know the exact way you worded it.
Hey,
You're
hey,
wondering
Kaylee,
why I'm
Kaylee.
basing it on 15 week or the
Kaylee,
first trimester when I can't talk.
Kaylee,
You
calm
just
down.
asked me to answer your question. I'm answering it. You literally asked me why I'm putting it on the woman to know and controlling her body and when it is if it has nothing to do with the fetus. That is the question. Correct?
I'm going to repeat my question now. I hope that you listen. So my question for Kaylee, stop. Please, for the love of God. Thank you. So my question once again is, your reason why you think that an elective abortion at 15 weeks is immoral is specifically because you said that a woman has had enough time to get an abortion prior to that point. My response to this was saying that you are not pro-life, you are pro-control. You said that that's wrong. So my question in return to that was, if you are not pro-control, then why does the reason you think an abortion at 15 weeks is immoral have nothing to do with how valuable you think the life of the fetus is, and has all to do with the actions that the mother partook in?
Well, yeah, literally, you just said a long version of what I just repeated back to you.
Now, may you please answer the question, Kaylee?
Yes. Like I said, this is the 6th time I'm responding to this question. It gives 15 weeks, or the first trimester truly gives the woman enough time without taking her rights away and still considering the development of the fetus and the child within her.
So this is not an answer to my question.
Yes, sir.
And the reason I'm saying that this is not an answer to my question is because you know what? Chat, should we even keep it going?
No,
is it even
I
worth
feel
it?
like no, I don't think this part keeps going in circles.
Because you are fucking dense. Because you're fucking dense, Kaylee. We're gonna try one more time. We're gonna try one more time with Kaylee.
You're muting me.
If
Look,
you
it's really, you can
were
even look
not
at your comments.
pro-control-
Everyone's saying you're muting me. Like
I just see everyone
really
asking me to
frustrating.
drop you right now.
Then drop me, but you keep muting me. That's fine if you want to drop me, but if you can't.
So you are pro-controlling women because the reason that you are pro-life has nothing to do with life or the value of the fetus and has all to do with you wanting to control the access to healthcare of the woman. You don't care about the value of the life of the fetus. You don't care about its human development. You care about arbitrarily placing a standard on all 170 million American women and girls to quote-unquote access abortion with enough time. That is why you're pro-control. And you know that this will only prevent more women from being able to access abortion. Most women don't even know that they're pregnant until about 6 to 8 weeks, which was the dates in which you said that access to abortion should be cut off at. And placing further limitations or restrictions on when that open window of access should be without giving a care for the value of the fetus and rather saying they've already had enough time only serves to further prevent more women from accessing abortion. Hi, Jake. I appreciate you for the subscription.
Okay, so I think we've one of the last things I want to say, and if you would take time.
Yeah, look at that. No response. No fucking response. Look at that shit, chat. They can't handle the facts. That is the issue with the MAGA cultists, is they cannot handle the facts. They can't. They can't handle the facts, guys. They'll never be able to. Give it away. Ran away. Run away. Run away. Run away. Hey.
Y'all ready?
All right, by the way, guys, we have about another 20 minutes on the live here tonight before I do have to get off and go to that family dinner with my dad for the birthday. So we're going to go and get our last debate of the night up in the box literally right now, chat. So let's go and get that done. If you've been enjoying today's live stream, make sure to hit that follow button, y'all. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, guys. So everyone just give us 1 minute. This will be our last guest of the night. So let's see who we got here. Let's go and get our next guest up in here right now. We got Mark loading into the queue. Make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. We are going to see what our next guest has to say. If you are MAGA, make sure to let me know in the chat. What's up, Mark? How old are you? Mark, are you on the live?
Hey, Dean.
Hey, what's up, man? Are you voting for Trump?
I think so.
Okay, why so?
I think
Also,
so.
appreciate everyone in the chat saying happy birthday. Okay, why's that?
I don't know, actually. I think I'm still undecided, to be honest with you. I'm kind of
Okay, would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for violent sexual abuse?
So, that whole thing, is that That's the one where it was like a civil court, right? I mean, somebody came and said he did something to them, and they went to court, and it wasn't criminal, right?
I'm just gonna talk to someone that is decided, because like my background says, why are you voting for Trump? When I like have an undecided quote unquote voter hop in the queue, I usually just try to ask him a question. But since we only have like another 10 minutes, we're gonna go ahead and try to get someone up here that definitely is voting for Trump. And yeah, guys, if you'd like to support me in the last 10 minutes of stream here, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. Thank you so much for the You're Amazing. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. What's going on, man? Are you voting for Trump?
Love you, bro. Love you, Dean. Happy birthday.
JP, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, man. W's for JP down below. I appreciate you for the love. I think you've actually popped up before. I appreciate you, man. Massive W's for JP. Thank you so much, man. He's always here. I recognize his name when I got him up here. Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump? Hello? All right, they're not here. All right, honestly, Chad, I think that we're just going to go ahead and end the stream there. It'll give me a little bit extra time to go shower before the dinner with my dad. So, hey, for the 4.7 thousand people in here, tomorrow's my birthday. And I'm going to be doing a stream on my birthday, same time, same morning. Y'all already know. I'd love to see you all there. Make sure to pull through. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out, too. Appreciate everyone for the happy early birthdays. I'm really looking forward to it. I'll finally be 20. 21 is going to be a bit bigger of a birthday, though. So, yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Well, yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow for the birthday stream. I'm looking forward to it. All right. I love you all.
Okay, see, okay, that's
Or
that's
what about Jeffrey Dahmer?
That's a different. I think
Okay, so there is a point where their
think-
morals get so bad. So why doesn't Trump meet that standard? Is the sexual abuse of a woman not bad enough?
Oh, it is bad, but like I said,
is it bad enough though for you not to vote for someone?
honestly, I wish somebody else would be running than the Republican party. So it is bad enough. I mean, it's the only option that I think is the best option right now.
The only option is Kamala Harris. Okay, this guy tried to overthrow the government. Okay, he has like a lot of people that were on his staff, right? That literally say he's unfit and a threat to democracy. His old vice president, right?
Yeah, and like
you remember him?
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
What happened with Mike Pence?
Yeah, he completely switched up on Trump. I don't know why.
Why so?
Well, I mean, I don't really remember. Like I said, I just got into politics. I don't know much.
Was it for no reason?
No,
Or
I
was it
remember
because Donald Trump tried to coup the country.
trying to get like some
Thank you for the money, gun.
some fake borders or something like that, right? Donald Trump was trying to get Mike Pence to get borders or something like that, something along that line.
No, he tried to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's bad too. Yeah, but like I said, it's both people are pretty bad in my opinion. But like I said, the main reason why I'm voting for Trump is because he even the stuff that he says is bad, he stands on that. He backs it. Like I said, I don't like when he said this either, but when he said the whole black jobs thing, and he went on that interview, and he's still saying black jobs. He called jobs black jobs.
Is that a good thing? Why are you bringing this up as like an accolade?
Because he stands on what he believes, and what Kamala Harris, she does not stand on what she believes. I've seen a lot of stuff.
What does he believe in this scenario?
What happened?
What does he believe in this scenario?
Well,
You're saying he stands on what he believes. In this scenario, what does he believe?
Well, I don't care about what he believes in. It's the fact that he stands on it.
What's a black job?
But like I said, I don't agree with that. I think it's stupid. It was bad.
So why'd you bring it up as like an accolade?
Because he stands on what he believes. He doesn't let anybody change his mind.
Gotta be trolling. That's not a good quality. That's a terrible quality. That's a horrible characteristic. Would you want a partner that does that? Like a significant other in life? Would you want them to do that?
Well, if it's a bad thing, I wouldn't want them to do that.
Is that good character?
It's standing on what you believe.
Answer the question. Is that good character?
No, it's not.
Okay, wait. So please tell me why you're bringing this up as an accolade if you think it's bad character. That's not a flex, bro.
Wait, hold on. I think we're getting the mix up here. I'm talking about that you standing on what you believe. If you believe something, you're gonna protecting.
Okay, so
his
are you
flag.
gonna respect someone who like stands on their racist beliefs? What?
Well, I don't respect. I don't respect.
What?
Wait. It's not so. It's not so much about the belief, but it's the fact that he stands on it. That he says, it was black jobs, and he's still calling them black jobs. It's just that it's bad. It's racist. It's not a good thing.
Okay, so bro, now you're just making yourself look bad, bro. Why are you voting for someone who you know is racist, who is misogynist, who has a violent sexual history, who tried to overthrow the government and he tried to restrict women's rights? Appreciate the love you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the whole restricting
Calling
women,
for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
like I guess I don't agree with everything he said, and it's like I said, it was not about the belief, because the belief is completely wrong. It's like I said, it's racist, and it was bad, but he stands on it. And like I said, with the whole Kamala Harris, when I watched her interview, because I'm really open-minded, I'm not set on anything. I'm not saying like, oh, Trump or nothing, but I just see like the Kamala Harris interview changing through her policies on banning fracking and
So she changed her mind. What's the issue with changing your mind?
Okay, so the problem was, I would have been fine with her saying that, now I want fracking because this and that, but she's just trying to find an excuse. And
Yeah,
saying,
she said that she still has the same values, that she can get to a green economy without the context of without fracking. What's the issue? Without banning fracking, sorry, my bad.
But it seemed like she based on what I see on
She
interview.
changes her mind over time?
No, it's not. There's nothing wrong with changing your mind.
It's almost like, given the new data, she makes a new determination.
No,
That's totally legitimate. I don't know why people act like this is a crazy thing.
It is, but
if anything, it's good for someone to change their position to what they consider good.
Yeah, like I said, right now I think I'm for Trump, and I'm willing to change my position. It's 100% fine to change your position. It's nothing wrong with it, but it was just saying like. Her saying like, oh, my values are not changed, and now she wants like a secure border.
She's
I don't know.
She's been advocating for a secure border, but what you're not understanding is she's willing to concede on certain things as it relates to the context of the border, like whether or not the border wall exists, to get Republicans to vote for a broader border bill that would make it faster for people to get in the country, and that would fix a lot of issues with our immigration system. So what she's done and what she's learned specifically from being vice president is that she has to concede certain things to be able to get people to work with her. That's what she's learned.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, like I said, there's nothing wrong with changing your mind. I'm more for having new data and changing your mind. That's 100% fine with me. I don't care about that. But it doesn't seem like it came out to me like she doesn't, like she's changing it now because it's what's best for the
why is Trump changing on IVF? Right? He's now saying that they want to pay for IVF. Oh, for that, conservatives really didn't like that. Pro-life people really didn't like that because those are fucking people. Those are people,
Yeah.
And they're really killing a lot of people. It's a really terrible thing, right? Those single cell organisms.
Yeah.
Devious, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. You
I
care
don't
so
know.
much.
I don't know about his
Hey,
position
that's not my
before, but-
critique. It's their critique. Okay.
No, yeah, I don't know about it.
Why is he swapping up for votes?
I don't know about that part. Like I said, I just kind of got into politics. I don't know much, but that part
But he swapped up totally on that.
He swapped out. Okay, well, I
Did
don't
you know
what
that he doesn't
purpose
care about
voted
border
for.
security? He actively got people in Congress to not vote for the border bill. That was literally created by a Trump-supported Republican. I'm not trolling. And he said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. Because he didn't want Democrats to look good. Right? There was a solo border bill after that just had the border, and the appropriations passed the things that he said he disagreed with the first bill on. Right? And then he didn't undermine the appropriations bill. Devious, thank you for the 5 subscriptions. Thank you so much. But he did undermine the border bill.
Okay.
Even people in Congress called them out. Lindsey Graham called them out. Right? Mitch McConnell called them out.
So it was just kind of to like make the Democrat Party look bad while Joe Biden was in office. So like I said, I'm.
Yeah. He doesn't.
Right.
He doesn't want the Democrats to get a win.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
And he's willing to give up his literally prided upon issue. Like, he thinks this is the biggest issue, this main issue, right? So he could literally undermine them being able to fix it. And then he's claiming they did nothing, they didn't do anything. Well,
Yeah,
I wonder what stopped them.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think. Yeah, I think we can both say that both parties will do whatever they can to make themselves look better, even if it doesn't benefit.
No, they literally were trying to get it done. They were trying to agree with conservatives. This was a conservative border bill.
Yeah. Okay.
They were. This is them acting in good faith. They gave them a conservative border bill.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, you say that the Democratic Party will be willing to not benefit the American people to make themselves look better and make the Republicans look bad.
I have yet to see any example of Kamala Harris doing that. I'm willing to hear it, but I have yet to see any evidence that Kamala Harris has done that. Where I have seen multiple times where Trump is doing this. Now Trump's doing it with the ceasefire too. He's urging Netanyahu not to accept a ceasefire because he doesn't want a Democrat win. And he was like this guy that was like, I want peace. I want everyone to stop dying. But then at the same time, he's undermining Netanyahu accepting a ceasefire, which would stop people from dying.
I mean, when he was in office, there was not many people dying. Mind you, I didn't really pay attention to politics back when he was in office either. But I didn't hear anything about any possible World War III or any possible stuff of a lot of people dying and stuff like that, you know? So, yeah. But... I was like, I was gonna say about like with the whole Kamala Harris thing. When I saw her interview, I was really excited because, like I said, I'm willing to change. Trump as a person is a horrible person, but I think it's the best option we got based on what I seen from the interview. I didn't like it at all. I thought she went from being like really radical and being like really, how do I say this? Like, damn, I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous right now. But yeah, she went from being really, I don't know how to say it, like climate change and banning fracking and offshore drilling and all that stuff to kind of meeting more people.
Okay, so I used to be a communist. I'm not a communist now. Is that confusing at all?
No.
Okay, well then how is it confusing for her? Like, seriously, she changed views. What's so confusing? I really don't get it. She got moderated based upon engaging in the political sphere, right? That's totally legitimate, right? When you have such a change in environment, right? Obviously, it's likely that you're going to change your perspective as well.
Yeah, but see, what I found really convenient is that she didn't mention any of these changes till now that she's running.
Okay. Well, does she like a TikTok content creator where she's expressing her views every single day like that?
Well, no, she's done one interview in like 40 days since she was elected, so she doesn't really.
Yeah, and obviously the way that she was advocating for stuff was absolutely moderated as it relates to throughout her vice presidency, right? Because she was engaging in bipartisan legislation. I don't think you know what you're referencing, but like I don't know why you're holding this to her, but like you're not holding any of the really obvious character flaws of Donald Trump. Like, it's actually ridiculous.
Well, like I said, he's not a good person at all.
He's a terrible person. It's not just he's not a good person; he's a terrible person.
I would go that far to say that he is a terrible person.
Okay, is Kamala Harris a terrible person?
I mean, it's pretty. She's done pretty bad stuff. Like, is it the whole?
Is she as terrible as Donald Trump?
No, but
if she's not as terrible as Donald Trump, why would you pick the more terrible candidate? Like, I'm sorry. Let's just think about that for a second. Why pick the more terrible candidate?
Because I think he'll be a better president than Kamala Harris.
That's contradictory. If he's more terrible, how could he be better? What does terrible mean?
Okay, so is it the same thing
How what does that even mean?
It's like
how could you be better if it's worse?
I'm saying as a person, not as a politician. Does that make sense?
Wait, if something is more terrible than another thing, that means it's worse, right?
I'm saying that he's more terrible.
So how could something be better yet worse simultaneously?
As a person, like I can be a worse person than you, but you're a better TikToker. Does that make sense?
Appreciate the money, God. Thank you so much. Okay, so you think that even though he's a worse person, he's a better president?
He's a better president /
Okay, so how is he a better president?
Honestly, just the fact that I don't like to look at a person as a president. I like to look at him as a leader.
Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
If Hitler said sorry, right, and was running again under the Republican ticket, would you vote for him?
Okay, now we're comparing Trump to Hillary.
I'm just asking, would you vote for him?
No, you're trying to compare Trump to Hillary.
Why not?
Come on.
Wait, if you considered him a better president than Kamala Harris, would you vote for him over Kamala Harris?
Yeah, well,
even given his history.
Dude, this is my first time talking about politics.
Wait, but
this is crazy, man.
Again,
if Trump to Hillary.
If you think he had better policy, right, and you think he would be a better president, even given his history, given what he's done in his past, would you vote for him?
No, because I think there's a
So
difference.
at what point is someone so excessively bad that you won't vote for them?
At what point someone?
Is it after someone tries to overthrow the government? Is it after someone tries to, or literally was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman? Is it the fraud? Is it the defamation? Is it the felonies?
That's
34 felonies he's been convicted of.
From killing a bunch of.
Would you vote for him if he was behind bars? Like when he gets sentenced here in September, and maybe if he ends up going to prison, which I don't know the likelihood of that, but if he does, would you vote for him if he was behind bars?
I think I would. Cause I seen some of the charges.
Dude, come on, bro.
I seen some of those charges and they're pretty important.
Dude, that is so.
Wait, hold on.
Dude, this guy is behind bars, tried to overthrow the government, literally engaged in treason, tried to coup the government. Literally, it was civilly liable of sexual abuse. Bro, literally, when he said that he could go unalive someone on Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose a vote, he was not lying.
Okay, that's a difference. That's a big difference to unaliving people and.
Oh, okay. So sexually abusing a woman, no.
No, that's bad too. That's bad too.
Here, Max. I think if he was held civilly liable of shooting someone on Fifth Avenue, would you vote for him? Would you vote for him?
Okay. You know what? I wouldn't vote. Okay, wait. One second.
I'm just asking. Would you vote for him?
Okay, no, I wouldn't.
New reductio unlocked.
No, wait. I wouldn't vote for him. Wait, hold on. But 1 second.
You wouldn't vote for him. So why would you accept one civil case but not the other?
Wait, hold on. This is like off politics. It's really nice talking to you because I've seen you a lot on my TikTok. And man, this is, like I said, my first time talking about politics, so I apologize to everybody listening to me right now. I'm really bad with this. This is my first time doing it. It's really bad. But man, something I noticed about everybody that does this TikTok debate live, the way they make the questions and they make them really good. Like they really trap you with questions. And that's something that I thought I could avoid, these trap questions per se, with making these scenarios up. But man, you guys are really good at that.
It's called a reductio ad absurdum. So yeah, I will reductio ad absurdum any of you. I would love to, and I'll do it to anyone, right?
Okay.
Anyone, any conservative, any MAGA can get reductioed, right?
Okay, I wouldn't say I'm MAGA, like I said.
Well, I mean, you said you'd vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country, is racist, misogynistic, literally in 1973 didn't rent to black people, okay? That's the guy you're voting for, and Kamala Harris, for what did she do? I was blanking, like, what was so bad?
Like I said, her views before and now are completely different, and I think it's just for her own benefit. It's not really
She changed views. She grew as a person.
She grew as a person. So
Yeah, she changed views. She changed perspective. Honestly, like I think that's a good thing. Coming from someone that is on my side, critical thinking, changing views, fantastic. I love that.
Yeah, that's good.
It's very demure. It's very mindful.
It's very demure, pretty much. So do you feel more strong about Kamala Harris before or after their interview?
Kamala Harris. I mean, I understand her more.
You understand her more?
Yeah, on certain things.
I'm sorry if I say it wrong. I'm Mexican. I have a pretty bad accent, so I apologize.
You're fine. Don't worry. Matt, you wanted to bring something up. Go for it, Matt. I'm grabbing a sandwich.
Oh yeah. Hey Mexi, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How about yourself?
I'm pretty good. So I just want to bring up. So you mentioned like flip flopping and changing your views. Did you know that just this week Donald Trump went between two different views in the span of like a day?
I didn't like.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't understand.
You probably know that when it comes to the topic of abortion, he says all the time, right? He says, I want to leave it up to the state, right? That's what he says. Even though for 40, 50 years of his life, he was staunchly pro-choice. But then somehow in 2015, 2016, he becomes very much pro-life. How that happened, I don't know. But he was asked a question about where he lives in Florida. He was asked, will you be voting for the amendment in Florida to protect abortion, basically to overturn the 6-week abortion ban in Florida? He gave his honest opinion, like his brain kind of like malfunctioned, and he actually said what he thought, which was, I think the law in Florida is bad, it's too early, and I will likely, now he didn't say it outright, but he basically said, I'm voting for the amendment, right? Within the span of a day, he got attacked by pro-life people. His campaign had to do like major cleanup. And the very next day, less than 24 hours later, he gave another interview and said, well, actually, I'm voting against it. And he gave like a whole bunch of other reasons. So in the span of 24 hours, he went from giving his actual opinion, which is true, like his actual opinion, to caving under pressure into changing his mind. So within the span of a day, the man flip-flopped. So And that's on political pressure because pro-life people were pissed off at him.
Yeah, is that interview where he says that 6 weeks is too short, right? To have an abortion.
He said that about 3 days ago. He said 6 weeks is too short. But
he's pro-life. The funny thing is, he's pro-life politically, pro-choice himself. Even though the pro-choice view is literally more.
Yeah,
it's literally popular more. It's more popular. Oh my god!
I mean,
sorry.
No. What's funny is that, as I said, the very next day he was asked the exact same thing: will you be voting for the amendment? And he said, "I think 6 weeks is still too short." But he said, "But this time," and then he said this ludicrous idea that Democrats in the state want to make it so that babies after they're born can be executed, and that's why he's voting no on the amendment. What? He didn't bring that up prior. He just made that up out of thin air, right? That's the problem. Is that he got under pressure. His campaign had to do major cleanup, and then within 24 hours, he just completely flip flopped. So, does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does make sense. Yeah, I seen that he brings that up a lot, saying that they execute babies after they're born.
Yeah, which is false.
I don't think it's true. I haven't seen anything that says that it's true, and I don't like it. Like I said, I don't agree with that.
Another thing, he's a literal pathological liar. He does. He does it.
Like I said, I don't like most of it. Well, not most of it, but I don't like a lot of stuff that he says like that, and the whole black jobs thing. I thought that was the stupidest thing he said, because I feel like after he got, I don't know if can I say he got shot, right? I can say that.
Yeah.
After he got shot, I feel like he got a lot of momentum and to go into saying like mentioning stuff about black jobs. I feel like he just killed. He didn't help himself there. So like I said, I don't agree with most of the stuff. Well, not most. A lot of the stuff he says, I don't agree with.
I came in like a little bit late. So why are you voting for him again?
Because I think he's a good leader, and it's mainly because the Kamala Harris interview I seen, and
What was your concern about the interview?
What was my concern? Like I said, well, I feel like both of the political parties do this, but she had really strong views one way, and now that she's and now that she's in the race, she's completely changed her mind for political reasons, obviously, just like Donald Trump did. So I think they're both valid there, but I feel like as a leader, Donald Trump is more respected around everywhere, and that's really good for us.
Okay, so I heard you say before that you were not that big into politics, right?
No, I'm not. Like as I said to Parker too, this is my my first time talking about politics, so like
you're all good.
Pretty bad.
Do you remember anything about 2016 to like 2020? About politics?
I mean, like I said, there was no wars. There was
but I mean, okay, sure, but there were wars, but that's besides the point. I mean, I think what I'm asking is like, did you follow Donald Trump's presidency during his first term like very closely?
I didn't follow it very closely. But when I say no wars, I don't mean it like literally. There was always like stuff going on.
I know what you mean, but yeah. The reason why I asked that is because of this.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump, every time he met with a world leader, every single time, and I'm not joking here, every time he met with a world leader, he was either laughed at, mocked, ignored, or he caved to pressure from that world leader. And you can name me any world leader, like just give me a name. It could be any world leader at the time, and I'll tell you exactly what happened. I can tell you about what happened in England, with France, with Germany, with Spain, with Italy, with Russia, with China, with North Korea. We can go down the list and we can say that in each one of the cases, those leaders either publicly or privately mocked him, laughed at him, thought he was not serious, or he bowed to their whims. And the people who he was bowing to, by the way, they were not our allies.
Yeah.
So I don't know where you get this idea that he was stupid, because I don't see that, and I pay attention very closely to that.
Well, for starters, I hear that a lot. Like he's a good leader, and he's respected around everywhere, around the world. But wait, hold on. But based like from my view, what makes it like what I seen that I thought that he was a good leader, that he is respected, was with the whole North Korea stuff. Obama, I believe that was Obama that said that the biggest threat to America is actually North Korea. And when stuff got really bad, I seen like all over the news like, oh, like there's gonna be a war with North Korea. Like they were sending a bunch of troops to South Korea to be prepared. And then during that time, he went and he spoke to Kim Jong-un. Yeah, Kim Jong-un. He went and spoke to him, and stuff died down after that. So I thought that was pretty good. I don't know what he said. I don't know what happened in there.
Like, it wasn't like less than like 3 months later that they were both like yelling at each other over Twitter again, and that North Korea then started to reconduct its nuclear testing. Like, I remember those days very well.
I don't remember.
Very short amount of time, because Trump said very nice things about Kim Jong-un, which every dictator loves when they get nice compliments said about them. So sure, I will grant you for a short 3 months, North Korea was on our good side for like 3 months. But as soon as Trump went home, 3 months later, they are both back at on X calling each other.
Trump was on his toilet in Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah,
spamming. Rocket Man, why are you doing this? You don't know what you're doing. I promise you, you can do it. It's so bad.
Parker says that Trump was on his toilet. That is because he tweeted that tweet at like fucking 3 a.m. At 3 a.m., he tweeted something about North Korea. Like, I don't know what he's doing at 3 a.m. other than maybe he got up out of bed and was, and had to go on the toilet and decided, hey, I'm going to go on Twitter and just maybe like start a big conflict because I might piss off, North Korea.
And what happened after that with North Korea?
Kim Jong-un said, "How dare you call me that?" And then they traded insults. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
They traded insults, and then North Korea reestablished their nuclear testing. So it was back to the old status quo.
But it wasn't as intense as it was before he went to North Korea.
No, it was. They started to do more testing, and it was just like it was back then. They make tests and they failed. They make tests, some succeeded, they failed, they succeed, blah, 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 blah. And
What about with Russia and China?
well, okay. So remember how I said three or four things where I said he was either mocked, laughed at, not taken seriously, or he kowtowed to every dictator. So with China, he was not taken seriously. Xi Jinping did not take him very seriously. And with Russia, he kowtowed. He basically said whatever Vladimir Putin wanted him to say. And the best example of that is in 2018. He was in Helsinki, and he was standing right next to Vladimir Putin, and he was asked a direct question about Russia interfering with our systems here in the United States. And he said, well, our CIA is very good, but Vladimir Putin told me that he didn't do it, and he seems like an honest guy. So I don't know why he would lie to me, and so maybe we got it wrong. No other president would have said that. A good, competent president would have said to Vladimir Putin, do not dare interfere in our elections or you will suffer the wrath of the United States. And however that may go. But no, that's not what he said.
Well, the whole Russian thing didn't Russia intervene in the election. Wasn't that all false?
No, what was false was that Trump himself colluded with the Russians, but the Russians did interfere within our elections. They tried several times to access our voting machines in all 50 states. That was proven. We have good evidence that they tried that.
All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
Mexi, I'll just say to you, it seems like from everything that you talked about and from here that Trump would not be your best bet. But maybe you'll come back and maybe once you watch the debate next week. So not next week, but next week, and see how that goes. And if Trump says some nasty stuff, if he goes off on a loop, just remember this is what you're going to get for 4 years. It's that.
No, yeah, like I told Parker, I'm really open-minded. I'm just going based of like I said, I'm not into politics, so probably the best example I can use is the 4 years. I had 4 years with Trump, even though I was a kid, but I will always talk to my mom when we go buy groceries and look at the gas prices and stuff like that. And my mom was better off back then.
So there's been a price increase. Just because there was a price increase, that doesn't mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. That happened globally. Did you know that there was inflation in Africa and Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world? Europe, everywhere.
Yeah, it was everywhere. But so does the president have nothing to do with the economy?
No, it does have to do with the economy. It has nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration.
Oh, how convenient. You're not with the Biden and Harris one, though.
What's up?
I said that was really convenient that doesn't have to deal with.
Think about it this way. Michelle, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. It was really convenient that a global pandemic happened under Trump's administration. You could say that.
Yeah.
Right? And obviously, we're going to acknowledge that it is the case that we're not going to blame him for a global pandemic the same way we don't blame the Biden-Harris administration for global inflation.
But I mean, people do blame. People do blame all the national debt that we went under with Trump, but they always mention to say that was because of the pandemic, that he pulled all that money.
No.
For the pandemic.
You can look at non-COVID related spending signed into law by Trump, 4.8 trillion, Biden, 2.2 trillion.
But it was during the pandemic. That's my point.
Yeah, I said non-COVID related.
So
you can find this from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Look up Trump and Biden, the national debt.
So all that money that we borrowed pretty much, all that we went into debt with, all that money was during COVID was not COVID related.
No, I'm saying that all the funds that were signed into law that were not COVID related are total up to this sum.
But I mean, when there's a pandemic that big and it's affecting everything, I feel like even though it's not saying it's COVID related, it should be.
No. We took out those funds that were COVID related.
No, but there's no way that they pull all that money, and it's like they just it's related to the pandemic because it was during
No, I just
COVID.
told you it's non-COVID related.
Yeah, Mexi, what Parker's giving you is that in the budget, we can separate from the funds that happened in 2020 that were specifically for the COVID pandemic and the funds in the prior 3 years that were non-COVID related. And if you compare Biden's non-COVID related funding to Trump's non-COVID related funding, Trump spent more money.
In terms of the debt, he signed more debt into law.
Yeah. In terms of debt.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that if all that money was signed during COVID was
No.
COVID
Mexi.
related.
No, yes, Mexi. What we're saying is there are two types of funding here, right? There's
Yeah.
COVID-related funding and there's non-COVID-related funding.
Yeah.
You can separate the two. And so what we're saying is if you compare just the non-COVID-related, okay? Leave out the COVID for both Trump and Biden, okay? We're not holding it against them. Just the non-COVID-related, Trump still comes out on top as more money spent.
Stacey, the description.
That's what we're saying. Because we are not holding COVID against them. We're not doing that.
Yeah, well, I guess what I was saying is that COVID can affect non-COVID related.
Mexi, can I ask you a question then?
Yeah.
How can a virus that did not exist in 2016 to 2019 cause funding that happened during that time when the virus didn't exist?
Well, most of the funding was not during that. It was right when the pandemic hit. Like,
No.
I
Most
seen
of it was actually non-COVID related.
I seen the little graph and it spikes all the way up when it hits
Seriously,
2019.
go to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. They give you the data. They tell you what they split up. I just
Okay,
want you to go look at it because it'll make more sense if you look at it.
And,
look up Committee for Responsible
Chad,
Federal Budget.
And Chad, be nice, please. Mexi, honestly, just go look at what Parker's source is, right? I think what you're misunderstanding is that prior to COVID even existing, right? This is prior to the first instance of COVID being in China, right?
Okay.
COVID is not even on the earth, right? It's not there yet. It hasn't mutated. It hasn't made that zoological leap. It's not there. Or it wasn't in the lab. I don't care which one. It's not there yet, right? All the money prior to that Donald Trump spent was greater in its proportion added to the debt than Joe Biden's non-COVID related funding. That's what we're saying.
Okay.
Okay?
All
That
right.
makes sense?
No, yeah, it does make sense.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I have nothing else to say. I guess it was my first time talking about politics, so I do apologize. It was bad.
You don't have anything to apologize.
Before I go, wait, give me give me 2 reasons for why I should vote for Kamala. I'm sorry, Kamala. I hope I'm saying it right. Because I have an accent.
Kamala.
I'm sorry, I have an accent.
I think Kamala.
Kamala, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have an accent. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, don't worry. So the $35 cap on insulin, Trump wanted to get this done, but it was non-enforceable through him. She got it put into the Inflation Reduction Act, and that was influenced to get passed specifically by her tie-breaking vote. Okay, so not only that, but that also had the largest investment for renewable energy ever. And then also in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, she gave us the high-speed internet, and she brought it to rural communities, right? High-speed broadband to rural communities. That expands infrastructure and helps rural communities.
Okay.
Those are 2 things.
Yeah, my reason, she'll protect a woman's access. She will do her damnedest to make sure that's protected in federal law. She will definitely protect IVF. In fact, she'll probably try and make a law about it, unlike Donald Trump, who I think is just
Okay.
And she wants to actually, unlike Donald Trump, she wants to solve the housing crisis by actually proposing policy that would bring down prices and make more houses to be built. And those 2. Oh, and the last reason is probably one of the best reasons in my book. She will bring a continued normalcy to the White House. We will not have to worry about waking up at 8 a.m. to whether or not the President of the United States has tweeted something that may have started a world war.
That's true. All right. Well, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate you guys.
All right, appreciate
Thank
you.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Okay. Thank
All right.
Thank you for having me on, Parker.
Of course, of course.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's get on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes, everyone. Share the live as well, y'all. All right, let's try to get this person up, next person up here, y'all. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so? Shirley, thank you for the you're amazing. Thank you so much.
What? Before you ask me the question, why are you voting for Harris? What good has she done in the last 3.5 years that would make you want to vote for her?
Yeah, so were you listening to the past conversation?
I was.
So then you would have heard. I gave him multiple things. Matt listed off multiple things. I can mention more, but I gave you multiple things if you just listened.
Okay, so just give me the top two.
Yeah, so the Inflation Reduction Act and then the infrastructure bill.
The Inflation Reduction Act. Interesting.
Mm-hmm. It's disinflationary pressure by like expanding access to renewable energy, which is disinflationary in the long run because it creates a market where we're less dependent on foreign
Inflation Act
energy.
costs more inflation than all the other ones.
Can you give me a source? Because
Everything went through the roof.
it was deficit reducing.
Everything went through the roof.
Okay. No, so can you give me any source that indicates the Inflation Reduction Act caused inflation?
Gas went up, interest went up. Even
interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve. Gas prices going up was related to the global market. We actually produce more oil in the United States right We produce, listen, Isaac, we produce more oil in the United States right now than any point in American history.
Wrong.
No, it's not. Look at the Energy Information Administration. Look up U.S. oil production.
The very first day, and I would remember because I was
You're
watching
lying,
this.
Isaac.
2020, January 20th, Biden shut down the Keystone Pipeline, lost 50,000 jobs.
The XL, and it did not lose 50,000 jobs. That's a lie.
50,000 jobs. It was all
the source.
The next day.
Give me a source for 50K jobs. 1, 2, as it relates to the XL pipeline, that was the Supreme Court order that he followed through with.
No, that was Biden's.
It was a Supreme Court order. You know that, right?
No, it wasn't.
Look up Supreme Court Keystone XL pipeline. Tap the screen, everyone. Let's get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Curls, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. Did you type it in?
Yes, I did.
You see it?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
They shut down 2 Keystone pipelines. They shut down 2 pipelines that caused gas to go through the roof.
No, that did not cause gas to go up.
It caused gas to go up.
You know the Keystone XL pipeline that you're referencing? It was only 8% produced. It wasn't even in effect yet. So there's no way it could have affected the supply if it wasn't in effect yet. So it did not cause the price. I understand. What you're doing right now is called the correlation causation fallacy. That's what you're doing. Amy, thank you so much for the $10. Laura, thank you so much for the $10. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Shayla, thank you so much for the $6.66. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Katerina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Desta, thank you so much for the $5. And Kelly, thank you so much for the $15. I wasn't even looking at my phone. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it, y'all.
So, Kamala was the border czar.
What's constitutional or statutory authority did she have as the quote-unquote border czar? Think of the box
She was appointed by Biden.
Can you tell me what constitutional or statutory authority she had as the quote-unquote border czar?
They shut down the wall.
No. So they don't have the ability to shut down the wall. I don't know what you're talking about that. No, she specifically was given the ability to engage in diplomacy with countries from South and Central America, where she would be able to advocate for like private funding, which she raised over $4 billion for private funding to reduce the likelihood of people leaving these sorts of countries in the first place.
No, she didn't. She allowed the border to open. Not to mention
Isaac, you're totally misinformed.
I'm not informed. She said in 2019.
Yeah, exactly. You're not informed.
She said in 2019.
I agree. You're not informed.
And then she goes in this interview, which I'm sure you watched it. That you say she changed her mind on a lot of stuff. Quote unquote, that's your quote. And she says in the interview, her values have not changed.
So changing your mind on how to politically do something does not mean your values changed. So you can change your mind on how you can follow through with your values. That doesn't mean your values changed.
So banning fracking, which is horrendous on inflation. Banning guns, which
so she's not advocating to ban fracking.
She has multiple times.
She's not right now. She if you watch the interview, she said that she's not going to.
So, but she said in 2019, she said her values not changed.
But she literally said right now that she's not going to be banning fracking, and that she can do a green agenda without banning fracking.
Mean the Green New Scam?
So no, it's not the. Well, I don't know what you just said there, but
it's the Green New Scam, right?
The Inflation Reduction Act is the largest investment in renewable energy ever. Tammy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much on Cash App. I appreciate it. So, and also she's willing to like give up certain things as it relates to like voting. Like she's willing to like agree with Republicans on building a wall in order to be able to get them to concede on other things that would make it faster for people to get into the country.
Oh, she said now build a wall. Because last time,
you're not listening. You're not understanding. She's not like she likes the wall. She's saying that she's willing to concede on certain things to get people to work with her and get stuff done.
Well, no, it's interesting.
Where's Donald Trump working like that bipartisanly, trying to get stuff done?
He was getting done.
What?
He shut it down.
What did he do?
He built the wall. He
didn't. How much new wall did they build?
They were like 4 or 5 miles done before this could finish.
4 or 5 miles? I want to let you know that there's 1,900 miles of border between the United States and Mexico.
He had 4
so
or 5
I would
miles
love
left.
for you to tell me what percentage that is.
No, he had 4 or 5 miles to get it done.
Kelly, think of the
he had that left. He had built almost up to that, and then they shut it down.
Oh, so you think he built 1,800 miles?
Very close to it. Yes, he did.
No, he
Look
built.
it up.
He built 3.7% of new wall, Isaac. You just fucking lied and made that up. Unironically, you just made that up. You will
I did
find
make it up.
no source on the internet that says he built 1,800 miles. No fucking source will say that.
And the funny fact that
you wouldn't even get fucking chills on the Republican side to say that. That's the most ludicrous fucking number I have ever heard in my life. No one believes that. Not even Donald Trump's delusional head even believes that. That is the most insane number I have ever heard. Ever. You just made that up. It's on some Pinocchio type shit. Bro, what are you talking about?
According to you guys, the people you vote for called it a racist statement that he wanted to build a wall in the first place. And then, he says we should have voter ID, right?
Listen. Again, she's willing to. She's willing to.
Exact same thing the DNC.
You're not listening. Again, I never said that. What I said is that they could have, and I never even brought this up in this conversation. There could be intentions that conservatives could have that could be bigoted as it relates to wanting to build a wall. That's absolutely true. That does not mean if they do, that means that's true. It just means that it's very, very big association between the two. Let's just say that. Right, with the conservative side. So, Isaac, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I'll ask Kamala Harris.
That made no sense.
She slept her way to the top. She slept her way to the top.
One, that's not sexual abuse. Two, she didn't do that, and you just believed in misogynistic propaganda. Can you give me any source that indicates she quote-unquote slept her way to the top? Because if you want to talk about how people were sleeping with each other, Donald Trump cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with the corn star while his wife was pregnant and lied about it on national television. She came out and said that he liked his ass getting smacked, right? That he doesn't got much for his balls, right? To the walls. Oh, sorry. That's what she said, right? Sorry, not saying it like that, but we can talk about that if you want to go to that, right? But we don't bring up that type of shit because that's not relevant. We can talk about the fact that he's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, that he said he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter, the fact that he said that, by the way, Chad, I'm not trolling. That's literally what she said. That's Stormy Daniels, what she said. I'm not even trolling.
Off.
So he gave her hush money to be quiet about the election, right? And again, that specifically, didn't go very well for him, right? Didn't go very well for him. I don't know why you brought up Hunter Biden. I don't like Hunter Biden.
Well, you're advocating that he did the same, but Hunter Biden did 100 times worse.
What? Hunter what?
Biden.
Hunter Biden did. Okay, well, why is that even relevant? One and two, no.
And not to mention,
I have not seen any evidence that indicates that.
Yes, Mark Zuckerberg, who, by the way, was pressured by both Biden and Harris to help in the 2020 election. So just so you're aware that he just admitted that a few weeks ago.
Isaac, what he said is that he was pressured by the Biden-Harris administration to limit misinformation on the internet about COVID-19.
No. To help them win. He got what?
No, not to help them win. He did not say that.
Yes, he did. Look at the art. Look at that letter.
No, he didn't.
Look at the letter.
No, they didn't say like to help the Biden-Harris administration win. What are you talking about? Colleen, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Kelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Yeah, what is going on right now, Chad? Isaac, are you okay, bro? Can you name me one piece of legislation that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
He did benefit the middle class.
Can you name me one economic policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
Yes, housing market was better.
That's not a policy. That's not a policy.
Yeah, I'm giving you what he did.
No, I'm just asking, like, can you give me one economic policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
He fought more for the middle class than different rich people.
Can you give me one policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
They advocate for help the middle class when they're the most richest people that have 3-4 mansions and they can't do nothing about it. And they say, why we have Bernie Sanders he owns like 3 mansions?
No. No,
yes, they do.
So Bernie, you just randomly brought up Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders has a net worth only because of his books. I hope you know that. And he has a house in Vermont, right? A vacation home, right? Specifically that's like not like super expensive. And then he has a house right in DC for work. That's it. That's his entire, and that he's like fucking 80 years old. Jesus Christ, dude. He's like 80 years old. He's been in political office for a really long time. He literally just made money off of books. It's not like he's fucking Donald Trump with using $35 million a year of taxpayer money for golf trips when he's got billions of dollars apparently. He's so rich, but he needs to use taxpayer money from middle-class Americans to be able to fund his golf trips.
He donated all his money when he's president.
So he donated $400,000 a year when he spent $35 million on taxpayer money on golf trips.
He has his own money.
Jesus Christ, he did it for acknowledgement. He spent $35 million of taxpayer money a year for the 4 years he was in office on golf. Golfing.
He has his own money. He donated his
No,
salary.
he literally used tax, but then if he was so rich, why does he use taxpayer money to do golf? Why does he pay his own bills?
He does pay his bills. He's
actually, historically speaking, those big events, he didn't pay bills, and that's why he can't go to those inside events, and that's why he has to keep going to outside events. That's an interesting one.
What is Kamala Harris' policy that's helping the middle class?
Kamala. Yeah, so a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life for each kid, $3,600 through them being 5 years old until they're 18, $3,000 per kid. Again, that's going to help middle class families. A $1,500 earned income tax credit.
Right after JD Vance had mentioned $5,000 a few weeks prior, right?
Oh wait, according to an IRS leak, Trump only donated 30% of his salary.
Where did you see that on?
According to an IRS leak.
Like the IRS.
Yeah, the Internal Revenue Service. Kelsey, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Kelsey. So, I mean, can you tell me why you want to vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Or how about this? Would you vote for him if he said when he was a 40-year-old man to a 10-year-old girl that he'd be dating her in 10 years?
I don't ask Joe Biden. He sniffed those people's hairs.
Christ. It's like a never response.
Ask Joe Biden.
Is Joe Biden like? Wait. Do you like have? Do you like dream about Joe Biden?
But better question.
No, Isaac. Do you dream about Joe Biden? Like is he in all of your dreams? Is Joe Biden in every single one? You just like see. You don't count sheep. You count Joe Bidens. You count Joe Bidens. Joe Biden 1, Joe Biden 2, Joe Biden 3, Sleepy Joe 4.
Ask Tim Walz.
Biden 5.
Ask Tim Walz.
What about him?
He's advocating for minor attraction person in the alphabet community.
No, he's not.
In other words, yes,
no, he's not, Isaac. You just made that up.
Minnesota.
Give me one source that indicates that.
Gladly.
Yeah, I'd love to see that, Isaac. You just made that up.
I did make it up.
I can give you a fact check of that being wrong. Look up, literally look that up and put AP News.
Who's fact checking?
AP News.
Oh, AP News. Radical left news, right?
That's independent. Jesus Christ.
Like Mark
Zuckerberg. When you say AP News is radical left, I don't take you serious.
Like Mark Zuckerberg fact checked everybody. And
do you think Fox News is radical left too? You think Fox News is communism? Jesus Christ.
Kamala Harris is communism.
Dude, can you take the tinfoil hat off, please? Can you tell me what communism is, please?
The exact same quote she used, Chinese in 1950s were using.
Can you tell me what? Can you tell me what communism is? Define the term. Deanna, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Big government, no control, and you have look at China.
Big government. So like Donald Trump trying to restrict women's access to abortion. Donald Trump trying to restrict people from coming into the country and trying to deport them. Donald Trump saying he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Absolutely.
That Donald Trump.
No, he should be doing that because every country.
Oh yeah, big government when Donald Trump does it. Oh yeah, big government. Please, yeah, government be bigger. I want to see it big. I want to see it so big, so very big. I want to see it bigger than it was.
He returned abortion back to the states.
It's tremendous, so very good. What's up?
He returned abortion back to the states.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that you know what that did? That restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion.
And the same, if I mention abortion, that's mentioned. The same people said my body, my choice said completely different. The people that didn't want to take the COVID-19 vax. What happened there? Like there's a whole.
Yeah. One at risk is sentient beings, right? Like me, you, our grandparents, our parents, right? Or a fucking non-sentient embryo. Okay, let's look at the two real quick and let's evaluate what's more fucking valuable. Is it more valuable that my grandparents are alive or a fucking non-sentient embryo? Let's just be real honest right here real quick. Is there a difference between these two cases? Because I see a pretty big one.
According to you, they're the same.
Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. What's up?
My body, my choice. Why can't it be for the same thing that they were?
Yeah, absolutely. When we're talking, I appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. When we're talking about non-sentient embryos and fucking single cell organism zygotes, yeah, I don't give a flying fuck. Absolutely, it's someone's body, someone's choice. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Yeah, but if we're talking sentient beings being negatively impacted due to you not wanting to give your kids the measles vaccine, the polio vaccine, and risking other kids' lives, yeah, I'm gonna have an issue with that. If you go to public school and you want to put other people's kids at risk, yeah, you're gonna have to get vaccinated.
Rich, other people's lives. So what about the baby in the womb?
Yeah, if you're going to public school, right, and you're sending your kids to public school, they should be vaccinated.
So that's communism.
That's not communism.
That is communism.
We do that right now. Are we communist?
Right, the government we have right now, yes, we do.
Oh, so Trump's administration was communist because it happened under his administration.
Kamala's administration is communist.
Isaac, sorry to break it to you, but under Trump's administration, those mandates still fucking existed. I hope you know that. So were we communist under Trump's administration?
It was choice at his administration.
Were we communist? No, it wasn't. Were we communist under his administration? Daniel, think this is superpower. The mandates I'm referencing were in existence in public schools under his administration for 95% of students. Okay? So I want you to acknowledge that for one. And two, hello? What? Why are you okay with restricting women's access to abortion as it relates to non-sentient fucking embryos? Right, but you don't want to restrict people from making a bad health decision that will negatively impact sentient beings and whether or not they live. Whether or not someone's kid lives, or whether or not someone's grandparents live, or whether or not someone's like significant other lives. That's really what's on the line here. Matt, thank you for the $5. DJ, thank you so much for the manifesting. You guys are more worried about non-sentient embryos than you're worried about fucking sentient children and whether or not they have food in their stomach, or whether or not they have health care, or whether or not cancer patients don't have literally medical debt for the rest of their life. Like, what the hell is it? Where the hell are our priorities?
Well, ask Kamala. She wants to bring it back to the government.
Kamala.
She wants to bring it back to the government. Big government. That is communism.
Making sure that women have the right to choose. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Not only would that not be communism, because you have no clue what communism is. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. But that's not even restrictive. That's literally protecting people's rights. Okay, but okay. I'm sorry to break it to you. Communism is a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. Okay.
Then why did Stalin make so much money off it?
What?
Venezuelan was. Why did Stalin make so much money off communism?
Okay, so again, they can be ideologically communist without their economy being communist. They didn't actually have a communist economy.
That is exactly what communists do. It's been repeated multiple times.
Yeah, I understand. You could say communists themselves do that, but that doesn't mean that the economy is communist, right? So to say that there's communism, right, is a ridiculous statement when it's a stateless, classless, moneyless society. It's just a buzzword.
You're right. It is moneyless for the working class. It's not so much for the government. They make more money in communism.
You have no clue what you're talking about. Jessica, thank you for the $5.
One question. What is a woman?
An adult human person that's committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Now, are you Christian?
Yes.
What's a man?
XY chromosomes.
Okay, so God the Father. All fathers are men, right?
Yes.
Okay, God the Father is a man, but has no XY chromosomes. So how is he a man with no XY chromosomes?
He was creator. He did have X. When he came down into Jesus.
XY. No, I'm saying prior to incarnation. Was he a man?
He was not
created. He was a father. God the Father?
Was created.
God the Father? I thought he's a man. So you don't know what a man is? You tried to ask me what a woman is, but you don't know how to define what a man is? Jeez,
I gave you.
Dude.
I told you what a man was.
No, you didn't get it right, because God the Father, a man under your view, doesn't have XY chromosomes, doesn't have small gametes, and doesn't have a PP.
Jesus was XY chromosomes.
You understand? I'm talking prior to incarnation. The Father and the Son are two different things under your worldview.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. You're saying 3 in 1, like shampoo?
3 in 1.
Yeah, 3 in 1 shampoo.
3 in 1.
Yeah, 3 in 1. Head and shoulders. Douglas, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Body, spirit, and soul.
Yeah. So again, they're distinct, right? But the same?
They're not distinct.
They're not distinct. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. So the Father and the Son are the same. I have a question.
That's what Jesus said in the Bible.
Okay, so to clarify, God impregnated his mother with himself?
No, it was through the Holy Spirit.
Huh?
She was conceived
but the Holy Spirit, the Holy Spirit is him.
3 in 1.
So again, did he impregnate his mother with himself?
No,
no, they're distinct. Okay. If they're distinct, if they're distinct, well, then it is the case that again the Father, prior to incarnation, right, was still a father. Yet you think that they're a man, yet they don't have XY chromosomes, don't have a PP, don't have small gametes. Shannon, thank you for the 15-month subscription. Thank you so much. So again, right, what your notion of a man is not biologically determined. It's based upon sociological context. Right?
It is biologically determined.
No, it's not. What biology does God the Father have?
He's in the soul.
What? Okay, how big is God's PP?
Why are you mocking God? Like, that's never going to work.
He doesn't have one. The point is that he has no biology, okay?
Jesus does.
He has no biology.
God. Jesus doesn't have biology?
So, I'm saying God the Father. You said they're distinct.
They're 3 in 1.
Okay, like shampoo. I get it, but they're distinct ingredients.
Jesus was XY chromosomes.
Okay.
But
God
he's
the Father.
God,
wait. So God the Father existed before Jesus?
They're one and the same.
Okay, so I have a question. God impregnated his mother with himself, correct?
No.
No, why not?
It was a virgin birth.
I understand, but how was she impregnated?
Conceived by the Holy Spirit.
Which is God, right?
Yes.
Like 3 in 1, remember shampoo? Head and Shoulders? So if Head and Shoulders, they're together, 3 in 1, right? It is the case that God impregnated his mother with himself.
There's no, that's, when Jesus was alive, he was proven, even scientists would prove he had 20.
Isaac, can you tell me, does a perfect man impregnate his mother?
I would not be mocking God, bud.
Thank you so much. I'm just asking. I'm not mocking. I'm just asking. Does a perfect man impregnate his mother?
He didn't impregnate anyone.
He did. He impregnated his mother with himself.
It was conceived by the Holy Spirit.
Which is him, right? That's God.
Yes, the Holy Spirit, which is your spirit. Let me ask a question. Is your spirit a person? You have a spirit, right?
Push a little crown. Thank you so much.
What is a spirit? You have a spirit of your own. So can your spirit yourself do that with women? Your spirit. I'm asking you.
I don't believe I have a spirit, sir.
You do have a spirit.
I don't believe that.
Why do you think you like music so much?
I appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much.
Why do you think? Why don't you have?
Why do I like music so much? I don't. I don't like music at all. I never listen to music.
You like listening to stuff, right?
Nope, never.
So do you believe?
I don't have a spirit.
You do have a spirit. Do you
Appreciate
believe you have a soul?
AJ. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I don't have a soul.
Do you have a soul?
I don't. No.
Then how does your feeling, will, and emotions come from?
Like my biology.
It comes from your soul.
No.
Yes, it does.
I don't believe in that. So what? Can you tell me where the soul is?
What do you believe?
Wait, Isaac, where can I find the soul? Do I just need to look in my inner self?
What do you believe? You're an atheist?
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
So you believe nothing created something, right?
That makes no sense. No.
I'm asking you. So your point of view?
No, I don't believe in God.
You don't believe in God, but how do we get here? How are we created?
Yeah. So I don't know what came prior to the Big Bang, right? I have no clue. I'm agnostic to that, but we can see the universe expanded, right? Evolution occurred. There's planetary evolution, which led to evolution amongst our different types of species and biological life, which with millions, hundreds of millions, and billions of years, it led to humans, the complexity of life that humans have.
So you say we came before us? There was nothing, right?
I wouldn't say there was nothing. I don't know. I don't know. There was prior to the Big Bang. I have no clue what there was.
So then how? So you don't believe there's nothing before us?
I don't know.
That's what you guys believe.
Hey, Isaac, I have no clue. Now you believe it was some magic man, right? That decided to be like, yep, I'm going to create these particular humans, these humans right here, and we're going to create them where their bodies are in such a way where they require food in order to survive, so millions of children are going to starve to death every year. I'm going to create them insofar as that their anatomy are made in such a way in which they can be sexually assaulted when there's other types of anatomy amongst other species on the planet where you can't. I'm going to create them in such a way in which they could do all of these bad things, even though limiting them based upon these types of things in terms of their anatomy wouldn't be restricting their free will any differently than like not giving us wings. Simone, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But God doesn't want to do that. He prefers there being sexual abuse in this world. And God doesn't want to do that. He prefers child starvation. You know, that sounds like a great, a perfect, incredible God. Now, I don't want to go talk about God. I'm just telling you the reasons why I'm agnostic and why you shouldn't use it to control your worldview.
So you know that he gave us free will, right? That's free will.
I gave you a critique. I gave you a critique that isn't even impacted by free will. You saying free will doesn't change my argument there. Harry, thank you for the $11. Thank you so much on Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you. Again, I gave you things that didn't restrict free will, and I explained why free will wasn't an objection, yet you still said it was the objection. So you don't know what you're talking about, right? But like, I'm just telling you don't have any good reason to believe what you believe there, so I don't know why you're using that as a basis to restrict women's access to abortion, believe science isn't legitimate, and so far as explaining that climate change is caused by humans and that it's a vital threat to human existence. Right.
You know,
Shirley, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much.
I do believe that there is going to be a climate change. It's not what you're talking about. It's actually something else that is going to be.
Yeah, you believe it's some religious shit, right? Like that. Again, you're not basing it on science. You're basing it on some book that you have no actual empirical basis for, that you have no even philosophical basis for, that's logically consistent. And that's my issue.
Now than ever before.
What?
There's more scientific evidence than ever before.
Not for God's existence.
Yes, there is.
No, there's not. That's a ridiculous statement. Jessica, thank you for the $10 for Sunday school. Thank you so much. And Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. I did go to Sunday school literally every Sunday as a kid.
Well, a lot of Christians go to church, but that doesn't mean they're Christian.
Yeah, I wasn't Christian. That's the real explanation. Definitely. So you're not Christian?
I am Christian.
No, you're not.
How am I not a Christian?
Oh, because you sin.
We all sin.
Okay. So, but you're not perfect, so you're not a Christian.
That's why I need a savior called Jesus Christ.
So why would I have not been a Christian in the past?
Were you?
Yes, I was.
So why'd you leave the faith?
Because it's logically incoherent.
But there's more evidence nowadays than there ever was.
No, that's a complete lie you just made up.
I'm not. There's evidence of where Noah's Ark was placed.
That's a lie. That's not true.
Look it
No,
up.
I have looked it up.
Not to mention Revelation is unfolding before your very eyes.
So there was no evidence of the Ark. I promise you. What was the evidence? Which case are you referencing? Because there's multiple claims that they've gone over and they've shown that they're completely illegitimate. Tell me which one you're referencing. Are you referencing the ones on the mountains of Ararat?
I believe so. Let me look it up.
Beverly, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much. Yeah, so those are just normal geological foundations for the rock in that region and like in the ground. So that's not they literally saw that was typical in that region for it to look like that. So you saying it was similar dimensions to what you think is in your Bible as it relates to your Noah's Ark does not mean it is the Noah's Ark when it's a typically naturally occurring formation in that area. Like literally, it's a natural formation.
Scientific and proven though. Archaeological.
No, you're making that up. Naima, thank you for the $2. You just made that up.
No, even philosophers are coming out and said that Jesus existed.
Which philosopher?
All historic ones.
Name one.
They're mostly atheists too.
Name one.
Up here.
Crystal, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. I'll bring you up. Selly, thank you for the ICU. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Most people who outside the Bible who wrote about Jesus was atheists.
Yeah, Doug, are you voting for Trump? Push the hearts. Thank you. Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you're MAGA and you have not been up here before, y'all. All right, do give it a second,
I am voting for Trump.
Why'd you vote for Trump?
Hello.
Why'd you vote for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Thank you for the hand heart, Laura. Is there a way you can turn off your background noise?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so why'd you vote for Trump?
You say why did I or why am I?
Why are you?
Well, I mean, there's multiple reasons, and I don't know how many you want.
Just give me your best one.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll just give you one. I like the way he handled the Taliban when he was in office. I like the conversation that he had with them.
Like, what about it?
Well, he told the leader of the Taliban. He kind of showed him a picture of his house and told him if any of the soldiers were injured. While he was planning a withdrawal. He was going to do it the same way that it happened, but he was planning a withdrawal, and it was going to take some time, and he wanted some different things and some different requirements met.
So you just think that he like, okay, what's the relevance of that? Who cares? That was like,
it showed strength. I mean, we need strength in that region.
It showed strength. No, showing them a picture of your house that you got from your advisor isn't like showing strength.
Well, it wasn't the.
That's like someone handing Donald Trump a picture of the White House, being like, "I know where you live."
Well, I mean, it worked.
Okay, so did it?
That's one reason. I mean, you're
did
asking
it? No,
me
because
the
you're gonna
reason.
say then you're gonna blame it on Biden. You like it didn't
I'm not
work
gonna
because of
blame anything
Biden.
on Biden. I'm not talking about Biden. I'm not voting for Biden. I'm voting for Trump.
Yeah, but why are you voting for Trump over Kamala Harris?
I just told you one reason.
You gave me a terrible reason.
Well, it's my reason though. I mean, why are you voting
but like
for Kamala?
Okay, so because she's not a 34-count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier, tried to overthrow the government, someone who called for restriction to women's rights as it relates to abortion, someone who denied science as it relates to climate change, someone who called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Yeah, she's not someone who did those things.
So you're reading some little prop that you had somebody hand you? I mean, come on.
I have a prompt. What prompt was I handed?
I don't know.
Kamala Harris paid him.
Reading, but
you think? Wait, Isaac, you think Kamala Harris pays me?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
Because she pays a lot of people to show up at her audience.
So then why didn't I get invited? So why didn't I get invited to the DNC?
I don't know.
You don't have a driver's license.
She pays
I'm
most of her
22 years old.
supporters.
Yeah, you don't have a driver's license, so you couldn't get in.
I literally did.
That is true. That's true. Wait, hey, don't forget.
You think I don't have a driver's license?
Hey,
Jesus
don't
Christ.
forget. Hey,
That is
Chris,
the most cringe thing I've ever heard. Can
I'm
you
the one
give me
that
proof that you have a
ID to
Can you give me
vote
proof
is
that you
racist, but
Can
not
you
give the DNC
can you give me a proof that I don't have a driver's license?
I can give you some more reasons why I'm voting for Trump.
No, so again, he said that I was paid by the DNC, right? And he gave no evidence to indicate
I'm
that.
trying to be a legitimately serious.
Isaac literally believes that I'm paid by Kamala Harris.
Well, I don't believe you're paid by Kamala Harris. I mean, I think
You think that's ridiculous, right, Chris?
I think that you got a point of view, and you want to express your point of view, and I'd like to express mine. The reason why I'm voting for Trump is, for one, is the way he handled the Afghanistan bullshit. Two, I like the economy while he was in office. We had some growth. We had some things that was beneficial to me.
Can you name me one
Personally?
economic policy that he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I'm not a policy person, but I'm going to tell you this. While he was in office, I had more money in my pocket, period. And things didn't cost as much. Now,
So I have more money in my pocket under the Biden-Harris administration. Does that mean that it's because of them?
I think that you can pretty much well say that, whoever's running the show,
So I should vote for Harris because I have more money now.
I don't care who you vote for.
No, but are you saying I should?
Because you have more money now?
Yeah.
Well, if you feel if it's benefiting you, then go for where you're benefited. I don't know.
No, what you're not understanding. What you're not understanding is that just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it was caused by them. Like, for example, I met my girlfriend under the Harris administration. That doesn't mean that it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration that I met my girlfriend.
That has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking.
Well, Chris, do you understand my point? Like, listen to the point. Don't just try to hear buzzwords, bro. Fucking hell. Listen. Right, I said that just because it happens under the administration does not mean that it's caused by the administration. And it would be a terrible reason that because I met my girlfriend under the Harris administration, that I vote because I met my girlfriend under the Harris administration. Right? Because that has nothing to do with Harris or Biden at all.
Well, then what reason could I choose?
Who's running
What reasons can I choose?
Yeah, so Trump's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing Eugene Carroll. He has 34 felonies he's been convicted of. He tried to undermine our American democracy and overthrow the United States government by trying to get Mike Pence to not certify the election results and trying to send out fake electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
So did Bill Clinton. So did
No, they didn't. They did not do that. That's a lie.
He wasn't even born then. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't. They did not cast. They did not send fake electors to electoral college to cast Trump to cast Clinton votes when he didn't win, and they did not specifically get their vice president to not certify the election results.
Well, I would have done the same thing. I would have said, "Hey, you're my vice president."
What?
And I want to win.
You would have tried to overthrow the government.
I wouldn't. There was no trying to overthrow the government.
He literally tried to. He tried to get his vice president to not certify the election results when he lost.
Asked his vice president to do something that was within the limits of his.
It was not. It was not within the limits. That's what Mike Pence indicated.
Well, it wasn't, so he didn't do it. But hey, you know what? Another thing, the reason why I'm voting for Trump, and I don't know what you're going to say here, but I live in a border state, and I see what's going on the border with my own eyes. This ain't something I read on some news article or something like that. This is a real fact. And it's sad. It's horrible. I know exactly what was going on during the Trump administration. And yes, it did have something to do with his administration. 2 of my cousins work on the border. They have firsthand knowledge of what's going on there. And that is the most insane thing that I have ever seen in my entire life. And I'm not talking about the illegals coming over. I'm talking about humanity. These kids are being dropped off at the border without any direction or anything. No name, no nothing. That did not happen under Trump's administration. It didn't. It was more organized. They came through the port of entry.
No, that's not true at all, actually.
I know it's true, dude. Where do you live?
Listen. I live in California.
Where do you live?
I live in California. Can I address this? So did you know that there's actually less border crossings? Did you know that there's less border crossings right now than there was the end of Trump's administration?
No, there wasn't.
There's been a 50% reduction in the amount of people who are coming to the country since Biden's recent executive order, according to Customs and Border Protection.
How long ago was that executive order? 2.5 months ago?
Yeah, it was recently.
Yeah. So for the last 3 years, what happened?
They tried to do it. They tried to do a border bill, but Trump undermined the border bill.
No order bill. All he's got to do is sign a piece of paper.
Yeah. So Langford, which is a Republican that was put in their position of power because of Trump, is the one who wrote the bill. Chris, you got civic and election integrity, dude. Go for it, Isaac. What were you looking for? Kamala, thank you so much for the $25. Kamala, thank you so much for the $25. And Nathan, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You'd have a better chance getting through to a brick wall. Thank you so much for the DNC payment. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Nathan.
Trump won.
So you think Trump won in 2020?
Absolutely.
And also, you think I'm paid by Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah, you are.
So what makes you think I'm paid by Kamala Harris?
Because you're one of the very people that was, I'll pay you this much money, and there's not just you, it's multiple people, not just you, that came on and said, oh, I got offered to get paid to do anti-Trump ads. Multiple times.
Who?
Multiple people.
Who? Name one.
I don't know the names. They never mentioned names.
You don't know?
They never mentioned their names. Who mentions their names on the video? Or
okay. So I appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much. So you're paid by the RNC.
I don't work
because I heard on some random video on X that people were getting paid by the RNC to do pro-Trump, anti-Kamala Harris ads.
The Trump mission doesn't need that though. He
gets they
more
do.
People at his rally. He don't need that.
He's losing in the polls.
Which polls?
National polls.
Elon
Look
Musk's
at 538.
polls?
Look at Nate Silver. DJ, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much.
Which polls?
538, Nate Silver.
Elon Musk poll that actually came out was probably more true than anything else.
You mean the 1 million people on X that voted under Elon Musk's account? Like, get a grip.
No. There was no. Those polls are actually more legit than anything else.
No, they're not. That's like me doing a. You want me to do a poll right now? Let's do a poll.
Okay.
I got a legit poll for you right now. All right, chat. We're gonna do. Hold up. We're gonna do it real quick, everyone. We're gonna give everyone a poll real quick. We're gonna do Kamala Harris versus Joe. What's it called? Joe. Or not Joe. Donald Trump. Okay, so Kamala Harris is smiley face, and Donald Trump is crying face. Kamala Harris smiley face.
Donald Trump crying face. Okay, everyone. The red, click on the red for Kamala Harris. The blue for Donald Trump. Look at that, dude. Wow, dude. Honestly, Kamala Harris is gonna win in a landslide, bro. This is the best poll you could have got, dude. Seriously, this is the best poll. Am I right? Kamala Harris is gonna win in a 10x landslide across the nation.
No, she's not.
Why not? Look at the poll, dude. We just polled people. Look at that. Literally, 85 of you MAGAs. That's it.
What was...
You didn't even hit 100 MAGAs in a stream of 5.5 thousand people. Not even 100 MAGAs.
What was
Are you
her poll in
trolling?
2019? What was her
Not
poll in
even 100 MAGAs?
What was her poll in 2019? Let me ask a question. What was her poll? Did she have a primary? Was she elected it?
She was polling 7 to 15%.
In 2019?
Yeah.
Lie. She was the first one out.
She left because she wanted to get it like a part of the administration.
Oh, she did. Okay, so like she called Biden a racist.
She didn't. That's a lie.
Yes, she did.
She actually explicitly said that Biden is. No, she said, Biden, I do not believe you're racist, but I disagree with you. Caitlin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Caitlin.
After the debate, when she debated Tulsa.
Tell everyone, turn Utah blue. Based. Miguel, thank you for the money gun.
He got wrecked.
What?
She dropped the next a few weeks after Tulsi debater, and Tulsi brought up her record from California.
Thank you for the live, bro. Thank you so much, Drew. I really appreciate it. Tulsi Gabbard lied about her record. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate sci-fi. Yeah, she did. She didn't have statutory. She didn't have any type of authority over those people.
She did.
Appreciate the handout.
She
Thank you so
said
much.
no, that she did.
No, she did not say that.
She said with a pen she could do, and someone she could.
That had nothing to do with what you're referencing. That she was referencing as a prosecutor, she could hold.
Why is San Francisco?
She's saying as a prosecutor, she could have literally prosecutorial power, but Tulsi literally lied.
Then why
and you guys believe it because it makes Kamala Harris look bad.
So bad?
California being
why
bad.
Is so bad?
Wait, what's bad about California? I live in California. Tell me.
I know people live in California. They say it's horrible.
I live in Los Angeles. Tell me what's bad about California.
Los Angeles. That explains a lot.
Tell me what's bad about California
in the country. One of the worst.
Can you tell me what is bad about California?
It's just like the Titanic. It's sinking. The only difference is the Titanic had lights going down on it. Newscomb is a communist too. Why is everyone leaving? Why is everyone leaving California?
How is this? Can you define communism?
I'll be glad to define communism. I'll give you the exact definition.
He had to look it up because he doesn't fucking know. Yo, think of this pinch face. Thank you so much. I'll break it to you. It's stateless, classless, moneyless society in which the public controls.
No, I'll read exactly. I'm going to give you the exact definition. Is a political theory derived from Karl Marx, so it's a Marxist. Which, by the way, is Kamala Harris's father, who was a Marxist. Advocate for class war. This is the definition for it, and leading to a society in which all poverty is publicly owned, and each person works and is paid according to abilities and needs.
So
that is a communist definition.
God,
I gave you.
So you don't understand what you're saying at all. Okay, so no,
that's literally the definition of communism.
Literally, how it's defined, right, in a Marxian sense, would be a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. That's how it's defined. I don't know what the fuck you're reading or where you're reading it from.
I gave you the dictionary version of communism.
Okay, I don't know what dictionary you're referencing from. Okay, I understand that you're referencing
Oxford language. That's what I got.
Okay, well,
I'll give you definition.
I don't think any socialist or communist actually uses that definition.
That is, it's Marxism.
Marxism
it's
is
from
like
Karl Marx, which
Marxism
is Kamala.
is like an analytic. Listen, Marxism is.
It is Donald J. Harris.
Listen. Marxism is like an analytic tool for describing like the differences in mode of productions and like what's going to come after capitalism. That's what Marxism is. Marxism is heavily misunderstood, and Donald Harris being a Marxist, like economist, like why is that an issue?
That's her father.
So that doesn't mean she's a Marxist.
She's a Marxist. She's the same
she's
line.
not.
She's the same lines that 1950s China did the same quotes that she books.
She's not a Marxist. Can you tell me what view she has that's Marxism? Can you tell me what view that Gavin Newsom has that's Marxism?
Gladly. Harris bringing food control prices, which is Marxism. Nixon tried and it didn't work.
No, she's just federalizing laws that exist in 46 states.
That is Marxist. That is communism.
That's not Marxism or communism.
That is.
Oh God!
She defunded the police, which is a Marxist statement. They did do that they defunded the police.
That's not Marxism.
How's that not Marxism?
Okay, so Donald Trump.
She did that while she was supporting
Donald
the
Trump
riots in Minnesota.
Listen, so Donald Trump trying to put saying he would pardon the people that were convicted of violently assaulting police officers. Is that Marxism? Is that communism?
He never said that.
Yes, he did. He was talking to a journalist, and he literally said that he would pardon the people that violently assaulted police officers on January 6th.
Which ones? The ones that they were let in by the police? Because a lot of people in January 6th were wrongly convicted.
People that were convicted of violently assaulting police officers. He wants to pardon the people that were convicted of violently assaulting police officers. Is that clear?
Trump wanted to pardon the wrongly convicted people. Wrongly. Why don't they arrest people?
They were wrongly convicted they were wrongly convicted for being caught on camera literally violently assaulting police officers.
And Pelosi was on camera called. That was her fault.
Let's just think about this for a second.
Pelosi
they were caught on camera.
That was all on Pelosi's.
They were caught on camera, literally violently assaulting police officers. Donald Trump wants to pardon them, and you say they were wrongly convicted.
He said the ones that were wrongly convicted.
They were caught on video in fucking convicted.
The police let them in. The ones that were on camera.
I'm talking about the people that violently assaulted police officers. 58% of these people pled guilty. Did you know that?
Like the head of the Proud Boys, right? He had nothing to do, but he was convicted of
Isaac. Your entire ideology is predicated off of conspiracy. That's why you believe that I'm paid by Kamala Harris and the DNC. That's why you believe in all these lies from Donald Trump, and that's how he ultimately controls you.
He doesn't control
Jordan,
me.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. What?
He doesn't control me.
Yes,
he's for people like me.
No, he's not. Do you make over $400K a year?
No, I don't make that much because of you got the Biden administration.
So
I pay more taxes.
I think it's funny that you don't acknowledge this. That Donald Trump quite literally is mostly going to decrease taxes for the wealthy, and your taxes will not go up under Kamala Harris's presidency.
Then why did everyone who was at the DNC that was speaking, defund the rich people, defund everything, but they're the ones who sit on the money?
Thank you for the handout. Thank you so much. Does AOC have like a lot of money?
Yes.
What's her net worth?
Let me look it up. I'll look up all your people that was actually going for it.
Yeah, look up net worth of Tim Walz. Appreciate the
I'll do that too.
The gifts, everyone. Yeah, because his net worth is very low for someone who's in like office. Very low for someone who's in office, comparative to most people. Not like in actuality, but like very low for someone who's in office. Because they're typically have way more money. Most of his money is in pensions. All right. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to a million likes. Share the live as well, everyone.
Barack Obama's net worth, $70 million.
I didn't ask for Barack Obama. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
They were speaking, defund the rich, defund the rich. Michelle Obama said it 7 times.
Smith, are you voting for Trump? All right, if you're voting Trump, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. If you want to support the live, everyone tap that screen. Let's run it to a million likes. Share the live as well, everyone.
corn fritters. It's just sex fritters.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It's only been a few days, and while we're seeing signs of
Okay,
improvement,
all right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. He left himself. Oh, he got removed for community guidelines, actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello.
How old are you?
Nigger.
What is wrong with you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. So embarrassing. Alright, let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
Just throw his
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, he had a bag. He said, I'm going to the dump. Yeah.
Alright, Santa Claus is coming to town. Alright, let's go to this next individual, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alright. I think all the sheep are asleep, chat. I think all the sheep are asleep. I mean, MAGA, sorry. My bad. I apologize. Alright, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. What is wrong with people? Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus. Alright, let's get this next individual up here, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Alright. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Alright, do give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright. Give it 1 second, everyone. I'm trying to get someone up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Alright, I'm getting this next individual up here. You sick, Parker? No, I'm not. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Yo, Mary, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get some W's from Mary in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you. Are you voting Trump?
I sure am.
And why is that?
Because Kamala is not the legitimately elected Democratic nominee for president. And
what do you mean by legitimately elected? She has actually been certified as the nominee. So
there was no process for which that she. No, there wasn't.
Did you watch the DNC?
I did. It was terrible.
That's the process.
The party that claims to care about democracy didn't even have. Think about it, Parker. If a company,
did you know 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with Kamala Harris as the nominee?
Great. If you had an 8 out of 10,
that is 80%. That's an overwhelming majority of the party.
If you got
that's
an
a higher
10,
approval rating in it.
That?
That's a higher approval rating in the Democratic Party than Trump has in the Republican Party.
So you're telling me the person who had 1% of the vote the first time that she ran for president and was one of the most unpopular picks.
She literally had dropped out at that point.
Neck and neck with Trump. Are you serious?
She dropped out at that point already. She was polling 7 to 15% when she was in the race.
No, she wasn't. She was.
I literally was paying attention to the entire race. She was 7 to 15%.
Okay, so why is she?
And that's coming from someone who didn't even support her at that time.
So why do you support her now?
Because she's a significantly better candidate than Donald Trump.
How so?
She hasn't been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. She's
I don't care about that.
Tried to
What
overthrow
has
the
she
government.
done?
You don't care about sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, or trying to overthrow the government. Shows your character. But what she's done is she's provided the $35 cap on insulin
the largest investment
No,
in
she
renewable
didn't.
energy through the Inflation Reduction Act, which was decided by her tie-breaking vote. Bauer,
Parker,
thank you for the subscription.
inflation is higher under the Biden administration. She has done nothing to help with inflation.
Yeah, you understand that's not something that's her fault. That happened globally. It happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. That's not a uniquely United States issue. Plus, as it relates to that, that would be dealt with by the Federal Reserve. Okay, the Inflation Reduction Act is meant to create disinflationary pressure long term because it makes us less dependent on foreign oil.
So she's going to help inflation by creating a policy where she's going to help new home buyers with $25,000, where buyers and sellers can no longer negotiate at the table. And what's going to happen, Parker, when every person has $25,000 to buy a home?
You just lied, Lee. Not everyone gets it.
Our prices going to drop when everyone has $25,000 to buy a house, Parker.
In the long run,
what do you know about homes? Do you own a home?
Lee, listen. In the long run, prices will end up going down because there will be a larger supply. In the short run, there will be a higher price to incentivize greater supply. Because when you know about anything about economics, if there's a higher price, there's a greater incentive to supply. And the way we're offsetting that higher price is through the $25,000 subsidy. Does that make sense? So it's more affordable.
No, it doesn't.
It's more affordable for the people who are literally the first time home buyers, and it incentivizes building of homes. So when the subsidy is removed, there is going to be a greater supply with a lower demand.
First off, there's plenty of demand right now. There's more houses right now than there are buyers. And second off, if you can't afford a house, you shouldn't be subsidized by the government to buy one. So
these are all people who can. No, listen. You're lying. These are all people that qualify. All these people qualify.
Parker,
they qualify. They're just. It's good. They're getting help with affordability.
Parker, listen to what you said. They're getting help with affordability because they can't afford to do it. Again,
no, they're helping. They're helping the affordability to make the economy better.
Act.
You don't understand anything. Don't pivot again. You're pivoting again. And also, by the way, the Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing. So keep lying.
Deficit reducing as
you don't even know what that means, do you?
$36 trillion in
35 trillion, and that's again.
Yeah.
There was you were. So there was literally more debt signed into law under Trump's administration comparative to the Biden-Harris administration.
Oh yeah, and there was more debt that was signed in under Obama and Biden together. So what are you talking about?
That's over 8 years comparative to Trump's 4.
We had
that's
COVID.
80. Wait, that's 8 years to Trump's 4. Listen, that's 8 years to Trump's 4. Plus, there was the 2007 and 2009 financial crisis.
We had a national emergency, healthcare emergency, where we had to shut down businesses. So don't give me that crap, Parker. Give me substance.
Okay. Yeah. So you brought up inflation earlier. That was literally happened globally. The reason why I brought these up is because it is the case that you were blaming it just because it happened under the administration. It was the cause of the administration. So you didn't understand that you just ran yourself into the argument. You just ran yourself into the argument against yourself, Lee.
How did the administration?
I just literally showed you how your argument made no sense. I ran you right into the wall and you didn't even fucking realize it.
No, you didn't.
You ran right into the wall and didn't even realize why.
No,
Jesus
I
Christ.
didn't. And it was not Trump's fault that there was a virus that came into this country that killed 1 million
How did
people.
I hit the wall? I wonder how that wall got there. How did that wall get there? I never saw that wall before.
Yeah, that wall got built by Trump. So how?
Yeah, Charlene, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the $5, Charlene.
3.7% of the wall. Jesus Christ.
So, anyways, you want to talk about all the jobs that they built, all the jobs?
Yeah. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Are you mad that I got money? Oh, Lee's so mad.
You don't have money, buddy. Sorry. If you're
mad that someone sent me money.
You don't have money. Trust me.
Yeah, someone sent me
money. I've got more money than you do.
I never said I had more money. And yo, Amlo, thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much. Wait, so how much money do you have? You said you have more money.
How much money do you have?
I'm not going to tell you. How much money do you have?
How about this? How about
you were the one gloating about it. I wasn't gloating about how much money I have.
How about we make a bet to a charity for $500 that Trump wins over Kamala?
I can't make
right now, Mr. Moneybags.
Lee, I can't make money on live. And also, wait, by the way, listen, and not make money. I can't make bets. You can DM me, right? But Lee, listen, I can't make them in the DMs either. But you can join like the Discord, and I'll make the bet with you.
Perfect. Send me your Discord.
But I never said that I like had a bunch of money. I was asking how much money do you have? Tina, thank you for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tina. Can we get some W's for Tina in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's get some W's for Tina. K Mooney, thank you for the hearts. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much, Carmen.
Cool. So what other topic do you want to talk about?
You don't want to respond? You want to say?
I'll get on your Discord, man. Send me your Discord.
No, tell me. You said you have so much money. Tell me.
Dude, I'll tell you on your Discord. I'll DM you.
Just tell me, Lee. Just tell me. Just tell me how many digits. Appreciate the hearts. Thank you. How many digits?
How many digits?
Denise, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Bella, thank you for the money gun. How many digits?
At least 6. Do you have more than 6?
Appreciate that, Andor. Thank you so much. I'm not telling you how much money I have.
Okay. Then let's make a bet for charity.
Again, I can't agree to anything on live. I can't agree to anything on live.
I'll make it 1,000.
I cannot agree to anything on live. Carmen, thank you for the $3.
Okay. Then message me privately.
Yes.
Exactly.
Mike, thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much.
That's a liar.
I'm a liar? What did I lie about?
Because how much
you
money
said I was paid by the DNC.
I'm asking you to meet me privately.
Thank you so much.
So that we can bet on a charity of your choice, and you're moving around it.
Wait, I can't agree to any type of gambling or bet on the live.
It's not gambling.
I will message you, but I can't agree.
That's not gambling.
I will message you, but I can't agree to anything.
That's not gambling, though.
Yes,
That's
it is.
charity.
It
No,
actually
it's not.
it legitimately is based upon the definition in the terms of service.
Okay. Then can we talk about Trump and Kamala then? If you don't want to keep talking about this topic, then let's talk about Kamala or Trump. Fair?
How old are you, by the way?
I just told you 30. You're
30
so
years
high.
old?
You can't, how high are you tonight?
What's your birth year?
1994.
1994.
You gonna
You're 30
ask me
years
how many
old?
continents there are?
What month?
February.
Okay.
Okay.
So if it was February, you'd be 1 year older than you said. You'd be 31.
No, I wouldn't.
Samantha, think of it as $10. Thank you so much. No, I was just trolling. I was trying to see. I'm trolling. I was just trying to see if you'd switch it. But you do sound pretty young. I'll give that to you.
I appreciate that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Samantha, think of the $10 for Lee is mad. Lee is really mad. Lee, would you vote for someone that was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I would vote for anyone that's not.
Angela, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Angela. Thank you. Killer Kicks, thank you for the $100.
What happened to innocent until proven guilty, dude? What did crap do to prove Donald Trump guilty?
Went to court.
Literally civilly liable unanimously by 9 people. Unanimously by 9 people when the decision didn't have to be unanimous, by the way.
It went to court and had a decision by a jury of 9 people and a judge. That's what happened.
So she went to court, and you say that makes Donald Trump guilty.
He was found legally responsible and doing it in a courtroom. Yes. What do you think that courtrooms are for? What do you think courtrooms are for?
Wait, so Captain, we agree he should be in jail, but the only reason he's not is because...
Captain, hold on, Parker. Captain, he has said the word captain like 14 times since I've been up here, and you keep correcting him even though he's saying it correctly. Stop it.
Saying it wrong.
He's saying captain. He said it like 20 times.
My God, bro, it's captain.
That's what he said.
I think he's just trying
Sorry, that was driving me nuts.
I think it's because we always say Kamala, right? So he's just trying to act like us. Like, even though what we're doing is actually legitimate.
It's Kamala.
Dara, appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. You see what he's doing?
It's Kamala.
Yeah,
he's just such a fucking weirdo.
I'm not a weirdo.
He's just a, racist.
I'm not racist.
Yes, you are.
You are.
I'm not.
You absolutely are.
You are.
Racist.
You have a Confederate flag in your profile picture, bro. I don't even have to argue that you're racist. Everyone knows it.
I'm not a racist.
Captain, when you put that
misogynist, grape apologist.
It was just a flag.
Captain, when you put that in your profile picture, it literally tells us you're a racist. So thank you for telling us.
No, it doesn't.
Think of it super.
No, you just think,
yes, it does.
You just think that because you're an insecure little boy.
Or are you not racist because you have a friend that's black? Is that your argument?
I'm not. No. I'm saying I'm not racist because I wake up in the morning and I know I'm not racist.
You saying you know you're not racist doesn't mean you're not racist, bro.
Yes, it does. Because I don't go around screaming the N-word and saying that black people should be enslaved. I'm not going.
That's
Literally,
not the only way you
you're
can be racist.
yeah,
dude.
like you understand you can be racist outside of that context. Also, you have a
Explain that to
Confederate
me.
flag, and you're advocating for literally a group of people that wanted to keep black people.
No, I'm
enslaved.
advocating for freedom from big government. How
Hey,
many
thank you for the
times have I
$5. Thank
told
you so much.
this? How
If
many
you're
times have I
advocating
told
for
you this?
freedom from big government, you'd be advocating
Yes.
for women's rights to abortion. If you were advocating for free government, you'd be advocating for no fucking borders.
Yeah, right,
if you were an
right.
actual libertarian.
Right. Yeah, don't ever call me. Well, I don't know why you're getting so mad, bro. Because I fly the Confederate flag.
yes,
Because you're a grape apologist?
Because don't fucking call me a grape apologist.
You
for a
are.
grape that didn't
Appreciate the
happen.
money
Oh,
gun.
you are.
You
No,
are
I'm
a
not.
Confederate
what you
grape
are.
apologist. Appreciate the money gun.
I'm
Thank
not
you so
a
much.
grape apologist.
That is supporting a candidate that tried to overthrow the government,
candidate
restrict
that's
women's
better
access
than
to
Kamala.
abortion, and called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims
A
entering
candidate
the
that's
country.
better than Kamala.
Thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Say her name correctly. Kamala.
It's Kamala.
Kamala.
Okay.
Okay, well, here's some news for you, Captain. The Confederacy lost, and Trump is going to lose as well, okay? You're flying the losers, traitors flag.
Subscription. Thank you so much, Lawson.
That's very on brand.
No, he's not. I'm from
So
Georgia.
you can
and he's
stick
leading in this
you
swing
can
state.
stick with your loser Confederate flag and keep losing,
I'm not going to lose.
okay? You already have.
No, I promise. Oh, I already have. Does that mean it's rigged?
Well, you guys
No,
are
it
going to
means
say it
that he
regardless.
lost in 2020.
You guys
Oh,
are
with
gonna
all the
you guys are
mail-in
gonna say it's
ballots?
rigged again. Trump's already setting the basis for saying it was rigged again. When he
Parker,
loses,
shut your
he's
bitch
gonna
ass
say
up.
it was
shut
rigged
your
again.
bitch ass up. You're telling me that the election with mail-in ballots couldn't have been rigged
How
at
did
all?
Trump vote? How did Trump vote?
Mail-in ballot. So what?
This guy, bro!
So what?
This guy
Why
is
does
such a clown!
Why does
I can't
that make
even
a
fucking
difference?
make it up, dude.
Why does that
This
make a
guy is
difference?
such a clown.
Why does that make me a
Oh my
clown?
gosh, bro.
Why does that make me a clown?
Because you're like,
So-
the mail-in ballots is how they fucking rigged the election. How did Trump
Yes,
vote
it is
mail-in
how-
ballot?
yeah,
like,
it is-
dude,
yeah.
his own vote was rigged? Jesus
Yes,
Christ.
probably. Most likely, yes.
You realize that there are like entire states that have they only vote by mail, right?
Dude.
And that's been that way for a long time.
Trump's been voting mail-in for decades. You don't even know what you're talking about. Oh
Yeah,
my
but
God.
that doesn't apply to the rest of the country whenever the country was shut down, dipshit.
Dude, you remember the pandemic?
No, I don't. I forgot.
So yeah, so why did we have mail-in ballots? Because of the pandemic, genius.
Got you?
Convenient.
That's pretty
Okay,
convenient.
so how many court cases indicated there was sufficient evidence to overturn the election?
0.
Econo, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Because all of them but 2 were Dems. So, I mean, come the fuck on.
Yeah,
What?
so again, 34 of which were Republican courts. None of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election. 17 of which were Trump-appointed judges. None of them indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election. So you're wrong on
Parker,
that.
why are
You
you
want to know
so
something
scared
else
of
that's
Donald
funny,
Trump winning?
Captain? You want to know something else that's funny?
It's Captain.
Yeah. So the flag that you have is actually not even the Confederate flag. It's the Dixie flag created by the KKK.
Then why are
I'm
you
not
so mad
trolling.
about it?
It is literally the KKK Dixie flag. It is not even the original Confederate flag. I'm not trolling.
we weren't allowed
It
to
was
say
used
KKK.
barely back then. I'm not trolling.
Okay.
So not only are you trying to represent racism, but
No, I'm
you're
trying to
doing so
represent
by
the South.
supporting a group that literally is the fucking KKK. Okay? That is the
Southerners are not
KKK
the
created
KKK,
flag.
bro. That is no, it's not. No,
Yes,
it's
it
not,
is.
bro.
Look up the Dixie
So
flag.
So all the KKK towns up in Michigan, do they fly this flag?
I'm just telling you, look up the Dixie flag.
Okay. So you're telling me this isn't the flag that they flew during the Civil War?
No, it's
No,
not. They flew
commonly
the
not.
battle flag of Virginia, which is a different
Okay.
flag.
Okay. So show me the flag. Show me the flag.
Okay, thank you for the
Jesus
$10.
Christ.
Thank you so much. I'm not gonna
say
show you the
Jesus
flag.
Christ
Just
to me,
look up.
Oh, I
the-
can say whatever I want, and you're not
Yeah,
going to stop me.
Yeah, she's
Okay,
gonna say
well,
whatever she
just
wants.
make sure not to say it 30 years later so people believe you.
How is the fact that you think that's funny is actually really sad.
Yeah, they're really cracking themselves up over there. I hear whatever the yodel in the background. If he
Just
wants to
saying.
get on and talk, he can
Just saying.
stop yelling from the
Yeah,
background.
that's pretty racist because I'm a Southerner. That's pretty racist because I'm a Southerner.
Do you know what race? Dude, you're so weird.
Cool.
I'm just gonna go to the next person. Fucking
Southerner
weirdo.
is a race now, Parker. No,
Yeah,
no,
Southern's a
Southerner is a race.
Wow, very
so,
intelligent
yeah.
woman.
Yeah, I'm astonished by the level of intellect, but I don't usually get quite that sassy with your guests, Parker. I mean, occasionally, but I match energy. That's what it is. I've had some really meaningful, inspiring conversations with people on your platform that were reasonable people.
That was
and
not one of them.
I can also turn it up if they push me there. I'm sorry I haven't been around. It's not because of you. It's other stuff in my life. And also, like, it started causing me a lot of anxiety to have these conversations all the time. So I had to take a break. But I am, you know, I'm going to be around and I'll be back. But that was disturbing.
So it's always good to see you. Yeah, I totally get you there. Yeah, these people are crazy.
I mean, nothing surprises me anymore. But, like, I don't know why we listen to these people. But anyway.
All right. Well,
I will
always
still be around, Parker. Love you as always.
Appreciate you. Good to see you. All right, let's go into the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do you tap that screen? Let's get to 2 million likes, y'all. 2 million likes. Yo, what's the pal to you? Hello? All right, let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. By the way, everyone, Dean should be joining us later, I think. He said he was going to join up. So we'll see.
Hey, guys.
Yo, what's the pal to you?
Parker, how's it going?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, of course. I'm cooking dinner if there's some background noise, sorry.
Why so?
Why so? Economics, border. And I know those are typical talking points, but that's just the way it is.
Okay, so economics. So can you name me one economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I can tell you results. There was 6.5% wages rising over inflation during his time.
Okay, so you're just going to talk about the level of inflation that existed under the administration. So that doesn't mean that it was caused.
That's right.
So that doesn't mean it was caused by that administration. So just because it happened under the administration doesn't mean it was caused by them. Did you know that it was like there's been global inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America,
So you're gonna blame inflation on another government?
No,
inflation is caused by printing money and demand.
Actually,
that's the definition of inflation.
Okay, so listen, the M2 money supply actually increased to a greater extent under Trump's administration. Not only that, but he signed into law more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration did. Thirdly, as it relates to the inflation,
can we go point by point?
The inflation happened on the same.
Can we go point by point?
The inflation happened on the same trend globally.
You just want to spur go?
Go for it, Scooter.
Okay. Obama committed to $3.9 trillion in spending that Trump took on. Now, Trump also committed to $2 trillion in spending that Biden took on. So your point is false.
No, it's not. No, Scooter, you're lying. Because I
not lying,
referenced.
it's fact.
No, what you're lying about is saying that's what I was referencing. Because I was not referencing that. I said they signed into law. I gave you explicit numbers about them signing things into law.
They
but you didn't listen.
Law. They signed into law $6 trillion in spending.
No, listen.
Yes, they did.
Listen, this is from a committee for responsible.
You should get a handler up here.
Scooter, listen. The committee for
You're under your depth here. I'm cooking dinner.
I'm not out of my debt. I'm not out of that at all. My depth. So I have an economics degree. I hope you know that. The Committee for Responsible Federal Budget indicated that the signing into law was $4.3 trillion for the Biden-Harris administration and $8.4 trillion for the Trump administration over the 10-year effect. It's not false. That's from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
Oh my God! But you're not taking in the $4 trillion from Obama ahead of time.
No,
so you're giving Obama that pass.
Hey, Scooter,
and giving it to Trump.
Scooter, I'm talking about what they signed into law.
Exactly.
So I'm not talking about what existed from prior administrations.
10-year path. Bro, you're lying.
No, I'm saying the 10-year caused from the stuff that they spent. Like the stuff that they signed into law.
Stat?
What's up?
Do you want to do another stat? Because you lost that one.
I didn't lose that one. You're actually not responding to what I said there.
You said it was over 10 years. Obama signed it 10 years ago.
No, so what I'm saying is the effect from what they signed is going to have a lasting 10-year effect.
But you're not taking in the other administration before Trump. They've all been bad, man.
Yeah.
Bad.
Why would I take that into account as it relates to what they added?
Would you take Trump
I'm comparing
into Biden, then?
Scooter. I'm comparing what Trump signed and added versus what Biden added. I'm not just comparing what came from Medicare and Medicaid and what came from Social Security.
Do you know how much comes into
signed into law?
Tell me how much comes into that budget. Let's just go defense, interest, Medicare, Medicaid. Tell me how much comes into that. It's $4 trillion on the budget.
Yeah, that's Scooter. That is not the money that I was referencing. The money that I was
you want to reference other money.
Scooter. The money that I was referencing was signed into law. The money that was signed into law was signed by the Trump administration.
The other
by
money
Trump.
doesn't count?
Okay, so I'm not referencing the other money that came from Social Security, from Medicare, from Medicaid, or other types of social programs. What I'm saying is that Trump signed more debt into law than the Biden-Harris administration did. And that's a fact. You can get this from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Look up Trump and Biden, the national debt. It's a fact. You can sit there and you can deny it. You can act like it's not true. You can act like you're right as much as you want. You can act like I'm lying, but it's a fact. You can look it up. I gave you a source. You're just going to sit up here and tell me, trust me, bro.
But you're saying that you're saying that with also dismissing that he took on $4 trillion from Obama.
Again, I explained multiple times, that's not relevant because that's not relevant because I told you only what he signed into law, not what he inherited. That's why I specifically referenced the stat I referenced. Is because it's not what he inherited, it's what he signed into law.
Are you taking in the tax cut?
Yes.
Okay. Are you adding back the repatriated money that he brought back in from overseas? Are you adding that back in?
Yes.
No, not the tariffs. Not the tariffs.
Yes, that's
the repatriated money from the tax cut that he brought back in, so people couldn't hide their money in shelters. Are you taking that in? It's 1.5 trillion.
You're talking. Oh, I'd love a source for that. Austin, think of the dollar.
Are you taking that into consideration?
Can I have a source?
Look it up. I'm walking around making dinner. I just said.
Go give me a source. I don't care that you're walking.
Get me a source for what you claimed.
I just told you Trump and Biden, the national debt.
Exactly. Get me a source.
I just told you. No, that's the title. It's from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. I'm looking at it right now, and everything that is listed on it, I'll read everything that's listed under it for you. Under Trump's policy, it's the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It's the bipartisan budget acts of 2018 and 2019. It's the ACA tax delays and repeals.
WhiteHouse.gov is
it's
my
the
source.
health executive actions. It's the new tariffs and increased tariffs, the CARES Act, the Response and Relief Act, and other COVID relief. So it takes into account all the different impacts in terms of Trump's administration of spending. Now, if we look at the Biden administration, we see the appropriations for FY 2022 and 2023, the Honoring Our Pact Act, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the student debt actions.
We were talking about
other executive actions. There's the the Fiscal Responsibility Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Deficit Reducing Executive Actions, and the American Rescue Plan Act.
You're smarter than that even now. Come on. Inflation Reduction Act was ridiculous.
Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing.
No, it wasn't, man.
Yes, it was. That's from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, and it's from the Congressional Budget Office.
Yeah, exactly. Biden's administration is going to say that.
So not only did you not listen to me, but now I'm giving you sources for every single thing that you say, and you're super uncomfortable with facts and reality.
Yeah, I said WhiteHouse.gov.
Yeah, so tell me the title, because what you just referenced likely...
Donald Trump repatriated $1.5 trillion, but cost apparently $1.8 trillion in the tax cuts. So it's a net of 0.3. The average family brought in $2,000 more under $72,000. The average family was able to write off.
This is not related to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That's not because of that.
Okay.
So no, what you referenced.
Benefit doubled.
Actually, by the way, there's actually not a single source that says that those repatriated of 1.5 trillion. I don't see that anywhere.
Yes, there is, man.
I don't see any evidence in. So can you give me a report on that? Because I don't see any of that.
Yes, I told you to go to whitehouse.gov. You can just do a Google search and you'll find it.
Yeah, I did do a Google search. I'm not seeing that.
I was just talking to your boy Harris, I think it was, and he found it. He found it right away.
Where did he find it?
He conceded it. I don't know where he found it.
Okay, so I don't see that.
I dog walked him too, man. You guys are great.
So you didn't dog walk him, and also, again, I would love to see why he conceded that, because I don't see that at all. I literally looked that up. I do not see it. Not only that, but it is the case that again, that actually, even if we were to say,
step back,
Scooter, be quiet. Even if we were to say that they repatriated the 1.5 trillion, that actually wouldn't pay for the entirety of the tax cut, because the tax cut added 1.9 trillion dollars to the debt. Not only that, but actually the expanded tax bill to extend the tax cuts
that would cost 3.9 trillion. So can you tell me how you are going to pay for that, Scooter?
You understand it's not a short-term plan, right? It's like the tariffs. When you hit China with the tariffs, yes, we're going to get hit with inflation. Of course we are. Over the long term, manufacturing comes back to us and we win. I know in the short term that sucks and the farmers got the bailout. That's not okay. It's shitty. It is the way it is. But if we rely on our adversaries for cheap prices, we're going to lose if there's a conflict. That's not a stable way to live, bro.
So again, manufacturing as it relates to these types of things, we don't need to rely on the United States for these types of manufacturing, because these types of manufacturing come from everywhere around the global market. And if there's an increase in prices as it relates to that type of manufacturing, there then becomes an incentive to produce it. So the same type of incentive that you were saying would exist in the short term of increased prices, I appreciate the hat mustache, thank you so much, would exist then. You're just increasing the likelihood of this happening. Right, because you're making it happen right now, rather than saying, "Oh, we'll see if it does happen in the future." Tori, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
We should just accept.
I'd probably do it for $250. Connor, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Harry actually debunked this when Scooter talked to him. I saw it live.
That's not true.
Okay, so then
I didn't talk to Harry about the trade deficit. You're lying now. Wow.
No, I'm not lying. That's what someone said.
You are lying.
Appreciate the hand art. Hey, Scooter. I read off a message from someone else.
Bro, you're lying. I didn't do that.
Hey, respectfully, Scooter.
So your source.
I'm not going to let you sit here and gaslight
me, bro.
I will kick you from my stream because I don't deal with the bullshit.
Man, I hope you're in good faith.
I am in good faith. Don't try to fucking make everything seem like I'm coming here fucking disingenuously or try to fucking poison the well. Again, I want you to engage with what I have to say. You're not engaging with what I have to say. You're literally a man child, okay? You're literally like, I fucking destroyed Harry when he brought this up. I'm destroying you right now. You have no clue about economics. I'm asking you for any source that shows that there was $1 trillion added back to the United States because of this. Also, I guarantee you can't provide me any source that it increased governmental revenues by $1 trillion, because I can see that it didn't. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. So again, even if it did add to the economy $1 trillion, that doesn't even add $1 trillion to the revenues, which would be relevant towards paying towards the policy. So not only can you not pay for the $1.9 trillion of debt-related spending that came from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, appreciate the paper, thank you so much, but you still won't tell me how you're going to pay for the $3.9 trillion of extensions for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Thank you for the gem gun. Thank you so much. So tell me how you're going to pay for it. How do you pay for the $3.9 trillion? Where's it coming from?
Where's the 3.9? That was from Obama.
Where's the fruits friend? Thank you so much. No, this is for an extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Bro, the 1.9 came from the guess or the economist projection of his 4 years.
No, this comes from a committee for responsible federal budget. I'm referencing the 10-year effect of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Okay, so the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, referencing the 10-year effect of it, appreciate the good night, thank you so much, it has $1.9 trillion that's going to add to the debt.
Right.
Okay? That's what I'm telling you. That's from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Now listen. So again, as it relates to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the extension would cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years. Now, will you tell me how we're going to come up with this money?
When is the extension? 2025, right? And the extension is only for, if it happens, individuals, not for companies, because they passed it bipartisan with the Democrats on the companies, right?
Well, it's permanent.
So are you saying that individuals don't think individuals shouldn't have a tax cut after 2025, and because of that, it's going to cost us 3.9 trillion? Like, come on, man.
Hey, so the individual tax cuts. Hey, listen.
We want to have a good
Scooter, don't lie.
For our people.
So you're misleading people. The individual tax cuts, most of those individual tax cuts go to rich people.
That's not true. They go to families.
And extending the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act will also keep the corporations, whereas we can get rid of the corporation tax cuts by specifically increasing the corporate tax rate to 20%, like the Harris administration wants to. So if you don't want to keep the corporation tax cut, right, and you want to specifically benefit the middle class, advocate for the Harris tax policy that mainly benefits the middle class and benefits lower income thresholds.
It doesn't address the middle class.
Shut up and listen. That
plus the 25% tax on unrealized over 100 million for the stuff over 100 million. That specifically is going to be able to allow us to pay for this tax cut in the middle class. That's how you pay for it. It's either that you tax more or that you cut spending. So if you're either not going to tell me how you're going to cut spending or increase taxes, then you're not going to be able to pay for the $3.9 trillion of, again, debt spending that would come from the extension of the tax cuts.
You just gave me the 2020 Biden.
Billy, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $5.
And Elise, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying happy birthday.
Catherine, thank you for the $2. Catherine, thank you for the $10.
Out about a plan that Biden has already implemented and he's been talking about since 2020.
Anissa, thank you for the $15 for birthday money for the birthday clone. JK, love you, Parker. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, Anissa.
So Harris is
Parker's getting birthday money. Let's go.
Over $100 million unrealized gains. But what you guys aren't taking into consideration is when somebody has major losses, and they will. And are we going to be able to write a $50 billion check for people taking on losses? Probably not. There's some troubles in that tax plan. Am I saying that Trump has a perfect plan and he's a great guy and he's all these things? Not at all, man. I think he's a piece of shit. However,
Scooter, I'm so sorry. Mary, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal for the birthday. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love, Mary. That is so very kind of you. Thank you so much, Mary. And Jessica with the $5 on Venmo for the birthday. And Kathy with the $20 on Venmo for the birthday as well. Ella with the $5 on Venmo for the birthday. I really appreciate you guys. I'm going to make sure to read these off intermittently.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Fast.
Everyone's spamming happy birthday. Oh my God.
I love you guys so much.
Cooper, thank you for the $10. Jaina, thank you for the $3.
I love you guys. Alyssa, thank you so much for the
Billy, thank you for the $5
for the
Billy.
happy birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Alyssa. Thank you so much for the $20. That is so kind of you guys. I love each and every single one of y'all. I'm going to make sure I hold off the donos to make sure that debate can still be had, though. So I'm going to do this intermittently. But thank you so much, you guys.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Thank you so much for the little dive as well.
What? It's not even his birthday yet. It's not even. We're not even there, dude. Fuck. Jesus Christ.
I love you guys. I love you guys. Each and every single one of you guys. I love each and every single one of y'all. I'll give my emotional rant later, though. I don't want to take over Parker's stream. But seriously, thank you everybody. I appreciate you guys. Y'all are my life, for real. Anyway, Scooter, I would love for you to answer my question. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I was answering Parker's question.
I thought Parker clarified that this was the question he was asking.
To Parker's claim to suggest that that's not going to pay for any of the things that he suggested. And that's the problem. I know that I come from a different point of view where I look at trickle-down economics, and you guys hate that. I understand, and I know you refute it. I understand all the facts around it. I would argue differently, of course. You guys are saying, no, let's build from the bottom up. I appreciate that. And I believe that there is middle ground in between, and that's our democracy. That's the reality of it. But to say that Harris has a better economic plan is just, come on, you guys. Like, she doesn't have a plan.
Wait, I just told you multiple things. I just gave you multiple things.
No, but she starts out on a bunch of bullshit that we can't.
I'd like to clarify here. I'd say that Harris has a more rock solid economic plan than Trump, right? Because Harris, right, has tax proposals for how she wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers. One second, just listen, Scooter.
Dean, I already told you this.
Yeah, and I bet Parker's
Scooter,
probably already gone over that. But
Scooter, I literally told you that is bullshit. You're not understanding. I gave you literally the policy by policy. Are you going to dispute any of the policies I brought up, or are you just going to say that it doesn't help people? Because you saying it doesn't help people doesn't actually give us anything.
It already exists. It doesn't change anything.
What? Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It already exists.
Thank you, guys.
It's already a thing.
No,
it happened in 2022. It's already a thing. It's passed.
Thank you, Brooke.
No, it's not. What are you talking about? The $6,000 child tax credit is not already a thing.
No.
The $1,500 earned income tax credit is not. The $25,000 subsidy for first-time homebuyers is not. The ending of medical debt in terms of its effect on someone's credit is not.
Now you're spurging.
The $35 cap on insulin for everyone.
That was started by
Trump,
and
for the
man.
$2,000 cap on out-of-pocket expenses for pharmaceuticals.
That was started by Trump too.
You can say it was started by Trump, but that would just be an area of area of agreement. The $35 cap on insulin. Wait, by the way, he did not start the cap for 2000. He did not start the cap for $2,000 on all pharmaceuticals. He only brought up the $35 cap on insulin, and that was an executive order that was non-enforceable.
Y'all are going
want the best
crazy
for
right now.
America.
I will
and we
thank
want the best for the
everybody
people, right?
here in a minute. Y'all are going crazy
So,
right now. Thank you
so
guys
let's
so
not
much.
fight with each other. Obviously, it's a divide on tax policy and plan as far as that goes. And I respect where you're coming from. You want more social service and like income spending or income equality. I appreciate that. I believe a free capital market is going to be better for that. And I believe when we deal with a federal government that is getting
Scooter, are you Canadian?
Hold on. No, I'm both. I live in Summerlin, Nevada, and I live in Vancouver, Canada.
So you're a U.S. citizen?
Yeah, I have dual citizenship.
Okay.
It was 5 years.
Okay. So you say you want more free markets. You understand the Nordic countries, they have freer markets than we do here in the United States.
We're not a Nordic company. We're not a Nordic country,
Oh
bro.
my God,
Sure,
Nathan!
Dean,
Thank
go
you,
for it.
Nathan. Thank you so much for the $50 on
we're not a
Venmo for the
Nordic country.
birthday. I really appreciate you for the love. I want to make sure that we get some massive W's for Nathan in the chat for the $50 for the birthday. Wendy, thank you for the $5 for the birthday. Frankie, thank you for the $20 and the 20 cents for the 20th birthday. Jessica with the $10 for the birthday. Chase with the $10 for the birthday as well. Thank you guys so much. Cheryl with the $20 on PayPal for the birthday. Mary with the $30 on PayPal for the birthday, and Ashley with the $20 on PayPal for the birthday as well. I really appreciate y'all for the love. Thank you guys so much.
Also, because I didn't see this before, Patrick, this is from like 20 minutes ago. Thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Patrick in the comment section right now? They were talking about the last guest.
Dude.
I didn't even see this because I didn't even see. This is why we need to educate their kids properly. Racist parents create racist kids. Create racist kids like Captain Monster. That's so fucking true.
And
W Patrick in the chat right now. Thank you so much, Patrick. I really appreciate it.
Oh,
Marcus,
shoot, sorry,
thank you
it
for
was
$5.
Dean.
And
It was
Kim,
Dean
thank you
that
so
had
much for
that
the
DA guy.
$20 on PayPal as well. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you, Kim. You guys are showing so much love and support right now. I really don't want to hijack Parker's stream, so I want to be brief with it, but thank you guys so much for the love.
Parker, I misspoke.
Scooter, Parker's
What'd
been
you say,
asking you.
Scooter?
Yeah, I misspoke. I thought that it was like I said that the last guy got you, but that was untrue. That last guy was a piece of shit, and he was racist in the end as
Scooter,
well.
I just want to clarify. So
Yeah.
I feel like Parker's been asking this question since you joined, and I haven't heard a clear answer. So just once again to clarify in a sentence real quick, Trump wants to reinstitute the TCJA for another 10 years. It's estimated to cost $3.9 trillion. Where is that money going to come from?
Okay, you guys, he does want to introduce the tax cuts. The problem I have here is when we're speaking about this, Parker quoted numbers about the 3.9 that are already apparently done over the next 10 years without reinstituting it. So like, I'm just saying, when we have this conversation, we got to have this without embellishing.
No, I'm saying it would add 3.9 of new.
Oh, you're saying if he reinstitutes it after 2025?
Yeah. I'm saying that this is the most added. See, I take all those things into effect, and you're like assuming that I'm not.
No. I was asking. I'm asking.
That's fine.
Like, this is the thing. Just from of course we have different views about how the government should be handled. Okay. And that's fair. And that's the democracy playing back and forth and fighting. And that's the way it should be. The problem here is like, there were good economic things that Trump did and bad economic things that Trump did. You know what I would love to see?
Right, I think the $5. Go for it.
I would love to see Miss Harris actually come out with something that we can dissect, that we can break down. Because the reality is 30% at least of Republicans and Democrats they got their heels in. They're going to be shitty no matter how. Like, they're not going to listen to anybody. And there's probably about 30% of us in the middle somewhere that are going to listen, and we're going to swing either way. My problem is like, I want something to argue against. If Harris kills it and she is fantastic, like, that interview was terrible. The interview was terrible. That didn't swing anybody. Like, but the DNC convention speech did. She looked presidential there. I think we can all agree with that. But that interview was shit. I would like to see her out in front every day, every morning show, speaking about how amazing she's going to be. And if she wins, fucking win, man. Win. And smoke Trump. But what I see is a problem here. She's hiding from the media. She isn't confident. And what does that do to me? That makes me scared about what she's going to do in policy in general. And that flip-flop conversation she had about how it's still her values, like, come on, you guys. Like, that's where I'm just like, fuck, I don't know what she's going to do. The border, I know that we don't need to get in the border. That's like,
Can I restate the question? Like, how do you pay for it? 3.9 trillion.
Yeah, like, Jesus Christ, Scooter.
But you guys, that, like, you just say that it will cost 3.9 trillion if we just take away the taxes, but you're not considering influx of business, influx of manufacturing, influx of spending, influx of fucking money making, and so on and so forth.
Are you just saying it would pay for itself?
No, I'm not.
Then what is the payment
I'm not
mechanism?
Justin Trudeau.
Are you gonna increase taxes, or are you going to cut spending?
So you understand that cutting taxes brings in wealth, rising taxes can push away wealth. Of course, there's a balance there. I don't know what that balance is.
He's not answering the question. So
I am. I am answering.
Cut spending or increase taxes.
And also, Leah, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo for the birthday. Devin with the $20 and the 20 cents, and Kim with the $20 as well. Thank you so much, Kim, Devin, and Leah for the happy birthday wishes. Thank you so much.
I don't know
Leah,
what the
Devin,
economic
and Kim.
balance is
Thank
there.
Thank you, guys.
Do I believe
guys,
Trump
seriously.
is right 100% of the time? Not at all. But do I think Kamala is right at all? No, I don't, because I don't trust her and I don't know her real plan. Now, she said she's going to bring corps up to 28%. Do I think that's effective? I do. Do I like that she wants to bring in oversight over all police officers when they use a force? I do. Do I?
Okay, you're telling me things. You're still not answering the question. Like,
No,
I want to talk about those things, and I think those things are really important. But I still don't know. Are you cutting tax? Are you increasing taxes, or are you cutting spending?
Yeah, this is why I like Harris's plan so much, is because she proposed how much it's going to cost over the next 10 years, and then she proposed how she's going to pay for it with the exact economic figures. Yes, she did.
No, Dean, she used the 2022 fucking tax plan of people over 400,000 as part of it, and then she's trying to use the realized gain, which she probably won't get passed.
But then Trump doesn't have anything, right? Then Trump, right? What does he have? He has, I don't know, like either get rid of taxes and switch them out for tariffs, or just reinstitute the TCGA. Like he's flip-flopping between the tariffs and the TCGA for another 10 years, and then how the fuck are we going to pay for it? You don't know. He doesn't know. No one knows.
The tariffs.
Oh, so he's going to pay for the tax cuts through tariffs? Is that what you're saying?
I just said he's using the tax cuts and tariffs to promote economic recovery. Now, you might believe that's wrong, and then that forecast won't work out, and that's fair. But if you try to say that Harris is going to pay for it by taxing people over 400,000, which is already happening, increasing us from 21 to 28%, I don't know if that math works out, and the unrealized gains is
the corporate tax rate increased to 28%. The unrealized gains tax, and then specifically the increasing of individual income over 400,000.
That's already done.
No, they're increasing it more.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
How much?
They want to increase
Parker,
it.
What is it now, and what is it going to be?
So under Trump specifically, I'm pretty sure it was like 37.
No. What is it right now?
Yeah, this is Trump tax. This is Trump tax.
No, I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about
this is
Harris.
Trump tax policy. We're still under Trump tax policy. So right now it is like 30. It's like 37 or it's like high 36, and it's going to be 39.6.
So you're saying she's going to pay for all of this spending she's proposing?
Yes.
A 2% increase and a 7% increase.
Yes.
Come on.
Well, actually, no. There's actually more. There's actually
and
there's
the
another
capital gains.
And then also there's going to be another $230 billion raised over the course of the next 10 years by allowing Medicare greater ability to negotiate prescription drug prices with pharmaceuticals, meaning that Medicare will have to go
most are going to come from. I don't think he understands how much money comes from corporate tax.
I do.
I think the corporate tax accounts for 1.7 trillion of 2.4 trillion.
If you guys could please go look at the debt calculator and how much we already have in basically committed spending. Versus
Trump signed off on more debt.
Of course he did. Yeah, he was fucking terrible with that. What do you want me to say? I don't love Trump. I don't think he's great. I think he's better than the other.
Okay, so you think that Trump is terrible with spending? So if Trump isn't going to pay
that's not what I said.
For the 3.9,
I said Trump is terrible overall. I think he's better than what we have as an option. And come on, you guys, you've all been on here for months. Like 3 months ago, none of you were advocating for Harris
because she wasn't running.
I actually was.
Oh, come on, you guys.
Okay, I'm not trolling. I actually advocated for that Harris was a better candidate than Biden. That's
like if we could have Buttigieg or
I would like Buttigieg.
Or there's the black man with the bald head.
What?
He's like big, like strong, I don't know if he's in Congress or Senate. He's fantastic. The guy's fucking wicked. He's a big presence on the Democratic side. Well spoken. Like there's so many good people in the Democratic Party that could take over this. I even think Elizabeth is it Elizabeth Warren?
Are you referencing Cory Booker? Push the confetti. Thank you so much.
Is it Booker? Yeah, I think it is Booker. Like I just think there's better people that they could have nominated, man. Wow, people are saying I can't say black, basically.
Or Hakeem Jeffries.
Jesus. No, it'd be Booker. I like Booker.
Marsha, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for the birthday wishes. Thank you so much, Marsha. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Marsha.
I would love to see that.
Evan, Christina, and Ashley, thank you three so much for the $10 and the $5 respectively on PayPal. Thank you guys so much for the birthday wishes.
And AOC.
If you like them, if you like them, then why don't you like Kamala Harris?
Because she's weak, man.
Why?
She's changing her positions. She's not committing to a position.
Wait, I think that we do see committed positions
we have
from
40
Kamala Harris.
days without a
when you're referencing her,
Think of
quote
the
unquote,
$5.
when you're referencing Kamala Harris, quote unquote, changing her positions, you're referencing her ideological evolution over the course of the last 5 years. Okay, right? And I'm not going to call that someone that is flip-floppy, undecisive, and all over the place, because 5 years ago I was a rancid MAGA supporter and a vehement Republican. Look at me today. Does that mean that I'm weak? Does that mean that I'm flip-floppy, Scooter? Or does that mean that I've had ideological evolution over the course of the last 5 years because I've learned more about the world around me?
Dean, how old are you roughly? Like, and this isn't like, are you in your 20s? I'm in my 30s. I'm 39 years old. My evolution has changed a lot. Kamala Harris is about 60 years old, a grown person. She's been very successful. She's attorney general. She's been a senator, and now she's the vice president of the United States. That is a fucking successful woman. And we should appreciate that. That's not what I'm saying. But when she's running for president of the United States and now a vice president and her
the public officials, what are they supposed to represent? Public officials, what are they supposed to represent?
Her views are changing, man.
Scooter, I have a question. I have a question. Scooter, just follow me. Yeah, because you're not answering my question.
You can't recover from, man. Come on.
No, in fact, I'm asking you a question and you didn't answer it. So specifically speaking, we live in a representative democracy, all right, a constitutional republic.
Right.
So the body, right, of our representatives, who do they represent?
The people, yes.
The people. And when we see ideological changes within the people, what happens to the proposed policies or beliefs of the representatives?
I know where you're going with this. The representatives rarely change their beliefs, and it just doesn't work that way, bro.
Okay, so I think that you're all over the place. You're saying that our
I'm
positions
not.
are flip-floppy.
I'm very
so I think that you're all over the place. You're saying that our positions are flip-floppy. No, I think being a representative for the people.
Is she for fracking or against it?
Okay, Scooter, what are we going to do here?
She thinks it should be allowed, but she wants to move away from it long term. Corey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
And Jesse, thank you for the.
I'm getting misogyny. You know what I mean? Like.
Why is it misogyny?
Jesse, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Saying September birthdays have to stick together. Thank you so much for the love on Venmo. Jesse, thank you so much.
No, you're voting for a misogynist over a non-misogynist. You're voting for a racist over a non-racist. You're voting for a guy who's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse over someone who is not.
You should go high when other people go low. Come on, man.
Do you just want me to kick you from my stream?
Am I a racist, misogynist, homophobe?
He was on my stream the other week and I kicked him. He's really annoying.
No, that's not true, Dean.
Yeah, you were.
No.
Oh, you left? You ran?
No.
I kicked you.
No, that's not true.
So then I did kick you.
Sit up, man.
Wait, did you run or did I kick you? It's only which one was it?
When was I on your thing?
Like last week.
Yeah, so no, I wasn't.
Okay, you were.
No. Oh my God.
Did you just forget?
Dean,
did you just forget that you were on my stream?
Dean, come on, dude. Now you're gonna lie to get through this? Because you guys called me a misogynist.
There was thousands of people in there. There's definitely some people in Parker's sub chat that saw you.
Show me the receipts, bro, because that's not true.
Okay, so Jessica, she saw you on
bro,
my stream. Becky
kids.
saw you on my
I swear
stream.
on my kids,
did you actually forget?
I swear on my kids, never happened.
Wow, he's a mess.
I'm not.
Everyone in the chat saw it.
I don't care what the people in the chat say. They're going to support you, man.
Oh my God. You actually you know what? I'm not going to be.
Do you want to have a coherent chat or not?
I'm not gonna be harsh on you for forgetting that. That's not your fault, man.
Slum, thank you for subscription. Thank you so much.
I don't go on lives every other day. I'm a family dude. I go on lives every once in a while. I'm having a couple vodkas and making dinner at 10:30 at night.
That explains it.
In my state.
That does.
And I'm chatting with you guys.
So once again, how's Trump going to pay for his tax code? I feel like you've still yet to answer
I
that
still don't know. I texted you that. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I've already talked
And also,
Corey, thank you
William,
for the $2 for Harry. He lied about Harry.
and William, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo.
Harry
and I
was true.
appreciate your honesty with the
Sure,
public.
bring Harry
Thank you
up
so
here
much
if
for the
that's
love,
the case.
William. W's for William in the chat. Thank
You can bring
for
Harry in here.
$25.
Harry does not typically join
Ask
people's
Harry if
lives.
he's available. Ask Harry if he's available.
Are you trying to assemble the Avengers or tell us how Trump's going to pay for his tax plan?
The
Which
only
one?
person that I spoke to out of your crew was Harry, and that was
Seminole,
today.
thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much.
That was
Kenichi,
today.
thank you so much for the $10. Thank you
We
so
had
much.
a very good chat. It was healthy, and he let me know
I
that it
think
was
it might
one
be
of-
the second Kenichi.
you guys reach out to him.
No.
You're saying the chat is more reputable than me saying to reach out to your buddy?
Yes.
Okay. Well, okay. Then,
I do trust.
you know what? The Trump tax plan is going to pay for
Dean knows
itself.
this. Dean knows this. Rachel, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Chat's kind of right.
I know.
Like, chat is right. Like, I'm
they're
not going to lie.
surprisingly,
Chat's
like-
right a lot.
Yeah, I dog walk Harry.
I think it's when you take like a group of people, like literally a group of like 1,000 people, and when they
Dog
come
walk
to a
Harry.
consensus, like the consensus is more likely than not correct.
Yeah, like the chat's right a lot of the time.
I mean, hey guys, if we went on I don't have a following like you guys obviously do, but if we went to my following, they would say the same, man. Come on.
Wait, especially the sub-only chat. Sub-only chat is like base.
I know these are the academics, dude.
You guys, you're like, I appreciate that you're into the politics and you guys are doing your thing. You guys, like, we gotta. I wish we could be more objective about this.
Let's be
Like,
objective.
it's
How the fuck
great.
is Trump going
I
to pay
don't.
for his tax plan?
I've already said that. I've said it 10
Okay,
times
tell
over.
us how Trump is going to pay for his tax plan
Bubba,
in
thank you
3
for subscription.
sentences or less.
Key by doing the tax cuts is bringing manufacturing and businesses and economic prosperity home, along with his tax cut that brought back $1.5 trillion into America. That in itself, over the 4 years, is there.
Okay, so I think this is laughable because even if we were to give you the 1 point, Tracy, thank you for the subscription. Even if we were to give you the 1.5 trillion, that's not in governmental revenue.
I
Tech
can say
Memphis,
the
thank you
same
for
thing
subscription.
about
Thank you so much.
your
So if it's
Kamala
not,
Harris bullshit.
yeah, Mike J, thank you for subscription. Thank you so much. So if that's not in governmental revenue, well, then that's going to mean that you don't have that money to pay for it. So not only do you not get the money to pay for that, McKenna, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. But
Could I
then
say this
also,
further?
wait, are you going to tax that money out of the economy to pay for it?
No, I'm saying, could I say the same thing back about
So you're only going to get a small portion of that back in taxes. You're not going to get the 1.5 trillion back in taxes, which 1.9 trillion was necessary to pay the debts for the prior
Hold on a
for the
second.
prior tax policy.
Hold
so
on a
you're not going
second.
to get any of the money necessary. You're
Why
saying
do
it's
we
going to
need it
pay
all
for
back?
itself. There's no good reason to believe
Why do we
that.
need it all back?
Anyone that knows anything about economics
Why do we
knows
need it
that
back?
knows that this is not going to happen because it's debt related spending. It's going to add
No,
to the
it's
debt.
not.
I actually
Yes, it
may have something to disprove
No.
his claims with math
We-
real quick.
we don't
So I
need
just
it
want to
all
clarify,
back.
Scooter, 1 second. So just to clarify, Parker, you do have that source that would indicate that the TCGA only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%, right?
Oh my God.
Rain, thank you for the subscription.
He went from 2.5 to 3 to 2.5.
1 second, Scooter. So would you have that source that would indicate that, Parker? Oh, okay.
Would you agree with
Yeah,
those?
so Parker would have that source. So the current GDP, we're just going to operate on that, is $25.44 trillion. That's the GDP of America. And 0.02% of $25.44 trillion is around $5 billion. So if the TCGA is only going to generate about $5 billion per year, and this is a 10-year plan, that means that it is only going to increase the GDP by about $50 billion. So are you going to say that an increase in the GDP of $50 billion is going to pay for $3.9 trillion?
That's terrible.
Oh my God, you can't even equate those two things.
No, you said that he was going to be self-sufficient by making the American economy boom and increasing.
If the GDP went to 5, how much would that? How much would that bring in?
Scooter. If your argument here is that the TCGA is going to pay for the $3.9 trillion over the course of the next 10 years, one second, Scooter. If your argument here is that that this $3.9 trillion over the course of the next 10 years is specifically going to be paid for, by bringing jobs back home, making people make more money, spend more money, etc. Well, specifically speaking, we'd have a study that indicate that it only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02% per year with its original institution in 2017. So unless you'd give us any reason to believe that it'd lead to a greater increase in the GDP over the course of the next 10 years if Trump is reelected and if it's reinstituted, well, then we have no reason to believe that the bill would be self-sufficient and merely pay for the $3.9 trillion through a bolstering the American economy.
In 2020 as part of your measure when the GDP fell below fucking zero because of the lockdowns. So your whole thing is a farce, dude. Just talk honestly about this stuff.
No, I just want to clarify that this is isolating for the effects of the tax policy in itself.
Oh my
right? If you
God,
like to
it's
reference
not.
a study that I'm indicating. So yes, you could look up on Google the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform, and this is going to be specifically indicating the effect of the tax reform on our GDP, isolated for external variables such as COVID, etc.
Well, okay. Let's even just say all of what you just said is true, that they've already calculated for it. That I don't know who's calculating for that, and neither do you. How much then would the GDP have to rise by to pay for it?
So actually, if you were taxing,
Great question.
It depends on what type of income it would be related to.
No, just the GDP, bro.
Yeah. So again, if it just adds to the GDP, we don't know which sectors it added to, right? So
just GDP.
that doesn't tell us. So if
So
we
you're hitting
on
his
average,
argument.
we'll just say on average.
So you just heard Dean's own argument. So the Dean's argument is false. It doesn't matter because I could just say it doesn't matter. The GDP doesn't matter.
No, GDP increase is important.
You just contradicted Dean's argument.
No, I didn't. What do you mean? What did Dean say that I contradicted?
He said
Also,
the
I would like to
GDP would only
clarify-
rise by 0.2 every year.
Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Okay, so
And you also said that we couldn't tell you.
You're saying the
And you
GDP
also
can't be
specifically said
measured.
I couldn't tell you who made this study.
Wait. No,
so this
no,
is going to be.
he's misunderstanding.
Come on, you guys. Have an honest conversation.
Listen. Fuck, dude. You're fucking annoying as fuck. You don't listen.
Well, 'cause
Jesus
you're lying.
Christ. He said it increased by 0.02% a year. I never disputed that. I agree with that. That's
Right.
from the 2017. That's from the macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform from a
Right. So
liberal
this is gonna
and a
be-
conservative economist from Harvard. Literally, look up the macroeconomic effect of the
What does that have to
2017
do with
tax reform,
GDP?
please.
Actually
Appreciate the
affected.
Galaxy. Thank you so much. Because it's an analysis on the
You're
fucking paper,
obfuscated,
dude.
bro.
It's from Robert Barrow and Justin Furman. Or
Great.
Jason Furman. They specifically are two economists from Harvard, one liberal, one conservative. They wrote a paper on this. You can read the paper that indicates that the increase in the economy was fucking 0.02%.
Right. So what?
So what?
You
Your
just said
original
that the
argument
GDP
that the
doesn't go
TCGA is going
towards
to
debt.
pay for itself by bringing manufacturing jobs here back home in America and bolstering the American economy by boosting
there's
GDP
nothing that shows
is
that.
flawed and false.
You guys, because economists have never been, they're never wrong, right?
Okay, so then give us your fucking study
Economists
that
are wrong,
indicate
yeah.
that
Wait,
yes,
no.
it did
He's saying
lead to
economists are
substantial
wrong.
increase.
He's just speaking.
No,
the
I'm
economics.
not. I'm not.
Scooter, if you just say that, I'm not talking to you. You're fucking. You're actually
Parker,
you're lost. You have no clue what you're
using
talking
GDP
about.
against my argument.
You don't know. You
Dean
don't
is
understand
using
anything
GDP
about
against
economics.
mine.
Yes, the GDP did not go up a lot due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Bro, you're using GDP for your argument. Dean's using it against me. So what should I do? What do I do here?
Say that again.
Maybe I think he's confused. So
No,
just
I
to-
don't. I don't think I am.
Just to recap in 25 seconds what's going on. We've been asking you how Trump is going to pay for his tax plan.
Right.
You said by bolstering the American economy and boosting the GDP.
Right.
And we've demonstrated to you how that's been false in the last 7 years. So how would we expect it to be true in the next 10 years?
Yeah, and like I said, you cannot just take a 4-year average of GDP and apply that
Well,
to
thank you for the
Trump.
subscription. Thank you so much.
Why not?
Say that that's not going to pay for it.
Why
However,
not? Wait,
the
why not?
tax-
1 second, I'm actually
However-
curious. Why can't I do
However, the GDP over Obama's administration did rise.
that? Scooter, no, answer my question. You
less
said I can't
under-
do that. Why?
Oh my God.
Why can't I do that?
because you said I couldn't do that as well.
When did I say that you couldn't do
Holy
that?
cow, you guys.
Can you answer my question?
Parker said that. Parker said because the GDP rises, that doesn't just articulate to tax revenue either up or down, because I don't know.
Yeah,
which
because you're
bracket
making a
it's in.
correlation causation fallacy. We're isolating for external variables and explaining the causal factor of the tax
What are
policy for the
you
increase
like?
in the GDP.
Keep saying that. You're saying the GDP isn't rising fast enough to make up for the difference. Parker is then saying we can't use GDP to fucking count the difference.
Okay, no. So what Parker was indicating, right, is you can't just take two factors and assume a causal factor.
No, that's not what I was
them.
saying, Scooter. You're dumb.
Right. So you're
What
taking
were you saying then?
Right, I think
so
it was $5.
Scooter, I'm explaining it to you right now.
If
You're
Parker-
taking
I think
Scooter. I'm
Parker can speak for
explaining
Paige,
it to
thank
you
you
right
for
now.
the
Is he allowed to speak?
So you're taking.
Hey,
am I
Scooter,
allowed
if you
to
don't
speak?
shut up, Scooter, if you don't shut up, I'm kicking
Are
you
you
from my
allowed to
stream.
explain your own position?
Hey, Scooter, if you don't shut up, I'm kicking you from my stream. Be quiet and listen,
can you
or I'm
speak
kicking you
your
from my
own
stream.
position?
I'm done with this shit. Thank you for the ice sleep. Thank you for the subscription.
I can't believe
Hey, Scooter, if you don't shut up right now,
you can't
sit
speak your
down
own
and don't
position.
bark, I'm going to fucking kick you from my stream. Be quiet. Sit down,
Be
but
your boss.
no
You
bark.
can't explain your own position.
Okay, later, buddy. You're done. I'm not talking to that guy anymore. He's fucking insufferable.
Yeah, I just gave him the
Also-
fucking strongest argument ever, and like somehow he still didn't get it.
Also, one thing, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Very minor thing. We should use the number of 0.04%. I was remembering that. I was going to bring that up. I accidentally said 0.2% again. That is one of on the lower end of the confidence interval. So if we want to take the mean, we're going to use 0.04%.
Yeah, but yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Instead of
it's still terrible.
Stephanie, thank you so much for the
So
well
there-
dive, and I appreciate you for the love.
Yeah, so over 10 years, 0.4% increase in GDP.
Yeah, that's $100 billion.
Jesus Christ.
And $100 billion, assuming today's GDP. So that's not even
And
taking the
then we
GDP
wouldn't
of
even
each
get
year.
all that money back in governmental revenue.
Yeah, and that's also like once again assuming today's GDP.
Oh fuck! I actually just realized how we could calculate the numbers for that. So we can take so we can take governmental revenue for the particular GDP, right? So the percentage of governmental revenue to GDP.
Oh,
and then we could
yeah.
have used that to calculate like the amount that we would get in governmental revenue from the increase in 100 billion of GDP, which would give us like probably like 20-30 billion max.
There's like something else that we'd have to throw in there, which would be like the assumed like approximate growth over the next 10 years as well of the GDP. Like those are like the two factors, and we'd actually have an academic study.
Yeah, that's what you want to cite from now. Thank you for the confetti, because I know that you haven't had that before. Literally favorite that study. That one's really good because it's a liberal and a conservative economist. So I've heard no good responses to this. People don't even read it because they're fucking scared.
I think I'm leaning towards that direction right now.
Why so?
I think on a particularly policy perspective, I have more agreement towards Trump when it comes to the policies I consider most important.
Like which ones?
When it comes to taxation, like reducing income taxes, he's expressed desires to do that, and removing taxes on tips, I support that. Then opposing gun control, I think that's important.
Actually, we stop there at the first one. So he wants to extend the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. How are you going to pay for that? 3.9 trillion over 10 years. How are you going to pay for that?
Justin, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying happy birthday. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes, Justin. Thank you so much. W's for Justin in the chat. Great question.
I don't think he has very solid plans compared to Harris when it comes to reducing income taxes. I actually probably agree with Harris more when it comes to taxation.
Oh, didn't you just say a reason you're voting for Trump is because of his tax
Ryder,
policy?
thank you for the $5. As an economist myself, he is wrong. You're spot on. Thank you so much, Ryder. I really appreciate that. It's always good to hear. And Aaron, thank you so much for the $25 for a neck massage. Thank you so much. Yeah, my neck is killing me. But yeah, sorry, go for it.
I think I probably agree with Harris on a lot of her tax because she wants to do a wealth tax, so I agree with that. But when it comes to Trump, it's removing taxes on tips.
Wait,
she
Harris
wants to do
also
that
wants to
too.
remove taxes on tips.
I mean, that's just one of the areas. There's more, like opposing gun control, law enforcement funding.
So you agree with her more on the economy and taxation policy, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so then you agree with him more on guns. Okay, so what do you disagree with Kamala Harris on guns? Like
Such a
the
good
universal
question.
background checks, the red flag laws?
Yeah, so do you guys know about Aaron Brown, the statistician?
Statistician? No.
Okay, yeah. So he looked at the one meta-analysis that looked at 2,700 gun control studies, and it found that only 1,300 of them actually produced results that were more conclusive. And then he did an analysis of that, being a statistician, and concluded that there was only one that actually had any meaningful results. And he also found that in that one study, there had to have been bias because there should have been more false negative results than there was.
Okay, so
they
there's
were
no
underreported.
studies that. So essentially, you're saying that one statistician indicated that there is no like good data on gun control.
Well, he published a paper
That's
that
fine. That's fine. I don't even have to use
collaboration.
empirics. I don't even have to use empirics for this. I'll just ask, why do other countries have lower levels of gun violence than here in the United States?
They have less guns in circulation. They have less guns in circulation. That's our problem. We have so many guns in circulation.
Decreasing the amount of guns in circulation would decrease the likelihood of violence?
Yeah,
So
probably.
isn't that what Harris is advocating for?
Yeah, but there's no successful means to actually remove guns from circulation. Like buyback programs evidentially don't work.
So why did they work in Australia?
Australia had less guns in circulation to begin with.
Okay. So why can't it work on this extent? Can we do it on a statewide level? Each state could do it?
Yeah, each state could do it, and it would have to be demonstrated that that would work, but
Yeah, but it did in Australia.
what
So
did
what would be
each-
the limitations here?
I've just never seen any particular implementation that said that it would
Well, in the
actually
United
work.
States, but in other countries, yeah.
For buyback programs?
Yeah. Birds, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. Or just reducing the amount of guns in circulation. All he said is that reducing guns in circulation leads to less gun violence. And if you
is true.
agree with that, well then you don't disagree with Kamala Harris's gun control policy. Dude, it kind of sounds like you're like agreeing with her.
Yeah, I also just want to indicate what you were saying about Aaron Brown and the idea that a lot of like studies on like the efficacy of gun control is inconclusive. So you're actually right, but where the places where it is conclusive, that's where the common sense gun reform comes in. Like we do have conclusive evidence that background checks would reduce the amount of violent crimes committed. We do have conclusive evidence that things such as waiting periods would reduce the amount of violent crimes committed. We have conclusive evidence such as like prohibitions associated with domestic violence, mental illness, or surrenderance of the firearms from prohibited possessors would lead to a reduction in violent crime statistics. And if you want to reference my source, you could just look up RAND, what science tells us about the effects of gun policies.
And I would agree to that to some extent, but I don't think that. I mean, what's the actual numbers and how productive that is? Because I
you
don't
could click
think
through and read through the studies. So basically, it's almost like an Excel sheet where it delineates between like policies regulating who may own them, policies regulating the sale and transfer of them, and policies regulating the legal use, storage, and carrying of them. And then it breaks it down into subcategories, and then it tells you that like if we have conclusive results, if these things.
I'm
work.
actually going to read up on this because I've been meaning to do a deep dive on PUs.
Yeah, this is
Jackson,
a good way
thank
to
you
do
the
it.
$1.
And then you could actually click through and see like the individual researches. But like that wanted to apply the point that Parker was making. I just wanted to correct that thing that you had said. And Chelsea, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the happy birthday. Thank you so much for the love, Chelsea.
V, thank you for the subscription. Also, we should do that sometime, Dean, and then like
I know
talk
we need
about
to.
it, and then we can. Honestly, we should do a live where we like do like research lives, like on
Dude,
YouTube.
I'm always researching. That'd be a lot of
You
fun.
want to do like a YouTube research live sometime?
Yeah, no, that'd be great, dude.
That'd be really fun.
Wait, so how does this differentiate from the particular studies that were inconclusive?
Wait, it shows you on screen. Like it shows you in which sex we have studies that would yield inconclusive results and in what sex we wouldn't.
Oh, so it tells us which ones are conclusive.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to look at that, but I pulled up the RAND, the Science of Gun Policy, so.
Thank you, Trisha.
But yeah, another strong point is abortion. I disagree with Harris on that and agree with Trump.
Okay, so you think it should be left up to the states?
The birthday's in 7 minutes, chat.
I would disagree with Trump more overall because he wants to impose restrictions, so I would agree with that.
Okay, so you want to impose more restrictions. So you agree Trump is imposing restrictions. How do you feel about him trying to pay for IVF?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
That's
but I
more
think
than
it's
what
more
Harris
of a
is
minor
doing.
issue. It's just that Harris is she wants to support, full federal rights for abortion in all states. She doesn't want the states to be able to ban abortion. So I would disagree with that.
Before the point of viability.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there shouldn't be any abortion, except for in case of the life of the mother. So Trump is more
Okay,
close to
so
that.
so do you think a 10-year-old girl who gets raped should be able to be forced to go through pregnancy?
I think she should be able to get an abortion. I mean, if you want to say that it's
You think they
forcing
should?
birth, then 72% of
Wait, so
pro-choicers
no,
would
you think
agree
they
with
you think they should be able to get an abortion, right?
No, not raped individuals, no.
Oh, so raped individuals who are 10 years old shouldn't be able to get an abortion?
Brother.
No.
Do you realize how crazy of a view that is?
I don't think it's that crazy if it's killing someone.
That is a crazy view.
Look, bro, hello? I just want to clarify real quick. What obligation does a 10-year-old girl have to sustain the life of the fetus in her uterus? None. Right? So
I
what's the
wouldn't say
issue
that
with
she has
her
an,
evicting
she has an
the
obligation to
fetus
not
from her
kill
uterus?
somebody.
Really? So I just want to clarify here. Look, if I walk up to you, as I was focusing on something else. You'll have to tell me it later. I'm a piece of shit, Parker. Sorry. Anyways, so yeah, if I walk up to you and I specifically insert an IV into your arm and I tell you if you remove that IV, I'll die. Do you have an obligation to not remove the IV from your arm? Okay, was reducing your view to garbage that easy?
Wait, hold on. I'm thinking it through.
Okay, no worries, man.
Oh, no. Okay, so that's not analogous to abortion because you would have to have more stipulations in the hypothetical. So you'd have to say that I would have to purposely kill you by suffocating you, therein allowing me to remove the IV safely from me before I can, safely disconnect from the IV. I would have to kill you by suffocating you or other means first.
Abortion
before I can
pills
safely remove
disconnect.
myself.
Abortion pills disconnect the mother's bodily resources from the fetus grown within her uterus, essentially starving it to death, and then it's removed. You haven't answered my question yet, though. If I walk up to you and I insert an IV into your arm and I tell you if you pull it out, I'm going to die, do you have an obligation to keep that IV in your arm? Yes or no?
Nancy.
Well, no, because it's not analogous to abortion. It's
No, in the same way, right? If a 10-year-old girl gets raped and becomes pregnant against her will without her consent, because once again she's a 10-year-old girl, what kind of obligation would she have to sustain the life of the fetus? Even from the pro-life perspective, you could justify this, okay? Right? Because I'll just accept for all intensive purposes for this conversation we're having that the life of the fetus is morally valuable and it's just as important as your life or my life, okay? That 10-year-old girl still doesn't have any obligation to sustain its life, right? And at the end of the day, that 10-year-old girl getting an abortion is nothing more than that 10-year-old girl revoking consent for that fetus to sustain its life off of her bodily resources and evicting it from her uterus, right? And that unfortunately results in the death of the fetus. However, that's going to be a necessary byproduct of her revoking her consent. But just because it would result in the death of the fetus doesn't mean that the 10-year-old girl would be obligated to prevent the death of the fetus. The same way if you pulling that IV out of your arm would result in my death, that doesn't obligate you to not ending my life.
I still don't think it's analogous. And I think the hypothetical works both ways, whether it was consensual or not. So let's say somebody is going to die of a kidney condition and another person unconsensually connects me to them to keep them alive. And for me to safely disconnect from the individual, I have to suffocate them, thereby killing them before I can safely remove myself from the kidney. Would
You're
you guys
literally
agree
giving the
that-
violinist example. I cannot believe that you are actually giving the violinist reductio. This is developed by Thompson, and this is a reductio to the idea that rape victims have to sustain pregnancy without getting an abortion, right? And you keep on going back to the idea that we'd have to suffocate you before killing you. First of all, I don't
Steph,
think that
thank you for the
changes the
subscription. Thank
parameters of
you.
the hypothetical. And second of all, I also don't specifically think that that's what happens during an abortion, especially with the abortion pill, that merely revokes the mother's bodily resources from being supplied to the fetus, and then the fetus is removed, and unfortunately that results in the death of the fetus.
Well, if you move a human to a place that's not conducive to their living purposefully, then you're killing them.
Yeah. We're gonna say that
human
you,
rights.
but you did nothing wrong there. Like, if I need your blood to survive, and I just stick an IV in your arm without consent, you're not doing anything wrong by removing that IV from your arm, even if it kills me. But holy fucking shit, Nicole, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Holy shit, saying appreciate you and your work so much, Nicole. That is absolutely so kind of you. Thank you so much for the $100. My brother's sleeping in the other room, so I can't get too hype, but thank you so much. I want to see massive W's for Nicole in the chat. That is incredibly kind of you. Seriously, thank you so much for the love. That is so kind of you. I did
Robbie,
nothing
thank
to
you for the
deserve
subscription.
that. I am undeserving, Nicole. Thank you so much for the love.
It's not the same thing because you're not just disconnecting. You're
Yeah, you literally
purposefully
are.
killing.
You are purposefully disconnecting the fetus, and that results in the fetus's death as the fetus cannot sustain its life after it's disconnected.
So if I like stop feeding my infant, is that allowed then?
No, it's not allowed because you have an obligation to sustain the life of your infant. Parental obligation. What fucking obligation does a 10-year-old have to sustain the life of the fetus in her womb?
Well, how does she not have the same parental obligation? Well, I wouldn't even say
A
that it's
10-year-old
parental
girl
obligation.
has a
Happy
parental
birthday,
obligation.
Dean.
No, wait.
Happy birthday, Dean.
Yo,
Happy
it is the
birthday. Should we
Hey,
sing
let's
happy
go.
birthday for him, chat?
No, that's
Should we
crazy.
Sing happy birthday?
That's crazy.
Happy birthday to you.
The biggest birthday.
Happy birthday to you.
The biggest ever.
Happy birthday, dear Deanie Weenie. Cha, cha, cha. Happy birthday to you.
That is crazy. I am officially no longer a teenager. I am now
Literally a
20-year-old.
20-year-old. What a weirdo. Thank you,
What a
Daniel. Thank you so
weirdo.
much. What an old man.
What an old man.
Now the older millennial can't call you a target because you're too old.
I know I'm too old to be called the target now. Yo, real quick, Keelan, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo saying midnight birthday gift. Thank you so much for the love. And Audrey, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying happy birthday. We love you. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you so much for the love, Audrey. I'll be super duper quick. Thank you for the Galaxy and for the gifts, guys, as well. I'll be super quick. I don't want to like
Penny,
detract
thank you
from
for
the
the
debate,
subscription.
but I wanted to thank everybody in here so much for your love and support. It has been a phenomenal last year of my life being able to come on here every single day and do these debates for y'all and co-host with Parker. And yeah, Parker, thank you so much for letting me hang out with you here in your life tonight. It's a phenomenal place to be to spend the birthday. So thank you all so much, and I appreciate everybody with your donations.
One more
tonight.
year than Vegas. That's what I did for my 21st birthday. I went to Vegas.
You fucking.
Maybe we're gonna have to do that. We're gonna have to do that, Dean. I'll have to take him to Vegas because last time we went to Vegas, because we went to a rally to debate Trump supporters. Dean couldn't even go on the place with all like the games because he wasn't 21. He couldn't even sit on like the track. So I couldn't even go down there. So all we could do is go live. Super funny. Super funny. All right. Well, yeah, everyone keep tapping the screen. So what were you saying?
I mean, just to clarify, I don't think anybody should be obligated to keep somebody else alive, but I think that we should be obligated to not kill each other. We shouldn't be able to kill another human.
Money, thank you for the subscription. Okay, so again, I don't care about like an embryo, like a non-sentient embryo. I really don't. But like, do you think a zygote is a person?
I mean, I think it's
like a conceived
human
cell at
deserving
conception
of rights, because I think all
like
living
a conceived
humans,
cell at conception, right?
Yeah,
So
all living
is
humans
this a person?
deserve rights. Is that a virus? No.
Is this a person?
No, it's a virus.
So it's not a zygote?
I don't. Is that a picture of a zygote? Because yeah, it's a human, so it deserves rights.
So you think this deserves rights?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is just a random microorganism I looked up on Safari. It's literally like I looked up microorganism and I just clicked on one. Okay, so like, do you typically mistake microorganisms with people? Because I've never done that in my life. I promise you, I've never done that. So can you tell me,
I was
like, do you
specifically
typically
asking
do that?
what it was. I thought it looked like a virus. I asked you if it was a virus. So I assume since you didn't answer
you couldn't tell? You couldn't tell the difference between a virus and a person?
I was 99% sure it was a virus. But
I don't know. I would have never been concerned otherwise. No, I asked you, is this a zygote? And you said, yeah.
Wait, so do we limit human rights based on what a person looks like?
Really?
Or the developmental stage in which a person is in?
Do you typically mistake people with microorganisms?
I just don't think that it's relevant.
I've never done that before. Have you?
I feel like you just did a gotcha on me.
It did, yeah. That's a gotcha. That absolutely is a gotcha. The fact that I can get you with that is kind of fucking hilarious.
Gerard, thank you so much for the Garrett, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for the happy birthday. And Chase, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying happy birthday. Riley with the $10 on PayPal saying happy birthday. Miranda and Ashley,
Laura,
thank you both for the $10 and the $5 respectively for the happy birthday wishes. Thank you everyone so much for showing love tonight. I had to go take a quick call from a girlfriend, but I'm back now. Thank you guys so much for your donations.
I mean, did we say certain people don't have rights because of a certain developmental stage they're in and because of what they look like?
Wait, so yeah, a zygote, don't care about it. Okay? Like, do you care about sperm?
No, but they're not a human organism.
What's so they are human sperm. It's a living human.
But yeah, it's human sperm, but it's not.
So it's
a human
living
organism.
human sperm, right?
I just want to clarify.
It's not an organism.
What is an organism?
Differentiating difference.
Shane, thank you for the 15-month subscription. Thank you so much. It actually is an organism. Rebecca, thank you for the subscription.
Ben, thank you for the $10 on Venmo.
It doesn't.
Happy birthday.
It
Hope you're
doesn't
doing
have the
well, man.
requirements to be classified as an organism.
Thank you, Ben.
So,
thank you.
So you don't think it's a living organism?
It's part of a larger whole, but it's not.
Is sperm a living organism?
I just want to clarify. You think our fucking DNA gives us moral value? You think it's like the order of your like chromosomes that make it wrong to kill you?
I think your human nature gives you human rights.
What the fuck is a human nature?
Being of the species Homo sapien.
Yeah, so you think the order of our chromosomes makes it wrong to kill you?
Our sperm is of the species human.
Dory, thank you for the $20 on Venmo for the happy birthday wishes. Thank you for the love and Ariel. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the happy birthday wishes. Thank you, Dory and Ariel. I appreciate you guys.
Can you tell me what a human organism is?
I mean, I can search up what the classifications of an organism are.
What is a human organism to you?
I mean, to me specifically, I think it's something that's classified as an organism and is of the species Homo sapiens.
So but sperm is classified as an organism, and it's human sperm.
I don't think it's classified as an organism. I mean,
so what species is sperm that's human?
Well,
human sperm. What species is it? It's living.
It's human.
Natasha, Natasha,
human,
thank you for the.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'll
as
hold it
a
off
human
till
living
later.
organism.
I'll hold it off till later.
I think it's
Natasha, thank you so much for
Christina,
the $40 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo for the birthday wishes from Natasha. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Natasha. Thank you so much for the $40 on Venmo. Thank you. And Cynthia with the $7 and the 77 cents on PayPal for the birthday wishes. Thank you, Natasha. Thank you, Natasha and Cynthia. You guys are awesome. Thank you both.
So are you saying that like when someone nuts, they're engaging in genocide?
No.
Nathan, thank you for the $10 on PayPal as well for the birthday
crimes
wishes.
against humanity.
Sperms are cells. They're human cells. They're reproductive cells. They're gametes, but they're not human organisms. They're human cells.
I have a question.
It's an organism. Yes.
I mean, a simple.
I have a simple question. Why is being a member of the human? Why is being a member of the human species make it wrong to kill you?
Well, particularly when we're talking in a legal context, human rights are given to humans, specifically.
So an organism is a living thing that functions as an individual. Sperm is a living thing that functions as an individual. So actually, it is by definition an organism. So it's a living organism.
I've never heard any scientist
you're saying that it's wrong to kill any member of our species because of human rights as defined by law. So when human rights didn't exist in Germany in the 1930s and 40s, did that mean it wasn't wrong to kill a Jewish individual?
Well, I don't base my views particularly on legal consensus.
Okay, so then why is it wrong to kill someone if they're a human?
I'm just arguing from a point of legal consistency in our current political climate. how can you justify it being legal to kill a member of the human species when they should
Because I
clearly
don't think
be
that
protected?
legality dictates morality, as we've both agreed on. So
Yeah,
how
believe it.
come if your DNA
Allison,
is
think of the
organized in
3-month
such a
subscription.
manner that you are a member of the human species, it all of a sudden becomes wrong to kill you? Can you answer that question?
Tasha, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. Anna, thank you for the subscription. Allison, thank you for the subscription. Deborah, thank you for the subscription.
Well, I'm a Christian. I base my morality off of that, but
There we go. There we
I
go.
knew it.
Hey, so do you think that's
my
I don't want to
religious
take it
views
that way.
have nothing to do with my views on abortion, though. They're
So
purely
I just want to clarify. I'm just going to ask you a
That's
very
so
simple
cap.
question here. I'm going to ask you a very
It's
simple
not.
question here. So the reduction of the reason why you're pro-life is your religion. So I'm just going to ask
It's
a
not.
super simple question. It is. We just
It's not.
determined that. We just
No, they're
determined that it's a
They're
reduction.
completely separate. My views on abortion are based in logic. They're not based on my religion.
No, the reason that you told me that it's wrong to kill
Christianity
anything
isn't.
with DNA organized in such a manner that it makes you a member of the human species is because of your religion. Your view on abortion reduces to religion.
It doesn't.
Okay, then explain to me how it doesn't. What is the secular justification for valuing anything with the same DNA organization as you?
Well, one, legal consistency.
We've already
contention point.
refuted that. We've already refuted that. You think that the Jewish people in Germany in the
Thank you,
1930s
Courtney. I
and
appreciate
40s
it.
were valuable like a rational, sane individual would, but the law of the time didn't say so, right? We don't base our morality off of the legislation.
But shouldn't we try to maintain legal consistency regardless of morality? And
If you wanted to maintain legal consistency, well, then you wouldn't want abortion bans before 22 weeks.
And you
because
think of the
the
subscription.
law,
Tracy, think of the subscription.
the law would specifically state, right, in accordance with like bills passed, I don't remember, in like the early 2010s, that like a human isn't valuable until 22 weeks. I could find you the specific bill, but like I'm still waiting on your for your secular justification for why any member of the human species is valuable.
Tracy, thank you for the subscription. And Natasha, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for saying, thanks, you're such a great debater. You have taught me so much. I enjoy listening to you and Dean. You two are the best. Thank you so much, Natasha. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Oh, wait, and also, if you want to maintain legal consistency, human rights, do you think that we should like criminalize pulling the plug on brain dead patients in the hospital because they're humans?
No, they're legally dead.
Oh, okay.
You know what? He's right. He's actually right. That's a good point.
They
No, that
are
actually doesn't.
they are
They lost organic unity. They're legally
Wait,
dead.
they are legally
That actually
dead,
does refute
but
the
what you're not understanding is, so you only based it on the law? So when slavery...
Yeah, no, he's like
So when
maintaining
marital
legal
grape was
consistency.
legal, you're saying it was okay?
Wait, repeat that. I
When
didn't.
marital grape was legal, are you saying it was okay? Linda, thank you for the $25 on
Not
Venmo.
from a
Thank you so
moral
much, Linda.
Stance, no.
No?
Not from a moral stance, no.
Okay,
because
so
that's
but
a
we're
question
asking you
about
from a
morality,
moral
though.
stance here. But you said you based your moral stance on what's legal.
No, I don't base my morals on what's legal.
He just thinks that like in the law, human rights mean for all humans. So it actually doesn't. I just want to clarify that.
Wait, human rights doesn't what?
Human rights, like when you're referencing human rights, like could you give me a piece of legislation that indicate that a human is protected from the moment of conception?
No, I don't.
You can't.
think-
You can't because it
Just
doesn't
me, think of
exist.
a subscription.
Jacob,
we
thank you so much for
consider-
the $5 on Venmo for the happy birthday wishes. Jesse with the $10. I hope you're doing well, Jesse. It's been years, man. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the happy birthday wishes. And Jessica with the $10 on Venmo for the happy birthday wishes. Beth with the $5 as well. Thank you guys so much for the love. This is such a terrible fucking argument. Let's talk about morality, buddy. You said that you could justify your pro-life stance, right, outside of your religion. What is the secular justification for valuing any life with the same DNA, organization as yourself?
I don't think there is one. I don't
so
think
it reduces down to your
just-
religion. Right? So your religion is the reason that you're pro-life. Let's face the fucking facts, buddy. My question to you would be, this is an important question. So a big proponent of slavery in our country in the 19th and 18th century was Christian nationalism. They used the Bible to justify the enslavement of black individuals. That is a fact. What is the logical distinction between them using the Bible to justify the enslavement of black individuals and you using the Bible to justify your position that women shouldn't have access to healthcare?
I mean, they clearly didn't uphold the principles of the Bible. That was.
They did. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. They did. Okay.
Oh, wait. So you think the Bible supports slavery?
It does.
Yeah, it
Leviticus
totally does.
25, 44 through 46. Exodus 21, 20 through 21 says you can beat your slaves insofar as that they recover after a day or two. Yeah, it explicitly says that you can enslave people that are non-Israelites.
Right, and that's why we should
right
keep
for
that's why
life
we
and
should
pass
keep,
them
like,
down to your children as inherited property for life.
And that's why we should keep the Bible and other religious beliefs outside of our legislation. Because when we're talking about these religious, inherently faith-based beliefs, you're only really talking about or you're more so going to be demonstrating like a lack of like empirical investigation, a lack of real justification, and more so just conveying of what your faith or more so your emotions would lead you to believing is true. Right? I'm not necessarily saying that it's wrong to hold faith-based beliefs. I'm just saying that it's wrong to take your faith-based beliefs and superimpose them on others around you, specifically with like lack of justification. And like a good example of why this is wrong is because of what we were just talking about, how Christian nationalists in the past have used this idea to propose slavery. Right? It's harmful and it serves as a detriment to those around you.
I mean, I don't think that my religious beliefs are influencing the way that I want the law to be. I think that I can have.
It objectively speaking is. Danielle, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Genuinely is not
I
going to
think
vote for Trump.
there's parts
Who's
that
gonna
speak
vote
for
Trump, but not
itself.
for any more. Thank you so much, Danielle. That's fucking amazing to hear. What were you
There's
saying?
parts that speak for itself that allow me to make legal decisions irrespective of my religion. I mean, when we get into a moral aspect, then yeah, we have to touch on my personal beliefs that gets into religion. But I mean, we have a general moral consensus that humans are valuable generally, right? And that humans should then have human rights. So these are just generally agreed upon things.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, but
literally.
no, okay. I'm saying that sentient humans should have rights. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so like when you say like humans should have rights, I don't think that human sperm should have rights. I don't think human zygotes deserve rights. I don't think
Human
IVF is
organisms
wrong.
should have rights.
Do you think IVF is wrong?
Yeah. I mean, if it's practiced in a specific way, yeah.
Holy fuck. Yo, Emily. Holy shit, Emily, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Holy shit. Yo, that is so kind of you. Oh my god. Emily, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Emily attached a message here saying, hope you have the best birthday ever. Emily, thank you so much for the love. You, alongside everybody else in this live, is making it the best birthday ever. I usually scream and shout and let it all out when y'all show me such an insane level of love. My brother's sleeping in the other room, so I have to be a little bit more quiet tonight. But from the bottom of my heart, Emily and everybody else in the live that has been showing me love here on app and on my Venmo, my PayPal, I really appreciate you guys. Y'all have enabled me to, live my best life and do what I want, which is,
facts.
hopping on here every day to debate people on the internet. I love it so much, and I love the impact that it has. And Emily, once again, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. W's for Emily in the chat.
So, Parker, you said that sentient humans should have rights.
Mm-hmm.
So comatose patients shouldn't have rights?
So when I say sentient, I mean past or present and future subjective experience.
So true. Right, which would apply to comatose patients.
Mm-hmm.
Why
So,
do
like,
they have
would
to have
rights.
past sentient experiences?
Wait, no,
Why
I'm
is
just
that
telling you what the
required?
definition of it is of it. So that's like saying why, in order for it to be life, does it have to have the necessary and sufficient conditions for life? Right? Like that's just like a
But
nonsense
sen-
question. That's how you define the term.
Sentience is experiencing stimuli and feelings. That's an organism that's capable
So no,
of doing
what
it.
I mean by sentience is that there is a past or present and future subjective experience. That's what I mean by sentience. So some people have used the term in different ways, but when I use the term, that's what I mean. And I
Okay,
use
so
it in
you-
that way for simplicity. So like I don't have to explain to everyone past or present and future subjective experience. Only people that would know of the critique of that. But again, I can just define sentience as that. So like there's no issue.
Okay, so you said or future. Doesn't a zygote have future
Past
sentient?
or present. Oh, I meant and future. Sorry, not or.
Oh,
Future.
and future?
So
So
it's a
why
Yeah,
is
I meant to
within
say
a
and.
contract.
Yeah, it's a disjunct into a contract. I didn't mean to say or. I apologize.
Okay. So then why
I
is
don't hold the disjunct for both.
so why is past or present subjective experiences why is that important?
Yeah, I mean, do you respect wills?
Yeah, like why do you think cellular life is important? That's like a fundamental question. Really, all we're going to be able to provide is examples to the contrary as to why you might value one or the other, right? Because it's really like an intuitive value.
And no, I mean, we can provide some reason.
Like why not value a rock?
Right. But once again, I feel like we could provide some reason of valuing past subjective experiences. Like you respect, like if your grandfather dies and he writes a will, like you're probably going to respect that because of his past subjective experiences.
See, like
right?
examples where we're going to have like intuitions of certain things. So
Yeah.
the point that I'm making is that these are like fundamentals. These are predicated off like intuitions, right? So like when you ask about like these fundamental, like these are axioms, right? For values that we have, okay? Like as it relates to sentience, as it relates to life, all we can really do is compare and contrast these views. Same
Yep.
thing goes with like animal ethics.
Yeah,
If
like
you're
we
comparing
just
someone who
we
holds
just-
the sentience versus human sentience. Like
at this level, it kind of just reduces down to seeing like if your view would yield any like absurd outcome in like any like like logically possible hypothetical scenario, or if your view would be like internally contradictory either within itself or against other views in which you'd hold. Like those are like the two tools that we'd use to test the consistency or more so the soundness of like moral principles.
Okay, so if these are based on, kind of our intuitions and not necessarily grounded in certainty, well, it already sounds like special pleading and somewhat discriminatory because it only applies to one very specific subset of people that don't have past subjective experiences. So this only prevents one very specific subset of humans from having rights. But
No,
even
it
so,
doesn't. I just want to clarify it doesn't. Brain dead patients would also be included, like outside or discluded outside of this like conjunct, and this would explain why we don't value brain dead patients.
yeah, like to the same degree. Like we still think that the family should be able to make the decision, but like it's at that point they're dead, right?
Same with like dead people too. They'd be excluded. Like analytically speaking, like the glass on my desk would be excluded for these reasons. Like it doesn't just special play in the context of the fetus. But I mean, even if it did, right, this would just be explaining our intuitions insofar as why we don't value the life of the fetus, and we've like given sound reason insofar as why that's the case, right? It just kind of sounds like you'd be crying, responding in such a fashion. But I get it. It's an intuitive response.
why wouldn't you want to play it safe? So like you're saying it's intuition and not necessarily certainty. So what if
Wait,
these
we don't
are
base
valuable?
our moral principles off of like certain objective moral facts. You'd just be operating on that assumption due to your theism, most likely.
So you base it off of what, subjective morality?
Yeah, so we wouldn't hold to like objective morality because objective morality is just incoherent gibberish. Like,
Yeah.
do you think it's possible for it to be objectively true that like chocolate ice cream tastes good even if humans never existed? No. So then why would we say anything different about murder?
Well, I think that there's a transcendent mind that's God, so then he can establish objective morality.
Yeah, yeah. So wait, real quick, do you think that morality would be subject to God?
What do you mean by that?
Is morality subject to God? Does God determine what is good and bad?
I think he is goodness, and God is he is goodness. So
does God determine what is good and bad, or does God not determine what is good and bad?
I guess he would determine it.
Okay, so morality would be subject to God, meaning that even you believe in subjective morality as you believe morality is subject to God. Oscar, thank you so much for the $21 and the 21 cents on Venmo saying happy B-Day. You just had celebrated your 19th birthday when I started watching you. Oscar, you've been watching forever. I remember you. Thank you so much for the love. W's for Oscar in the chat. They literally remember me celebrating my 19th birthday when I first started streaming. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. You've been here forever.
I mean, he is goodness, so I don't.
God is goodness, so can God do everything, or could God only do good things?
God can only do good things.
Oh, so God can't do anything?
No, I don't think God can do anything.
Oh, okay, so we're going into a God debate. I don't want to go there. I can't wait for them to return.
Yeah,
Wait, does God have
on a second account? Just go run it up right now.
Dude, honestly, I'm down. Give me 5 seconds. Luck, does God have free will?
Yeah, I think so.
God has free will, yeah, he could only do good things. So you could have free will without being able to do bad things?
Yeah.
So God could have created us to have free will without the ability to do bad things, but instead he was like, no, fuck you. I'm going to make it so y'all murder each other. Is that a good God?
Well, he created us to be able to do bad things so that we aren't coerced into doing good things. Like, if you're talking about...
Is God coerced into doing good things?
No, God just...
Okay, so yeah, so it wouldn't be coercing.
Well, no. If you're talking about like being born into heaven rather than being born in the earth, right? Isn't that the analogy that you're making?
No, I'm just saying that you could have free will without the ability to do bad things, and it's not coercive by nature. In the same
Well, no,
way you said
I'm
God
saying
has
that
those
it would be
abilities.
coercive by nature.
Okay, so God's coerced into doing good things. L.
Okay,
I guess God's perfect, so then
I think yeah, he could
coerciveness
be,
is.
you could
is
argue, yeah,
perfect.
he's coerced by his nature because his nature is goodness. So yeah,
Okay,
you could,
and then God's perfect, and his nature is perfect. So you'd say that being coerced into doing good things is perfect.
How can God be coerced by something if he's all powerful?
I mean, doesn't he have his own bounds that, like his nature that he has to?
Huh?
Wait, all powerful. Yeah, wait, because all powerful doesn't mean the ability to do anything. So why is that a contradiction?
It means the ability to do anything logically possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so why
Wait,
can't
where's
you do
the-
this? What's the contradiction?
Wait, in that he could.
You'd have to provide the contradiction in God doing this.
Wait, I'd have to provide the contradiction.
Yeah.
Wait, why am I providing the contradiction? Aren't
Right,
you
because
guys?
you're saying God can't do it. If God can do all things that are logically possible, if you're saying God can't do something, you have to prove that it's contradictory by giving a contradiction.
Wait, what did I say that God can't do? What, he can't do immoral things?
No, what were we just talking about? Because you literally crossed me up, bro.
Yeah,
What were
I
we
don't.
just talking about? Because he was saying God can't do something, right?
Yeah, Dean was talking about.
Oh,
God.
yeah, you said that God can't do bad things.
Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Well,
I mean, I think the
well, he was
contradiction
given
is
like a
clear.
specific thing, right?
I didn't give you a specific example. Like what my argument there was hoping to achieve. If you're like running a different one. Or
Wait,
something
actually, wait,
related
no,
here.
no. What we'd run them to is if there's something that you can't do here, and then we show you how they did it. Well, then you can't just. I don't know what you're saying then.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, what are you referring to?
Well, I'm just saying I don't know what you mean. Did you not hear me?
I'm confused.
Yeah, wait,
Okay,
I'm lost.
you're saying that God can do something that's contradictory. So I don't know what you're saying if you're saying
No, I'm not-
contradictions
I
can't
didn't
occur.
say- I didn't
Nick,
say
thank you
God
for the
can do
subscription.
something contradictory.
Okay, so God can't do something bad, right? Because that's contradictory, right?
Yeah, it's his nature, so he can't do anything immoral.
Okay. So then him creating a world where there's child starvation when he could have created a world in which there isn't child starvation, that's not immoral.
Well, part of the stipulation when he creates the universe is that he gives us free will. Like, that is something that's important.
Didn't I run that into the ground though? Because you'd say that God has free will, but God can't do bad things. Those two traits are compatible. God could have just designed humans to have free will without the ability to do bad things. Those two traits are compatible.
I mean, even so, I think it's a different sense of free will. Like,
Okay, so God just seemingly chose, with no reason, to give us a different sense of free will that allows us to have the ability to do bad things. And this would question his nature of being all good. Would an all good God prefer us to have a version of free will where we only do the good? Or would an all good God prefer us to have a version of free will where P3DOs rape children and white supremacists, scream the N-word?
well, it seems that the only logical way that he could create a being in which could only do the version of free will that allows you to only do good things is one that also has all the properties of God, being omniscient, being omnipotent. So then he would just be creating an extension of
Do people
himself.
in heaven have omniscience and omnipotence?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay,
say
so
that.
people in heaven can do bad things? So heaven isn't perfect?
Well, yeah, I think that people in heaven, they can make the choice to do bad things, but they
So
never
heaven
will.
isn't perfect.
Well, no, heaven's perfect because they'll never choose to do bad things because they're essentially being coerced and only doing good things, but they chose.
Then in what sense
Wait, so
do they...
why can't God put us in heaven first?
Because we have to choose to go into that coercive state first. That's
Oh, so
the
aborted fetuses don't go to heaven?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, in that respect, I think it depends because God would have the knowledge to know what that person would do in a universe where they would exist, and
So God can judge us for our future actions.
Yeah.
So then why didn't he just judge everybody by their future actions, preventing all harm?
Well, he has to enact the universe to create the people, though. Like, once the person is created, then you can see what the person would have done.
Wait, so you're saying that it was necessary for God to create the universe? So God doesn't have free will if he necessarily created the universe?
Well, I think God wanted to maximize value by creating the universe.
So goodness was maximized by creating badness?
Yeah, because it creates a ultimate goodness.
Okay, so then in what sense is badness bad if all things considered, badness should occur? When we say something is good, don't we just mean that it should occur?
Like when you isolate certain instances, they can be considered bad. But when you look at, like, say, his plan as a whole, it would be still considered good, even though bad things occur within the plan.
So the Holocaust was all things considered good. It should have happened. In fact, you'd say that the world would be worse if it didn't happen because God's ultimate good plan wouldn't be achieved.
I mean, I would say that, yeah, considering God activated this universe, the outcome would have ultimately been worse in whether it had been value or...
No, so just say this. All things considered, the Holocaust should have occurred. Just say that.
Everything should have occurred, so that would be included.
Yeah, all things considered, that child should have died of starvation. All things considered, that person should have been raped. All things considered, that person should have... that person's grandmother should have died. All things considered, everything bad that happened in this world should have happened. That's your view. Literally,
Dude.
tens of millions of people should have died of starvation throughout history. Right, hundreds of millions of people.
mean it's
I
good,
miss
though.
these debates. I miss
Like,
these
that doesn't
debates.
mean that it's good, but it still should
I
have
know,
happened.
you are saying that all things considered, it's good.
Wait, you know what else would you be saying? All things considered, Adam and Eve should have ate from the tree of knowledge.
Yeah. All things considered, Donald Trump should have raped E. Jean Carroll, under your view. All things considered, right? Again, Hitler should have slaughtered Jewish people. Like,
I mean, yeah.
that's your view. All things considered, Jeffrey Dahmer should have eaten people.
Yeah, like, if I was God and I had to choose from an infinite...
Wait, would you say? Wait, would you say all things considered, Joe Biden should be your president?
Yeah, during the 4 years that he was, I guess.
No, today. Say it. I
All
want you to
things,
say
considered, Donald Trump should have lost every single
today,
popular vote.
Considering that he is, yeah, I guess. I mean,
Okay, all right, I'm done for today. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add, man?
No.
All right, later.
See you.
Miss those debates, huh?
Dude, I do. I can't wait. I can't
All right,
wait.
I'm gonna call you right after this, but
All right,
all right,
bet.
everyone, I'm gonna get off for tonight. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Y'all are amazing. Mock, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, your Dean Venmo Cash up in the bio. It's literally Dean's birthday. You know already. You know the deal, everyone. He's 20 years old. He's such an
20
old
years
man.
old. That's right.
What an old man.
20 seconds here before you end. Everyone in chat, I just wanted to thank each and every single one of y'all that supported me tonight. I appreciate you all so much
Same
for the
here,
happy birthday
everyone.
wishes. Y'all are awesome.
I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night. Love y'all. All right, I'll see y'all.
That was crazy.